Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. I feel like I say this every time, but this is an episode that I'm extremely excited about. My best friend, Jesse, has flown all the way in from Washington. We've been friends for almost 16 years. We've been super close, especially for the last 10 years. We met in 2008 and 2009 when we were both assigned to a Tier 1 Special Missions unit. Jesse was with the Ranger Battalion, and I was just a support guy doing a different mission. And, that deployment, it's kind of crazy. That was a crazy one for both of us.
Yeah.
So first and foremost, man, I just wanted to say thank you for being my friend. Thank you for making this trip. I mean, you paid out of your pocket to fly.
Of course.
To not only come on the podcast, but, you're the uncle to my kids. And, it's just great to have space with you, bro.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, man, this podcast, we're going to cover a lot of topics. I mean, obviously, we're going to talk about Jesse's military career, but as him and I have talked, Jesse was very instrumental to this whole podcast idea. I mean, when this whole podcast was born, man, we started talking about this, I feel like a year ago. I don't remember.
At least a year ago.
Jesse was always supposed to be my first interview, and that didn't happen. He's got kids and a busy life, and, we ended up meeting Dylan, and it ended up working out. But this interview has been very important, not only for that period of time in my life when we met, but also all the time in between. Golly, man, we've been through a lot together.
Yeah, it's all about evolution and how we've evolved as people. Yes.
You taught me how to hunt. I mean, you were there right after my twins were born. So yeah, it's been crazy. Everybody gets an intro, so I'll try to not mess yours up. But yeah, Jesse Kostecka. Jesse's from the great state of Ohio. Jesse was in the Ranger Battalion in 275, did 6 combat tours, went in not too long after high school, really grew. I mean, that's a experience that we'll talk about. Jesse's an avid outdoorsman, has really been, a guiding point in my life. Avid hunter, taught me how to bow hunt, gun hunt. I mean, we spent a lot of time out in the bush together. Jesse's an avid fitness enthusiast, health advocate, and most importantly, Jesse's a father. Got 2 awesome kids, 2 years old, 4 years old.
2 and 4, yeah.
Keep you busy. I know you're still involved working for Department of Defense. We'll probably talk about that down the road. You've had a lot of injuries through the years, and you're the only dude I know that can run 14 miles with a pretty much broken back. So you're constantly, anytime I ever feel like I don't want to get out of bed and do something, I'm always remembering of all this stuff,
Right.
just you do to keep me going. As well as you're just an avid, person for, mental health too, just positive thoughts and, continually pushing the envelope to get better, do better, be better. We talk about that probably a couple times a week.
A couple times a week, yeah, at least.
I know that's probably not, a massive, I probably missed about 47 things in your career, but I'm sure we'll cover most of it. So, as these interviews go, I generally try to do, biography interviews. So, will you kind of start where it all happened for you, kind of where you grew up, kind of a little bit about your childhood and
Sure.
Kind of how that shaped you?
Yeah. So, yeah, Columbus, Ohio, North Columbus, the great state of Ohio. Grew up, loving football, loving sports. Good family, good people around. I mean, I think generally Ohio people are salt of the earth type of folks. They'll help you out with anything, and I got a very diverse mixture of people and culture in my upbringing to where, I look back now and reflect on it. And it was really, something that a lot of people didn't get to experience. My dad was in the burbs, kind of on the outskirts. So we had a little country out there. We had more wealthy kids at my high school, driving all kind of different cars and whatnot. We didn't have a lot of money, and then my mom lived in the inner city. So I got that kind of balance of, fine dining and what the, rough neighborhoods were like, so yeah. And, grew up, just did my thing. My parents got divorced super young. My dad was, the backbone of the family. I don't think he ever wanted to, separate from my mom, but it was one of those things where there was more or less an ultimatum that was given. She had a drinking problem, and he just knew that wasn't sustainable, and it wasn't something that, was going to be beneficial to raise kids with that type of behavior and that type of personal conflict that they had going on between themselves. So Ohio born and raised, and couldn't wait to leave.
Well, did you brothers, sisters?
Yeah, so I have one brother. I'm the oldest. I have a brother, Dylan. He's doing his thing still in Ohio, and then my sister is kind of the shining example, the shining star of the family. She's an attorney in Idaho, really successful, really just good human being. Somebody that I look up to. I look up to my younger sister, to be honest. I see what she's doing, and and see how, it's empowering. Anybody that says that women can't do things, she's out there doing it. Head of the Women's Law Caucus at one point in time, or maybe she still is. I don't, follow exactly where she's at, but and she's doing all that with 3 kids and a kid with disabilities that has extreme disabilities, and she's still doing it. And her husband's a good dude, so. And we're close. That's the important thing,
Yeah, you talk about her a lot.
Yeah. It's family. I mean, it's a lot of people get to points where as they get older, they kind of grow apart from each other or whatever. And as we get older, we get closer, and that's important. It means a lot to me.
Yeah.
So.
Sports? Were you a big sports guy in high school?
Yeah, and growing up, it was gymnastics. My dad, I don't know where he got the money, or he was always hustling, man. I mean, he was a natural resources guy for the state when we were all born, and then realized that wasn't going to pay the bills. So he got into lighting sales, and he made good money doing that. He was out there grinding, all the time. But we got into gymnastics and started competing, all over the state. My brother was in states, and we were competing with, guys that went to the Olympics. We trained with a couple guys that went to the Olympics. So it was, a serious place, and it was a great foundation for athletics in general. You talk about mobility and strength, and, the gymnasts are probably pound for pound the, best athletes out there. Really, in my opinion, once you have that foundation of gymnastics, stretching, flexibility, mobility, strength, you can go anywhere from there. So sports, middle school, it was basketball, just the crowd I grew up with. I should have wrestled, to be honest with you. I wish I would have, but I wanted to be a baller, even though I'm 5'9" and a white dude, so let's just say it didn't really work out too well for me, but I always got the Mr. Hustle award. Because that's one thing that, I still pride myself in today is like, you'll shoot better than me. You're better overall than me, but you're not going to out hustle me. And it was that mentality. I growing up, it was my dad. He kept going. He kept going. He kept going. He kept the standards, kept the discipline, kept the, family together. Was supporting my mom. I didn't know that. Supporting her for years. And that's kind of where, the mentality now, where it's like, don't stop, keep going. You're the one-man army, if you will. You have to go out there and make things happen. Nobody else is coming to your rescue. So it was a good upbringing. And then high school things kind of fell off a little bit. We can get into it a little bit later. My mom had cancer, so you throw in alcohol with cancer and chemo and radiation and all those things, and the sports, I played basketball through junior year, and then senior year, I just didn't play. My head wasn't in it. Looking back now, I know what the problem was, but then it was, how can I escape this reality of my mom being sick, and, just not, all I really want to do is hang out with people and avoid the reality of what was going on. So,
did you live with your mom or your dad?
So most of the time I lived with my dad. I think I was 17. And just because my mom was a little more lax with things, I moved over with her. She knew what was going down. In high school, I was partying. I was anti-alcohol, anti all those things growing up, and because I saw how it affected her. But then, as you get into high school, you get into junior, senior year, it's like everybody's partying. So I started partying, hanging out with everybody, staying up late, and she was kind of the realist in the family. And she knew what was going on, so she would have us at the house, or have me at the house. She'd rather my friends come over and hang out downstairs in the basement versus us going out and driving around and getting in trouble. So I moved in with her at 17, and then we'll transition and talk about 9/11 and all that type of stuff. But yeah, it was like right when I graduated high school, I just had an opportunity to leave, and that was it. You know, I got out of there.
How old were you when your mom passed away?
I was 19. Yeah, she passed away 2002. She beat ovarian cancer, or, you know, I don't know all the technical terms, but it, you know, she had ovarian cancer, went into remission, thought it was gone, kind of had it come back a little bit, if I remember correctly. And then when I was in Hawaii, she was dealing with cancer of the lymph nodes. And I mean, you know, more or less, you know, from my understanding at that point in time, especially in the early 2000s, I mean, that was a death sentence, you know, and she was a strong woman. I mean, she grew up doing what she loved. She was landscaping. She was in charge of a big nursery. You know, if mom said she was going to whoop your butt, hey, it was a problem. You know, it was not something you were, you know, you didn't want to get to that point. So, yeah, and I just saw her wither away, and, but she stayed strong the whole time, man. She encouraged me to go to Hawaii, and, that's where I actually got the phone call from my dad when she had passed, because she was like, don't come back. We used to fax back and forth. You know, you think about that. People talk about fax machines. Man, nobody's faxing nowadays.
Yeah.
But that back then, that was our form of communication.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't know people were using. She had a fax machine at the house or something?
She had one fax machine at work. So she get to work every morning. She send me over a little fax, you know, hope you're doing well, love you, you know, keep doing what you're doing. Don't worry about me, you know, that kind of motivation. And, you know, I'd fax her back, and, right, you know, eventually I'd call. I mean, cell phones were a thing. But I mean, you know, you were playing Snake on your Nokia. You know, that's what type of cell phones we had. It wasn't like we had coverage everywhere. And
back when it was simple, bro.
Yeah.
Some days I miss those. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Where technology's at now is.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it later with kids too, because I know that's something that you and I have talked about a lot.
Yeah.
So what year did you graduate high school?
2001.
Where were you at during 9/11?
So that was kind of my dirtbag stage. I was living with a guy named Luke. Well, he was off at a military academy, so I was living with his mom and grandma with another dude, and I was downstairs on the couch, and, you know, we had been out the night before or whatever. I don't particularly remember what we were doing the night before, but grandma came down and said, "Hey, turn on the TV." And, you know, I was probably hungover. I was, you know, I'm laying there, what, you know, wondering why they're bothering me, and then turn on the TV. I turn on the TV, and I see the second plane hit the tower, and I was like, you know, just like everybody, man, that reaction of, you know, what's going on? Well, hold on, what? You know, yeah, you know, they were filling me in. Hey, plane hit the tower. Nobody knows what's going on. A second plane hit the tower. And then we're watching in real time, you know, live coverage. And you see the first tower go down. You see the second tower go down. And it's like, what happened? You know, but that didn't, for a lot of people, that set the motion for them to get into the military. For me, I hadn't figured it out yet. You know, I would never lie to anybody and say I have had things figured out. You know, I didn't know what I was doing. I was still partying. You know, oh man, planes hit the tower. That sucks. You know, I hope everybody's okay, type of thing. You know, I didn't really dig in and divulge into who attacked, why they attacked, what it was. You know, this is my call to arms. I'm joining the military. It's like I had that opportunity to go to Hawaii, and that was September 11th, obviously, and I moved to Hawaii in October. So I went out there and worked and did my thing and kept partying out there. And you know, it was about 2 years before I realized, like, all right, this isn't sustainable, you know.
How did you end up in Hawaii?
So to this day, one of my best friends, kind of like a high school sweetheart, somebody I looked up to. Her name was Ashley. She just a good person, man. We weren't really compatible, even though I wanted to be, you know, for a long time. But she said, hey, I was talking to her on the phone one time. She said, hey, my dad has this opportunity. He's looking for somebody. She wasn't even specifically talking to me, but he's looking for a maintenance guy to go out there and work at the hotel that they managed, owned, whatever it was. And, you know, I was like, hey, just tell him I'm interested. And he called me. He said, hey, you ready to go? And I was like, yeah. He's like, all right, good. I got your airplane tickets. You're going to be leaving in 2 weeks. And for me, I mean, for a kid that grew up in Ohio, I mean, I had been to Hawaii with them, you know, on vacation before, but, you know, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, I get to Hawaii, people think I'm from Idaho. They're like, oh, bro, you that guy that, you know, potato boy. And I'm like, nah, that's Idaho. And they're like, yeah, whatever. Ohio, Idaho, you know, you're out there in the islands, man. It's a different life, different culture. It was another very beneficial thing in my life to understand that culture, but it was culture shock. you know. I was a minority where I was, you know, and it was the first time that, you know, I'd been away from home like that, you know, where I'd moved, and I didn't just move down the street or to another town. I mean, we're talking about out in the middle of the Pacific, different time zone, 5 hour time difference. So I didn't talk to people. So yeah, it was, yeah, she got me out there, and I credit them. Her mom's a really good person as well. And they, excuse me, at the end of the day, they were really supportive of all things that had to do with my mom. You know, they sent me, he paid for the ticket to send me back for the funeral. You know, he didn't have to do that. I was going back regardless. I would have found a way. But, you know, and to this day, they're still really good people, and I still keep in contact with them. So, yeah, Hawaii out there for about 2 years, and then moved back just because, you know, again, reality sets in, and that's how we get to the point where the military recruiter comes into the scene.
Yeah. How did you process all that with your mom at, you know, 19 years old?
Man, it was super deep, but it was hard to process. I don't know. You know, I was sitting out, I was on a beach camping with a whole huge, massive Hawaiian, you know, Polynesian, we'll call it, family. And, I don't even think I had my phone. My dad called my girlfriend's phone at the time. And so I'm with all these people. I'm learning how to throw net and learning about tabis and what those are. There's, you know, little felt shoes where you can get down on the rocks and not slip. And all of a sudden they're like, hey man, your dad's on the phone. And so I pick up the phone. You know, I knew there was a problem, obviously. What, the dude's not calling to say what's up, you know, and he calls and he's like, he's crying. And they've been, you know, divorced, separated for years. But I knew in his voice, as soon as I talked to him, I was like, oh shit, something happened. And that's when he told me, and it was just like, but again, I'm so far detached from everything. It's not like I can run and see her. It's not like I had visited with her, you know, a couple days prior or anything like that. I mean, we had kind of closure, if you will, through the fax and phone conversations that we had, but it was, yeah, it was. So how did I process it? I don't know that I did. You know, I went back home and there was a funeral, and I met back up with some folks that I went to high school with and I was friends with, and we partied a little bit, and we had a celebration of life, and we went to the church, and I went back to Hawaii, and it was like business as usual. You know, my mom was always one of those people, like, don't let something that happens to somebody ruin your life, you know, or impact you in such a way that you can't move forward, you know? So that was an important lesson, but I don't know that I processed. It took years and years to figure out kind of what happened and why it happened and what it meant to me. And, you know, I just knew I lost my mom. I didn't know how important she was, regardless of the problems she had. You know, she still loved me. She was still a good mom, functioning alcoholic. You know, you can't say that those people don't mean well or they don't care. They just have a problem.
They're sick. Yeah.
They're sick. They're literally sick. Yeah. And they don't, and for a lot of people, you know, it's like they can't, like, it's not an option to quit. They don't know what that means. You know, they're sick. It's an addiction is real.
Was that hard for you to watch her go through that addiction, knowing that was killing her or hurting her?
Yeah, once I started understanding what it was, I mean, you know, there were times where, you know, it'd be Saturday, we're over at my mom's, Wednesday and every other weekend, and, you know, she'd get on them Miller High Lifes, smoking those Cool Mile 100s, you know, and she'd throw them back in the morning, and, you know, or whatever it was, mid-morning, by, you know, 2-3 o'clock, man, she was taking a nap. Well, we thought, you know, we didn't know when we were younger. We thought it was just some nap and mom was tired, but hey, mom was drunk. So, you know, as we transitioned, I mean, that kind of, you know, put me in a place where I had to step up young, you know, take care of my brother and sister, make sure we had some sort of food. You know, I don't want to make it sound like I was some gourmet chef whipping things up, but I was kind of leading them and making sure, you know, they were taken care of and they have food. And it honestly got to the point down the road where mom would pass out, man. I grabbed the keys at probably 13, 14, and I was driving my brother and sister to the Chinese buffet. You know, hey, mom's asleep. I'm hungry. We're going to figure something out, you know? So yeah, it was, I look back now and I'm like, man, that's, you know, address the addiction, address the problems, man. Cause that's not a way for people to be raised and have to be, you know, involved and surrounded with that type of activity and behavior.
How would you speak to kids, you know, 14, 15, 16, 17, going through that right now, that may listen to this and may hear your story, what type of advice, or what would you say to them?
First and foremost, I would say that there's people out there that understand. There's people out there that know what you're going through. So don't think you're in it alone. That's the most important thing with all things we do. Really, is like you're not in it alone. There is somebody out there that can help, support, coach, mentor, guide, whatever it may be, and that things will get better. You have to keep the positive mentality, if you will, and you have to take it as a learning lesson. You see that type of behavior, don't let yourself become that person. Because it's easy. I essentially became that person. We transition and talk about pain, and whether it's physical or mental pain or PTSD stuff. I became that person. I was a functioning alcoholic. I was drinking. I was still getting after it in the gym, still going to work, still performing, doing good things on deployments. Not that we weren't drinking on deployments, but and that was part of culture. What do? You drink. Single dude in the military. What do you drink? You drink, or what do? You drink in the barracks.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
So how did the military come on your radar, dude?
So I moved back from Hawaii. In the Polynesian culture, we'll just say, I got a little bit of pressure after not being with my girlfriend all that long, about a year or something like that, like talking about marriage and kids. And for me, I was like, marriage, kids, like, man, I'm 19. I'm out here surfing or trying to surf anyways. And, doing, smoking weed, drinking beers and building rock walls. I did construction work, built rock walls. That's kind of where I got a good reputation. I didn't have any problems on the island at all. A lot of Howley guys had problems, but I had already had that background growing up in bad neighborhoods and whatnot. So, anyways, I decided to move back to Ohio, and I was like, I'm going to give community college a chance. Well, that didn't happen, so I went back to landscaping. I literally got off work one day. I went and was sitting on my front porch drinking a Natty Light, and I saw this guy, Richard Good, and he's about 5 houses down, and I just knew right then and there. I said, hey, waved him over. He comes over. I said, hey, man, I want to go in the Army. My dad was in the military. He was in Vietnam. He was a loadmaster, senior loadmaster on C-130s. So he was transporting, he was 56 different countries in 4 years, all over the place. My grandfather and grandmother on his side were in the military, World War II. He was in the Luzon area as a scout, and then my grandma, she served that role as a nurse. But yeah, I saw that recruiter, and I was like, hey, get me out of here, man. School's not working out. Like, I know the military, hopefully, in theory, I had thought that, it'll get me straight and refocus, because I had no discipline. I was just a loose cannon, barely getting by, scraping by. So yeah,
he was a recruiter?
Yeah, he was a recruiter. He was over there talking to somebody else, or, doing whatever he was doing. And I just happened to see him that day. And thank God I did, honestly. I know I was a pain in the ass, and if Richard Good happens to see this, my bad, dude. I know it was a painstaking process.
Hey, but he got that tick mark.
Yeah, he did get that tick mark. It took him a lot longer than he thought it would. I definitely wasn't an easy recruit, and it wasn't because I couldn't pass the ASVAB or anything like that. It was because, man, I was still partying. I didn't want to give that up. I thought, I could party until the day I left. It's like, no, you got to pass drug tests. You got to, check all the boxes, Back then, it was one of those things. You talk about MEPS, and it's like, have you ever had a broken ankle? And I'm telling him, or broken bones? Oh, yeah, I broke my ankle. And he's like, let me ask you again. Have you ever had it? Because you had to get waivers.
Oh, yeah.
So back then, it was it was paperwork, and there was no paper trails or databases. So it was like, have you done this, and this? No, I never done that, But you had to pass the drug test, So, yeah, he got me in the Army as just an infantryman. Not what I wanted. And I see why, though. He was like, I'm tired of dealing with this guy. There aren't Ranger options or airborne options for you, bud. You're going to, I think I was Fort Drum was going to be my first assignment initially.
What were you trying to go in as?
I wanted to do the Ranger thing. I didn't really know anything about it. There wasn't anybody in my high school that I knew of that was going into the military. I mean, most kids were going to Ohio State, OU, or Ohio University, Miami of Ohio, stuff like that. But I heard that it was hard. You know, I grew up playing with GI Joes and heard about tunnel rats and watched Platoon. I think that was out whenever that came out. You know, I just want to do something hard, or that was, you know, what you perceived as like, you know, badass. You know, but yeah, so that's what I wanted to do. But you know, I wouldn't get to that point until, you know, I went through basic training and had opportunities.
So you go in the military, infantry, you go to basic training. What was that like?
Yeah, so it was interesting. So I was a little bit older. You know, I'm coming in 22, I think, and you know, I'm in there with 18-year-olds, and at 22 to 18, there's a big difference. You know, high schoolers versus some guy that's already moved to Hawaii, already came back, or moved somewhere, been on his own.
You got some life experience.
Yeah, a little bit of life experience. So honestly, basic training was easy. You know, I mean, not to say it wasn't. There weren't times when it was kind of miserable, but you know, I was kind of the older guy. There were a couple people that were older, but man, you're teaching private or the other privates how to iron clothes, and I helped a couple different guys out that were, you know, overweight, you know, get underweight, you know, pass PT test, tape test, whatever it was. So yeah, basic training. I mean, that's when I realized, like, oh man, the Army's easy initially. Right place, right time, right uniform. Hustle. If you just do that, nobody's going to give you a hard time, because how can they? You're doing the right thing. Yeah. So yeah, basic training was kind of a breeze. And it was, you know, that period of time where you're like, okay, all you have to do is be better than most of the people and opportunities will come up. You know, you'd see a graduating class, you know, the class before you or whatever, and you'd see the airborne recruiter show up, you know, and you know, you talk to the drill sergeants, they're like, oh yeah, if you do well, score high on your PT test, you know, you'll have that opportunity to go to airborne school. So I knew as long as I did well and scored, you know, whatever it was, probably a 300, you know, 280, I think was my first like official, you know, end of basic training PT test. I'd get an opportunity to go do something else. So that's kind of how the process started. You know, like I said, I didn't come in with any contract other than being an infantryman, but I quickly realized, I'm sure you would say the same thing. Doesn't matter the MOS, is you're either one of them or you're not. And I wasn't. You know, I realized in there, like, hey, nothing wrong with any of these folks in here, but I'm a little bit capable of a little bit more than most of them. You know, so that's kind of what led me to. And, you know, I guess my suspicion was right. I mean, at the time, nobody, I didn't read books on what Rangers were doing. I didn't really know what a Ranger was.
There wasn't tons of information. Because I look back, I'm a little bit older than you, not much, but like, I don't remember. Like, I grew up reading the Vietnam books on the tunnel rats and a little bit about like the SEALs. But yeah, man, there wasn't even movies back then, I don't think. I think the only like real war movie was like Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen, and
yeah, you had Chuck Norris out there doing his thing,
Rambo,
Jean-Claude Van Damme, and all. Yeah.
There wasn't a lot out there, man.
No, I mean, and that's kind of what I think about is what drove me to doing that. Is those guys were doing cool stuff, even though they were just actors. Yeah. And the movie was called Delta Force. I didn't know what Delta Force was, or whatever, or Delta, or whatever it was called. But they were doing cool stuff, riding dirt bikes and had MP5s, and, you know, and I was just like, oh, that looks cool.
Dudes got beards.
Yeah, dudes have beards. I mean, I still can't grow a beard to this day. You know, I'll tell you a funny story about that later. But yeah. So, I mean, I just want to do something different.
So you graduate infantry, and then what happened? Like,
yeah, they were looking for volunteers. They said, hey, you're able to volunteer.
To go to airborne or to go to Ranger?
To go to airborne.
Okay.
Yeah, one step at a time, you know. Yeah. So we were at airborne, and airborne's another thing, you know. There was one mishap. I think it was like jump 3 or something. I landed on a rock and bruised my hip. You know, had a bruise from basically my hip to my knee, and I'm limping off the DZ and drop zone. And you know, what do they call them? Sergeant Airborne, I think is what it was called. You know, they're like, hey, Airborne, what's wrong with you? And you know, I'm limping pretty good, and I didn't want to get kicked out. You know, so that was really the only, you know, kind of blip in the radar at that time, was that one injury. But it didn't stop me from doing things. It was just that one, like, you know, yeah, don't get me wrong, man. It was scary. Jumping out of planes, it was the first ones. It was scary.
Yes.
You know, anybody that says it's not is either a badass or they're lying.
Are a liar.
Yeah, just like folks that talk about tattoos. Some people say they don't hurt. Hey, they hurt.
Yeah.
I don't like them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was airborne. I mean, it was just going through the motion. Right place, right time, right uniform. Same thing.
And you're jumping like what, 1,000 feet with like,
I think they were doing
pounds?
1250. Yeah, and I don't even remember. I think you do what, three, 4 day jumps, and then you do a night jump or something like that. I don't really have a vivid memory of a lot of that training stuff because it was just going through the motions, you know. What I wanted was, and again, I didn't know what Ranger was. I mean, you read about it a little bit, and I thought a tab was a Ranger. Well, we all know now, especially now after GWAT and all that, like that's a course. Yeah. That's a school. That's an identifier. You know, that has nothing to do with whether you're an actual Ranger or not. But yeah, I just waited for those guys to come. I just wanted to get that opportunity.
So did you run into those guys at Ranger or at airborne school?
Yep, they were recruiting, actively recruiting, and you know, this was 2004. I enlisted, got to basic training August 2004. So the first couple deployments to Afghanistan, or to Iraq rather, had already, they were underway. And then, there were a few things going on in Afghanistan. So
were they talking about that in basic training? Like the war's kind of starting to kick up. I don't think it was full force then.
It wasn't full force yet. And I mean, everybody knew at that point, like, if you're in the infantry, you're probably going somewhere eventually. But I mean, that's why essentially a lot of people joined. I want to go to war. I want to support my country. I want to defend my country. So yeah, it was on the radar that like you're gonna go, but nobody knew what that meant. Go do what? I don't know. Yeah. Go somewhere, do something.
Plus basic training and AIT, you're learning stuff, but it's like you're drinking water through a fire hose.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
It's sleep depth. You gotta, somebody's yelling at you, telling you where to be all the time. You're getting smoke. Like, I barely remember going to AIT.
Right? Yeah. I mean, and I think most people would agree, like, basic training. I mean, some people have vivid memories. Oh, this drill instructor. I do remember one, Hurricane Harris. He was that guy that would, say a Cat 5 rolled through the barracks, when we were out doing whatever, and we'd come in there, and it was because our things weren't so standard. Yeah. He found too many deficiencies.
Category 5 Hurricane for all you non-military.
Yeah.
That's where the drill sergeant comes through and rips your entire barracks apart, and you got to clean everything.
Everything. Beds knocked over. I mean, he said he was a funny dude, man. I actually, like, I looked up to him because he was just so honest. He was fit. He could DNC, drill and ceremony, marching, like nobody, like nothing I'd ever seen. And
those dudes can sing.
Yeah, he could sing cadence, and yeah, just a squared away individual. And when that one day he was like, "Hey, what do they call you, privates?" Yeah. Hey, privates, I just want to let you know it was a Hurricane Harris had just came through the AO, area operation or whatever. He's like, and it was a Cat 5. And we didn't. I'm from Ohio, man. There's no hurricanes in Ohio. We had some Cat 5 tornadoes, or EF or whatever they are. But yeah, and we went upstairs and it was like, and it's not like you get time, It's hey. Get this stuff cleaned up.
Our AIT, I mean, I initially went in as military police, and our AIT, we're supposed to be learning all this patrol stuff. I didn't remember. I got to my first base, man. I didn't know how to do none of that. I remember, and I was an MP, but I got assigned to a division unit, and so we weren't even doing the patrol shit. You might do the patrol stuff like 1 month out of the year.
Yeah.
So we'd be driving around, I'm like an E3 and I got another dude, and we'd pull some drunk sergeant major over. We don't even remember how to do the field sobriety test. Plus we don't remember how to do the paperwork. I'd be driving that dude home, or driving him, if it was a lower enlisted dude, we'd be driving him to his barracks. Cause I'm like, I don't remember how to do none of that, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I do remember from basic, and I'm sure a lot of folks that enlisted in the early 2000s or even prior to that, the way NCOs, the way a non-commissioned officer worked then is so different from what it works now, or the way it works now is like, getting smoked. I mean, you see people flagging their weapon or something. Hey, it was nothing for a drill instructor to kick a dude upside the head.
Oh yeah.
Jerk a dude out of a foxhole and tighten him up real quick. Like getting smoked it wasn't that big in basic training and all that, it wasn't, but in Ranger Battalion, you want to do the right thing. Because if you were getting smoked, it was bad.
I came in 96, man. I had a drill sergeant. He'd been in Somalia. He was a 10th Mountain dude that helped bail the Rangers and the CAD guys out. That dude was sawed off, man. He threw a podium at us. Dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was no filter, and there was, and honestly, like, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
You know, there's certain things with hazing I don't agree with, but when it comes to discipline, you know, it's pain and repetition.
We're definitely going to talk about that, like, you know, as you go into the Ranger Battalion, and especially on deployments, why that stuff matters.
Yeah, it matters for sure.
So you ended up getting recruited out of airborne school?
Yeah. So the dudes came and you know, I don't remember really how it went, whether I raised my hand or went into a line or did whatever. And, you know, you had dudes there with the tambourines, and they had just transitioned, whatever, a year or two, maybe 2 or 3 years, whatever it was, from the black beret over to the tambourine. But I thought that looked sharp, man. It set them apart. And these dudes came in, and, you know, you can tell right off the bat when these dudes showed up, they're different. Even the drill instructors, even the airborne personnel, you know, they kind of stand off to the side a little bit, because you could just tell, like, these dudes they're cut from a different cloth. They're built different. The way they speak is different. It was crazy, man. It was just like, you know, of course, like everybody, I was nervous, but I almost said smart. I was lucky, is what it is. So they came, you know, do whatever. We went on mid-cycle break right after airborne. So we go home, you know, you get all fat and drink beer and all that for Thanksgiving or whatever, you know, you get out of shape real fast. And then we came back, and we show up back to airborne, because that's where you have to report to. And the cadre shows up for RIP, Ranger Indoctrination Program. And they bring the bus up. You know, you think you're about to just load your bags on the bus. Nah. No, you ain't. No, you ain't riding the bus. You're following the bus. You know, so all them dudes that had, you know, all their civvy clothes, civilian clothes, all those dudes that had whatever they had in all those damn duffel bags, they either didn't make it, or they were hurting bad, or they just left bags behind. You know, I'm sure somebody came behind and picked them up.
So you had to run all the way?
You run all the way. I mean, airborne shuffle, more or less, you know. But yeah, you're following the bus. You ain't riding it. And that was right there, right off the bat. And, you know, they have quotas. You know, all the guys that came, they could only accept or select, or whatever it was, X number. Each battalion, 3 battalions, each battalion only needed X amount of guys at that time. And there was another cycle coming through. You know, so unbeknownst to me, they needed a lot of people to quit that day. But that's kind of the foundation, you know, for when you talk about regiment or Rangers or the battalions, that's where it hit me right there. That day, that evening, where we were just getting smoked. They needed people to quit. They were going to keep smoking us until X amount of people quit. I don't know what that number was. I don't remember how many dudes, you know, made it through. I don't really remember that. I just remember it being miserable. And I remember them encouraging folks. Hey, hey, you want to go out there and hit, what was that, Victory Drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go hit Victory Drive? You can go to the, you know, the country buffet, the strip club. You can go do whatever you do. You just go in, take a hot shower. All you got to do is drop that bag and walk inside. Dudes were just dumping those duffel bags. And when I saw that, I was like, well, I'm not doing that. They want you to do that.
Tell me about that mindset, dude, because you have one of the most impeccable mindsets of just to keep going.
I think that's where it started, you know? I mean, yeah, you can talk about like growing up and having to take care of my brother and sister, but it's not like, you know, going back on my mom, it's not like she was never there. You know, she made breakfast, did her thing, you know, so I didn't really develop that until really understanding, you know, the right place, right time, right uniform. You'll probably hear me say it a lot, but it's like, how can you have a hard time with anything if you only have 3 things to do? You know, so and then as you transition into, you know, somebody getting smoked, for instance, nobody can do 1,000 flutter kicks. They just don't want to see you quit. You know, so you're smoked, your legs drop, you know, you drop your rucksack, you drop your D bag or whatever it is, duffel bag, pick it back up. Pick it back up. They know you can't do, you know, 75 overhead squats with your ruck. It's not possible. I mean, some people might be able to do it, but they want to see you trying, pick it up, just not quitting. And that's really where it started right there. It's like, man, because I'm looking around and there's other dudes, you know, you have the quitters. And where do the quitters go? I don't know. They went to some airborne unit because they're airborne qualified, but they were gone. They were quitters. That was different. You know, I didn't want to be a quitter. I'd rather get hurt, get injured, or have somebody tell me I wasn't going to cut the mustard over me saying I couldn't do it, you know, quitting. So yeah, the motivation came from a lot of those guys, some of whom I kind of remember, most of whom I don't, you know, that they weren't quitting. And if they weren't quitting, I wasn't quitting. So yeah, I think that's kind of the foundation of the mentality of like, you got to keep going. You got to have the discipline. You know, they're telling you to do something. You have to try.
Yeah.
Giving it something.
How was RIP after, you know, getting through that first day?
I mean, it wasn't fun.
Was it a lot different? I mean, you had gone through basic training and
it
wasn't super hard.
Way different. Again, man, I'm looking at these guys and these are Rangers from Regiment, not a tabbed dude, you know, like I thought. These dudes, I mean, there was a guy named Johnson. We're rucking, and he's one of the cadre. This dude's smoking a cigarette, but he's built like Stallone or like Schwarzenegger, you know. I'm like, and he's got, you know, everybody thought his ruck was light. This dude had 2 plates in there. He got 90 pounds in his ruck and he's smoking a cigarette. Not that I look up to folks that are smoking cigarettes, but like these dudes were just different, you know? So yeah, the Ranger Indoctrination program, it was terrible. Yeah. I mean, that's all there is to it. Hit the wood line, rip, and you gotta, sometimes you're crawling, sometimes you're running, and you'd hit the wood line, I don't know, it seemed like 100 times. And then, you know, I didn't know about military training or the cold or whatever. And they'll give you cues, but they don't tell you. You know, nobody was like, you have to put your boots in your sleeping bag to keep them from freezing. It was just probably one guy that said, hey, recommendation, put your boots in your sleeping bag. You know, so those guys that didn't wake up, me included, well, man, it's Georgia in January. I mean, my boots were frozen. So you got to put on frozen boots. I mean, it was just all these things that were just uncomfortable, unfamiliar, you know, intense, you know. And again, it was, you know, if you could make it to the wood line and back and you were in the top 3, top 4, 5, 10, whatever it was, you didn't have to run the next iteration. So to me, that was motivation. If I can beat most of these dudes, I don't have to run the next one. How do you get tired? How do you get smoked? Running every one. And I didn't want to fall towards the back because at that point I'm like, hey, they're watching everybody. I don't know how many more people they want to cut. So yeah, it was, that was it, man. That was it. Seeing dudes from, and I didn't even really know what the battalion, what the structure was in the regiment, but just seeing those guys and their professionalism and, you know, just the chiseled chins and dudes you wouldn't want to scrap with, you know, that's what started it.
How long were you at RIP? That's like what, 4-6 weeks?
I think it was 4 weeks, 4 weeks. Yeah. And, you know, you go through that and, you know, they weed some people out and there's certain assessments and stuff, but it's a lot different now. Now they do RASP. And I'm not super familiar with what all goes on there, but it's more training based. Like it's more of an evaluation. Back then it was just, let's see if these folks are, you know, able to survive the suck.
Yeah. So what happened after that? How did you guys end up?
Yeah. So they divvy it up, you know, you get done with RIP and you know, PT test, I think, and whatever else. Somehow I was in the front of the group, not the front, but I was amongst the folks in the front, and you got to pick what battalion you wanted to go to. And for me, it's like, you know, you have headquarters in Georgia and well, you have 2 battalions on the East Coast in Georgia. And then you have one that's way out there, Washington State. Man, I'm from Ohio. I don't know anything about the Pacific Northwest. Never been, you know, I had been to Hawaii, but I hadn't been anywhere west of the Mississippi growing up. So I didn't know about mountains or anything, but I was like, let me get as far away from where I'm from as possible. So I picked 275 in at the time, Fort Lewis.
What was that like getting there?
It was different, man. I mean, I remember, you know, getting a reception battalion and, you know, it's dark out and it was just one of those rare days in the Pacific Northwest in the morning where, it was actually fairly clear. And I remember walking around the corner of this, barracks or building or whatever it was, following somebody for reception. And I come around the corner, I see Mount Rainier. And I'm like, whoever it was like, hey man, come on. What are you doing? Hey, private, whatever. And I'm like, I'm just looking at this mountain. Like, what is that? And that's why I was like, that was initially when I was like, this place is cool. Like there's this mountain that sticks like it's the skyline. Yeah. So it was, but that was an easy process. The whole MEPS thing, whoever the NCOIC was that came down from 275, man, he was cool. He knew what was coming, but they were professional. He wasn't trying to talk down to you or anything like that. He's like, hey, this is what you need. This is what you have to have. This is what paperwork we're doing. This is what we're doing. And he streamlined the process, made it super easy for the, 16 maybe guys, I think, something like that. And then we went over to battalion and they told you what company you were going to.
How was that?
I mean, that's when it all started, man. A new private in Ranger Battalion. I mean, it's sink or swim, really, and you're showing up and there's dudes that have already been on deployments. You have some senior dudes there that were there pre-GWAT. So, they were just doing all the training stuff. So they were squared away and they had a chip on their shoulder. And for all those dudes out there that were in Ranger Battalion, they know the deal. But once you go to Ranger School, you're now a tabbed Spec 4. So a tabbed Ranger tab private, but E4 private. But you're a tab Spec 4. So, it's that tab Spec 4 mafia. But once you get your tab, now you're above all the other people that don't have tabs. And you have the ability to call tab check. So as a private, again, before formation every morning, tab check. I mean, you wouldn't even have come out of the double doors to get out in formation. Tab check. You'd be doing push-ups on the stairs, climbing the ropes, going over to steal the guide on from CCO or BCO or something. So it was wild, man. And that wasn't hazing to me. That was discipline. I wanted to get that tab, so I didn't have to do the dumb stuff, But it wasn't really dumb. In reality, it was climbing ropes. I mean, everything we did was beneficial. How can doing push-ups be bad? It's not. Some of the stuff was maybe a little bit of hazing, but again, man, in battalion, I had a good platoon sergeant starting out. I had good leadership. Most of the guys were unfortunately getting out. But it was just having that initial team leader or squad leader like, hey, man, it's like basic training.
Did you go to ACO?
Yep. I went to Alpha Company, 3rd Platoon. It was 3rd floor of the building. These old barracks that you could actually climb out out of the window on the 3rd floor and like kind of walk like a little plank, if you will, and go to different people's rooms. So yeah, it was wild. ACO had all the companies had a bar. And this is way before I understood what the Army, I thought this was normal. I didn't realize that the regular infantry companies, they didn't have any of that. And we were behind a fence, and we'll talk about that later, but that's all I knew, and it was hustle, be the best. You want to be the best because I knew, one, that I wouldn't get messed with as long as I was doing the right thing and hustling. And two, there was a chance. I didn't really know all that much about it, but if I'm better than that private over there, there's a better chance I'm going to go on a mission before he will, and as we transition into deployments and all that, that's actually kind of what happened. But yeah, just keep that hustle alive and kind of get your wit about the place and figure out what it's like to be in Ranger Battalion. And, you quickly realize who the legends are. There's some legends, man. We just had our 50th, and seeing some of those guys that I looked up to as a private, some of the guys that went on to do, CAG, Delta, or some of the other agencies, like those guys are legends, man. Everybody knows who they are. Because at the end of the day, it's very much like, some of the organizations you were in. It's like I still run into guys that know other people that I know, or in reality, it's a small community, So, and I see a lot of these guys now on podcasts, especially a lot of the CAG guys. There's 3, 4 of them where I don't necessarily know them like they would know me, but I remember them being on a deployment, and I remember that deployment and they were there. And I'm looking up to these guys because hands down, we'll make one thing clear, at least in my humble opinion, that those guys are the best, period. Most professional, all of them smart, well-rounded, well-spoken, able to do everything better than me. Not, I don't try not to compare myself to other people, but they were that impressive. Their training was that much better than everybody else's.
You talking about the guys in the tier 1 units?
Yeah. Specifically the Delta guys.
Yeah.
As we talk or go in depth or talk a little bit more about deployments and SIF teams and SEALs and all that type of stuff, we could talk about that, but yeah, that was,
awesome. Yeah. You talk about just legends, man. And I know we'll probably hit it later on. But just, the level of professionalism, from some of those guys is just crazy to watch. So you get to ACO, you're settling into the platoon. What's going on? I mean, GWAT's kicking off. And so what's,
it's at that point, really it's, what I would consider in full swing, but nobody really knew what that meant. You have at the time, a battalion, usually most everybody is going, we're on a rotating cycle with the other 2 battalions. So yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, I show up and I'm a brand new private. I'm what at that point, like E2. You jump right into the training cycle. It's not like there's some train up or whatever. It's, hey, again, it's sink or swim. Here you are. Can you do it or not? So I jump into the training cycle. We didn't do the airfield seizure stuff, which is MLAT. Not that I remember anyways. I remember the first training event I vividly remember is we have a big mount facility out there, military urban operation or urban, village that's built. And I remember being there, man, I mean, your boy got night vision on, some old 7 Deltas, so it's got the 2 eye, but 1 tube. And I'm op 4 for the first night. And then the second night I'm participating in the raids we're doing. Man, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even know how to walk in night vision goggles. Like, I literally showed up in January February, like beginning of February. And dude, we deployed in April. So yeah, I'm going through the tail end of this training cycle, and I'm stumbling and fumbling in the woods and tripping over stuff in these buildings, and I mean it's crazy because it's so far out of my league of even comprehension that it, I'm watching these other guys and the way they move, and I'm like, how are they doing that? How can these guys? Well, I can't. There's no depth perception. I was struggling. It was hard, man. Because again, you just get thrown right in. It wasn't like there was a train up to the train up. It was just, hey, here you go. Here's what we're doing. Here's your equipment.
Are they messing with you real bad when you mess up?
Some guys, yeah. But again, man, it was that mindset, and it's not, to say that I didn't get smoked, but I really didn't get messed with that often because I was doing what they asked me to do. When it came to picking up brass on the range, I remember the platoon sergeant, I heard him. I don't think he meant it was intended for me to hear the comment. But he's like, hey, I like that guy right there. Because I was out there hustling, picking up brass as fast as I could. I had my hat off and I'm just filling my hat, coming back and unloading the ammo in the ammo bin or whatever. But to me, it was like, hey, because there were some other guys that were leading by example. And I saw what they were doing. And I saw the way they were treated. And then I saw the turds over on the other side. They were slow moving and BSing and all that. And I was like, well, I don't want to be one of those dudes. So I didn't, I feel very fortunate that I had the right people in place when I first got in the military that, they kept it simple. Just do what they're asking you to do. Give it everything you got. As long as you're doing that, you're good.
That's such a life lesson too. I mean, apply that to anything, whether it's your job, being a dad, being a husband, like, I feel like, if you're trying the best you can and giving it your all, people see that.
People see it. Yeah. And nobody's perfect. I think that's the biggest thing, especially now. It's like, I can go back and reevaluate all the things I did or didn't do or failed to do or whatever, but it's for what? That's the biggest thing now. Is like, man, all that doesn't matter. Yesterday doesn't matter. What matters is tomorrow. That old saying is like, I'll be better tomorrow than I was today. I mean, that's what matters. Reflect for sure. Yeah. I still reflect on things in Ranger Battalion that really doesn't even really apply to my life right now, but I still reflect on it because that's how, one, you can kind of check yourself, but two, how you can continue to, reflect on where you've been, but continue to grow. I remember when I was doing that, I'm in a similar situation. It's not the same, but the same kind of rules apply. Hey, how do I get better at this? How do I keep my head down? How do I ask for help, or, do whatever it takes to make sure you're the best at what you're doing? You may not ever be better. I'll probably never be better than anybody at anything, but I'll try. I'll give it, everything I have.
Yeah.
So, and that's the mentality of a lot of those most of the dudes over there. Again, man, by and large, I show up to this battalion, you got Golden Glove boxers, doctors, NFL football players, the Tillmans were there. I don't know a huge, a lot about that, because Pat Tillman had already passed the deployment before I got there. I did deploy with his brother, who was attached to our platoon. But you just had these giants there, man. Dudes that are, you could easily ask them, like, why are you here? You were a doctor. You were a football player. You were this. It was bigger than that. They wanted to serve their country, and they wanted to serve it in a capacity of something a little more special than the infantry. Because I'm not throwing shade on the infantry guys, man, because in reality, it was more dangerous being an infantryman than it was being in special operations. Truth be told, in my opinion. I mean, any given night, man, we got, I don't know how many assets are flying above head. We got JTACs with us. We have all the latest and greatest equipment. I think about the Marines in Fallujah in 2006? Them dudes were going door to door, and they were still carrying M16s. Oh. They didn't have night vision. They didn't have, I don't know, not all of them, but most of them didn't have anything. And they had a lot of casualties. So yeah, just looking at those guys, man, it specifically 275, because that's where I was, and seeing the first sergeants and just like seeing the way they shoot, seeing the way they train, seeing how methodical they are. You don't realize how important it was to do, 7,000 ready ups on a Tuesday out behind the building with a little X on the wall, ready up, man. You're out there as a private, man, like, then your arms start getting tired, or you have the saw, or you have the 203 or whatever. And it's like, you're doing that repetition because it's muscle memory, because you're going to apply that down the road, whether you know it or not. At the time, you're a private, you're like, man, this is a waste of time. It's not, so yeah.
So you're there for a couple months, and then you're out the door.
Mosul, man. First deployment was Mosul.
What year is this?
2005. Ooh. Yep. April, I think, 2005. So yeah, not even a year after I've been in the military, or in the army, months after I got to battalion. And it was crazy. So we get to deployment. Again, you don't speak to your squad leaders. Your team leader directs you and tells you what to do. And you might have a little bit of a relationship with him, for sure. Like they're it's their job to know you as a person, and coach, mentor, train, guide, whatever. But you don't know what's going on as a private. You just, there's a mission. Here we go. Go to the ready room, get your stuff. But this is where it was like, it was like a movie, man, in a way. I show up, and like first couple days we're doing fast rope training, helicopter training.
This is in Iraq?
Yeah, on little birds. I'm like, yo, this is some shit like I saw in the movies. I'm here. and I didn't know the impact that was going to have until we started flying around on these little birds, and we're only flying around the base. It's a familiarization, what it's like to sit on the skids, lock in, it's nothing fancy. But everybody on that base, what was it, Merez? Mm-hmm. Nobody on that base was doing that. It was only us. So we're flying over the chews, or, huts, or the living quarters for all the rest of the folks. We're on our own little compound,
Connex boxes.
Yeah, Connex boxes. Yeah. Some may have AC, some may not. Yeah. And if they don't, man. But and we're flying around, and there's people, with towels, like, soldiers, they see us, and they're like, yo, look at those guys. And so I'm seeing them and their reaction to us, and I'm like, oh, I think I made it. I think now I don't know what I am, but I'm not them. And again, man, I'm not throwing shade on, hey, teach their own. My experience in that first deployment, where all of a sudden I'm a private. And again, man, I'm fairly squared away. My platoon sergeant was awesome. And there were some leadership characteristics that I could take away. I guess we'll talk about that I learned from him. The importance of information, dissemination of information, you know, to the lowest man. So you don't think you're the one getting screwed or shafted all the time. You know, if the boss knows that I'm sucking, we're good. I'll keep doing it, you know? But yeah, it was that first deployment, man. We're fast roping out of 60s or Blackhawks. We're flying around on little birds and we're using them. I'm a private, and thank goodness I was squared away, and I had a good team leader and squad leader. Like, because I was squared away, man, I was getting picked to go on missions over some of the privates that were more senior to me.
Were you guys there as a company or just your platoon?
No, just platoon. Yeah.
Were you guys up there supporting the task force?
Yep. Part of the task force.
So you guys were there. It was you guys.
And on that first deployment, I don't know, you know, I don't know who was. It wasn't SEALs. I'm sure it was the Delta guys, but you know, I was so far removed from any type of like leadership position that it's not like I was going to meetings and, you know, got to interact with these dudes. Usually it was like, hey, we're essentially support, right? That's what we did. You know, because those tier 1 units don't have the manning that we have, we support. They hit the target, we set up the security, you know. And as regiment evolved, you know, it went from like us fully supporting them, you know, 90% of the time to where we could do our own stuff. You know, the evolution of Ranger Regiment is crazy. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. Dudes are still, you know, we're still prepared to seize an airfield, but that's not all we're capable of.
Yeah, they really became. I mean, I think at the height when you and I were there in Mosul in 08, 09, I mean, you guys were
tip of the spear.
It was a DA unit.
Yeah. I mean, and don't get me, definitely a direct action unit. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, you still have privates. So you're never going to be that tier 1. Like, it's just not possible. You're going to get a new dude and you have to start over with his training. You know, again, man, those guys in those tier 1 units, I mean, they are the best.
Yeah, that movie Black Hawk Down, I always laugh because it's definitely like the relationship between like the unit and the Rangers. Like, that's exactly what I saw as well. You know, like that movie hit that culture, you know, right on the head.
Yeah. Because I mean, you see those guys again, and you know, we still have standards. Like, we're on deployment. I mean, you're doing detainee guard. The first deployment, we had to man a firing point. So it was like firing point 10, I think is what it was. And we had to go sit in this, you know, elevated tower and watch out over this field and basically watch the Iraqis, you know, farm. But we're watching for like any type of nefarious activity or whatever. So we're doing detainee guard missions, trying to eat, trying to go to the gym, and we're still getting haircuts, and we're still, you know, maintaining a standard. Meanwhile, these other guys, you know, again, I didn't really know who they were.
But they're in shorts, flip-flops.
Man, they're in shorts, flip-flops. They got, you know, beards. You know, dudes are all tatted up, all jacked, and, you know, they're just going on about their business. Most of them had pistols, you know, and like we didn't have pistols. And we had the M9, the weapons squad had M9s, you know, nothing that anybody wanted to carry. That little heavy-ass Beretta. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's accurate.
Yeah.
But, I mean, where that safety switch is and all that, yeah. So, I mean, I'm just looking at these guys, and I'm like, I don't know what they're doing or how they got to where they're at, but that's cool. You know, but again, that deployment was overwhelming in a sense of like, you know, I go out on that first mission. The first mission was a vehicle, so GAF ground, and we're in Humvees, and these things aren't up armored, you know, like you saw later on in deployments or in the mid to late 2000s. I was in the back, you know, with another private, man. And you know, I understood lasers and, you know, we had been to the range a number of times, but this is my first time hitting the streets of Mosul at night under NODs. And now I don't have the 7 Deltas anymore. Thank God. I had, I think PVS 14s, a single monocular. And it was just what you would expect. I don't care how tough you are, how tough you think you are. I wasn't that guy. I was a man. I mean, you know,
yeah.
Buildings come around, man, that laser's going everywhere, and people, hey man, quit shining your laser, man. Like, I get it, you're not doing the wrong thing, but like, there's no need to have your laser on like that. You know, I thought people were gonna be popping out of every window, every building we were driving by, man. I didn't know what to expect. And some of the more seasoned guys, you know, they're just chilling. riding along like we're riding down, South Tacoma Way, or what, like down the main street in Texas. Like it was crazy, man. It was intense. I'm sitting in the back of this truck as a 22, 23-year-old, that's only been in the Army less than a year, and I'm with these dudes, and I'm in the back of a truck, man. It was. I'll never forget that, man.
Was that that first deployment? Were you guys kinetic?
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, we did a lot of stuff. We were doing halves, gaffs, so helicopter, vehicle, primarily. We would do some offset infills, but I don't know. Aside from that, like, again, I was a private, man. You do, hey, blocking position. You're gonna hit this. You're gonna do this, like, or I don't know, like, in the big picture or grand scheme of things, like, I don't know a lot about that deployment. I knew we were chasing Abu somebody, Abu, Mohammed, you know what I mean? Like
yeah. And you're brand new. So you're not in like the intel briefings, the target briefings,
nothing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, your team leader had a pager. You stuck with your team leader, Jim, Chow Hall, all that. And when his pager went off, everybody's going back. And he would, it was team leader and above would get, we all had the team leader and above had playmakers. Like you used to see NFL quarterbacks back in the day, they flip up and they're looking at their plays. Well, for us, you flip it up and you got, description, picture of whoever the target was, a little bit of information. And then you have target buildings. You had a micro and a macro. So a zoomed out version and a zoomed in version. And all the buildings were labeled. That way, team leader, squad leader, primarily squad leader and above would be able to call out, hey, we're at building 14. We're at building 15 Bravo. We're at whatever, But yeah, it was pager goes off. You go back to the ready room, you throw on your kit, and you're on a helicopter in the back of a truck within, minutes, and you're rolling out the gate. Again, yeah, all that other stuff when it comes to like intel and I didn't even know I don't even know if we had a JTAC attached to us at that point. I think it was before. I don't know.
You're just like new, trying to act like you've been there.
Yeah. I'm just trying to fit in and trying to do the right thing and try not to get fired. Because the interesting thing with that deployment, and this is where I knew things were real, is when they talk about Ranger Battalion and they can release you for standards like that. Snap of a finger, you gone. So we had a PL. And again, I don't know even rank structure. I only learned this in basic training. But we have this PL.
So platoon leader.
Platoon leader, yeah, he's the officer in charge of the platoon, and then we have a senior E7 platoon sergeant, and this dude's crusty. He's squared away. Everybody knows him. He's been there a long time, and he AD'd second day on the ground because we carry our guns everywhere. It's a lot different. Depends on the installation or not the installation. Depends on the base. But a lot of Army folks, like, they put their guns in a wall locker or arms room or whatever, and they don't have guns. It depends on where you go, but like we always had our guns and we always had ammo. And yeah, man, that lieutenant, he ADs, he was gone the next day. The next day. I mean, as soon as he AD'd, he started packing his shit, man.
He already knew.
He knew you're gone, dude. That's especially in ND, I think is what we were calling it back then. Negligent discharge. He was gone, man. That was it. His Ranger career was that short, and they don't care, because that's a standard. Like, you can't D, man. You can't AD. Like, that's unacceptable. So yeah, I saw that, and I saw the power of a platoon sergeant. We got a new new lieutenant. This dude was great, and I met up with him later in life. He was a battalion commander. I think it was 117 over at Fort Lewis JBLM. His name was Donald Neal. I don't know if name dropping is acceptable, but he was a good dude.
Absolutely.
That I looked up to, and hearing his voice, 15 years later when I'm working on base was crazy, man. This guy he was a leader. There's a difference between leaders and bosses. You know what I mean? That's what I've learned in all this is, like, if you're a leader, you care, you're involved, you ask what's going on, you set the example. If you're a boss, you're just dictating and mandating what people do. And you're not necessarily leading by example. You're just a dick. And I don't like that.
Me neither, bro.
Yeah. So yeah, this dude shows up, and I remember the platoon sergeant at the time. And again, I think, for the respect of a lot of those folks, it's like no need to say their names because I don't keep in contact with them, and so I'll just keep it at platoon sergeant.
Yeah.
But he pulls that guy in, Lieutenant Neal, and we hear him chewing his ass, and basically it's like you're gonna follow me and you do what I say. But that's how the platoon sergeant was mentoring and coaching the lieutenant, because the lieutenant at the end, man, he didn't know anything either.
Well, and a lot of people don't realize too, man, lieutenants are coming straight out of college. They're like, what, 22, man? For the most part, unless they're a Mustang.
He didn't know.
And your platoon sergeant, man, most dudes got at least 10 years in the military.
Yeah.
And so it's like the platoon leader is kind of supposed to be in charge, but in a good, especially in an infantry unit, it's like,
It was basically he was the relay man for the platoon sergeant. Hey, tell him this. He relay that up, or he'd tell the RTO. You know what I mean? The radio guy. He'd tell the RTO what to say. Again, it goes back on leadership and how important and impactful it was. Probably, I never talked to. He's probably a full bird by now. I don't know what his rank is, but I never asked him about any of that. We didn't. It's not like I went over to his house or anything. But I would imagine that if I asked him about that experience, that was somewhat impactful in his career, because that platoon sergeant was teaching him. Hey, follow me. Don't do anything crazy, and just remember, like you might be in charge, but you ain't in charge.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that's just unreal about the U.S. military that a lot of other countries don't have. The non-commissioned officer. I don't know that rank structure exists in a lot of militaries. But yeah, that whole, especially you start getting E6, E7, E8. That whole role between NCOs and officers, it's so crucial. And it's, NCOs,
it's the backbone of the Army, man.
100%.
I mean, still doing not the thing, still working for the Army. I understand things far better now than I ever did when I was in, but there's a crucial role for the officers, or critical role. And their critical role is far different from the role or critical role of an infantry or of an enlisted person. Now, we won't talk about pay discrepancies and all that, and how I think it's a little, unfair for a second lieutenant to be coming in and making as much as an E7. I mean, but that's not, that's above our control. But yeah, those NCOs, man, they're the ones that are making things happen.
Anything memorable from that first deployment?
I mean, the deployment, the whole thing. It's like, man, I made it here. I'm going on missions with these dudes. I'm flying on helicopters. I mean, it was a weird deployment because I thought that's what every deployment was going to be like. I thought we were flying around on little birds. And I'm here to tell you, I mean, some people may say different. It's not fun flying on little birds. It looks cool. It looks real cool. But when that's the only asset to pick you up from a target building and you got to fly 45, 50 minutes on skids, hanging on like this. I remember hanging on like this, my weapon slung, because I'm not in the front, I'm in the back side, and I'm holding on like this for dear life. Now I'm tethered in, but I don't know if that thing's a little, I don't know if it'll hold. I know it's designed to hold, but I'm holding on with my arm. I get off that plane and I'm flexing like this for like 10 minutes because my arm's locked up.
Yeah, you're getting smoked by the wind.
Smoked by the wind, man. It looks cool, and if you're just lifting off and going 2-3K away to hit a target and fast roping in, cool, man. That's some cool guy stuff. But at the end of the day, man, you're really vulnerable on that helicopter, whether it be from the wind, whether it be from
birds,
anything. Yeah. So, but that was all, again, that was all like Mosul proper, and maybe the outskirts, so it was all city stuff, and it was all driving and helicopter. So that's what I thought it was.
Was that deployment as busy as, later on in Mosul? Because I don't think AQ hadn't moved that far up north yet. So there was leadership and, but I don't think it was as crazy as when you and I were there later on.
No, it wasn't as crazy. I mean, it's not like, we weren't getting in gunfights every night. When we were hitting targets, we were supporting the guys. They were, there were shots fired for sure, but it wasn't like, the Wild Wild West that it became in 2005, 2006, 2007. So yeah, man, we were busy. I didn't even know, I speak to guys now that are in battalion, and, they've heard about like our era, not us or not me, but our era of Rangers, where it's like, dude, we'd hit 3, 4, 5 targets a night. The only reason we didn't go out was because of weather, or pretty much weather. I mean, there was no reason. I mean, if they thought that there might be somebody bad in a location, they were sending us. I mean, you know, they call it a dry hole, meaning there's nothing there. And we hit a lot of dry holes, you know, a lot. And sometimes a lot of people argue that builds complacency because you continue to show up at a location where there's nothing going on. So after a while, like in your mind, you're like, this is probably going to be another one of those targets. There ain't going to be, you know, so I do think there's a little, you know, there is a such thing as too much. You know, you want to keep the guys sharp and ready, but you don't want to oversend them or employ them, because complacency is a real thing. People say you don't be complacent. Everybody gets complacent. If you hit dry hole after dry hole, come on, man.
We talk about that a lot in law enforcement, man. You know, I worked in a rougher part of town when I was a street cop, and it's like you do 50, 60 traffic stops, dude, in a couple days and nothing happens.
Yeah, exactly.
You can get real lazy, man. That's
lazy.
something I remember having a fight as a cop, and complacency kills. I mean,
complacency kills. That's exactly what
that's
it
the
is.
old adage. How did you fight that mentally?
You know, no, to be honest. I mean, I got complacent, essentially. But I don't think anybody's so complacent that, you know, you're not prepared. You might be a little underprepared, but what does that mean at that point in time in the war, those deployments? Like, man, we have all the technology and the capabilities. I mean, half the time folks didn't even know we were there or we were coming. So if that minor slip up probably wasn't going to cost you your life at that point in time. You know, now as we transition, you talk about IEDs. Now we've been in the country a long time, and, you know, Iranians start moving up, and we get, you know, all things changed. And I don't think we hit as many dry holes as we did maybe initially. But again, initially we didn't know what was going on. Regiment this was a new thing for everybody, for the Army, for the military. You know, so after every mission there was a after action review, AAR, where, hey, here's what we could have done better. And we were always training, you know? So, I guess my big takeaway from that deployment is like, you have to stay on top of your game, and everything's different every single time. You know, you can't game, something that you can't anticipate. You know, I'm going to go on this mission. Well, what does a mission mean? You might be walking, you might take this. You just have to be generally prepared.
Yeah.
You know, that's the best way to look at it. As long as I'm generally prepared, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Coming back off that deployment, I mean, now, man, you're in the regiment, you've got a deployment under your belt. You know, you're not necessarily the new guy. You've kind of, you've shown a little bit of who you are. What was that like?
I mean, it was impactful in multiple ways. I think this is where, you know, I first started to realize I first started being affected by the lack of support. And what I mean by that is you had two different classes in essentially, in my eyes, in battalion at the time. Is you had the merry guys who left every night, and then you had the guys that lived in the barracks. You know, we were kind of second class to when we were done with work, the merry guys, even if it was a private, they leave. They go home to see their wife. You know, so we're the ones that clean the bathrooms. We're the ones that, you know, buff the floors. We're the ones that get scuffed up or smoked if the floors weren't buffed. But coming back from that deployment and seeing how excited and happy some of those spouses were to see their man, their loved one, and how excited they were to see her was awesome. But I didn't have that. So that was the beginning of kind of like this kind of pain that came along with these deployments in the Army and being gone and training. It's like, you know, when you talk about those days, it's like you came back because what you were doing overseas was not sustainable. But it's not like you came back and you were chilling. That's when you went to schools. That's when you recert on weapons. That's where you get some jumps in. That's where, I mean, you're checking all the blocks to get you back over there again. You know, you're just going on a road. You're on a rotation, and your rotation back is just preparing you for the next rotation. You know, so how was it? I mean, it was cool. But it was just so weird because it's like, I'd been in the Army such a short period of time. Then I went on this deployment and all this crazy stuff's happening. And then you get back and I'm in Washington, you know, in between, you know, south of Tacoma. And you're just back out on the streets like a normal dude. but you're not normal. Right after that, I don't know this, you know, this thing, it took a while to like start understanding like what it meant or why you were getting mad about things or why you're, you know, feeling these emotions that didn't make sense or, you know, or why you're, you know, getting all disgruntled when you're driving or something. It's, you know, it started making sense later on in life, but at the time, man, why? Man, because you were just in a war 2 days ago. You were just on a deployment. You were looking for IEDs. You were looking for this. You were looking for that. You were doing all these things. And then the next day you're driving your car down I-5. And nobody knows what you just did. Nobody knows that you just came back. But you know, you wear that kind of emotion and obviously not everybody's affected the same way. My problems are not the same as the next guy. You know, and that's also something really important to I guess proclaim or whatever you want to call it, is like, this is me. You know, there's other guys that didn't experience the same thing or didn't have the same emotions or wasn't impacted the same way as I was, you know, but this is me. It was hard, man, that first deployment, but it got harder. That's the thing. What do you do when you get back? The bar's open, bro. We fly right into McCord. We download our stuff. We drive right back over to ACO 275 and the bar is open. Man, you're taking a bunch of dudes that just got off a deployment where all they're doing is lifting weights, drinking, you know, we were drinking a lot of Rippets back then, you know, them little guys.
Oh yeah.
I love that orange one.
Yeah.
But, you know, but we were, you know, everybody's stone cold sober. Everybody's performing at the top of their level. And the first thing we introduce when we get back, and obviously it's a personal choice, you know, right? That's how I always try to tell myself. When I drank, it was because I chose to drink. Nobody was telling me I had to drink, you know, so it was nobody else's fault but my own. But when you don't have that loved one there, there's not a spouse there, there's nowhere to go, you don't have a car, well, what else you gonna do? Get fucked up, you know? And that you know, again, thinking back on it, it's like that's kind of where it started. You know, what do you have? I'm not going home to hang out with my wife, sleep with my wife, whatever it is all these guys were looking forward to doing. I'm chilling in the barracks. I'm not really detaching in reality from what or processing what just happened. You know, whether it was intense or not, you know, it's still so different than reality, you know? So,
yeah. And that culture, I mean, especially back then, I don't know how the Army is now, but I mean, we were a drinking culture. Like that
the
was
Army was a drinking culture.
100%. Like you go to a dining in, a dining out, they got the grog. Like it's like celebrated, you know?
Again, man, we show up to the ACO bar and the bar is stocked, bro. Suck them up, boys.
Yeah.
You know? And again, that's not, you can't really blame that on anybody else either. That was a culture, you know? And some of those guys were super disciplined or weren't big into alcohol and, or didn't have the problems that I was going to have down the road, you know, where one beer turned into 10, you know, some guys had a beer and went on about their merry way. And I respect those guys. I wish back then I was one of those guys, cause maybe my career would have been different, you know, but I wasn't. I was like some of the other guys. I wasn't the worst. You know, but yeah, man, what are you going to do?
What was the spin up between the first deployment and the second? I mean, I know some of that's a blur, and I don't know. We're not going to talk about every single deployment and everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, it
becomes a blur.
Yeah, it was just again, you get back and you go through all your quals and airfield seizure stuff, MLATs. You go through all the things, check the box. You have block leave, you know. So I got to go. I don't know what I did. Maybe I probably went home to Ohio for no reason, you know. No offense to any of my friends, you know, from growing up, but I should have been traveling the world or, you know, exploring the West. And it wasn't until later in life that I started doing that. But yeah, I probably went home and did nothing, drank, you know, partied with everybody else. Cause by and large, everybody's probably, you know, senior in college by that time, junior, senior in college. And so they were still partying. You're still young, man. I mean, you know, that was very much a culture growing up as well. It's like we partied. Everybody partied. Every high school that I went, you know, visited or had friends at, they all partied. So yeah, after that first deployment, I mean, it was just get back. It was, you know, all those things that you had to do to get ready to go back on the next deployment, plus a little block leave, you know, maybe 17 days, and then boom, you're on your second deployment. I mean, the second deployment was way different than the first one.
How many months in between? You think?
So I think we would be overseas roughly. I don't know if we OPSEC. I don't know what that.
No.
Whatever. Yeah. So we were overseas like, you know, roughly 120 days. That's what I don't know whether it was regiment or USASOC or SOCOM or that's what they deemed was like the max amount of time we could be over there and sustain the operations we were doing. You couldn't be over there any longer. You'd just be burnt out. It wasn't sustainable. So yeah, 120-day stint overseas. And then we'd come back for, I think at that time it was 6 months, and they later extended it to 7 months. But yeah, so it was like 120 days over, 6 months back. Most of the 6 months it's not like you're, you know, exploring the Pacific Northwest, you know, or summiting Mount Rainier or doing it, man. Like you're training. You know, you're getting right back into the training cycle, and then you're getting back overseas.
After your first deployment, did you kind of have a better idea of kind of like training and understanding, you know, what mattered, what didn't, and what to focus on, things you wanted to work on?
Yeah. I don't remember particularly who it was, but like they put it to me, it was like, you should always be looking to take that guy's job, you know, meaning the next guy up. So for me, it would have been the tab spec 4 at the time. Usually when you get your tab initially, you're a saw gunner, Mark 46, belt fed, M249. Essentially, we didn't have 249s. We had the shorter version, Mark 46. But you know, and so yeah, that's where the foundation started coming in. I'm looking and watching what they're doing. I'm looking at what my team leader's doing, how he's making radio calls, how he moves on how he controls his guys, how, you know, whatever. You know, I'm trying to emulate that, and I know that I have to do what he's doing, or have to be capable of that if I'm going to keep climbing up. You know, because I mean, getting your E5 in battalion, like points wise, it was easy. You go to Ranger school, you got enough points. But it's not like you just because you had the points didn't mean they just gave you your E5. You know, you got to go to the board. And that was the most intimidating thing probably I ever did. Sit in front of 4 first sergeants from 275 legends and have them ask you questions, and then they're messing with you. I remember this one first sergeant. I just saw him at the 50th. He's a good dude. But he's like, "Hey man, you nervous?" You know, yeah. I want to say no, negative first sergeant. I wasn't nervous. Man, I was no, negative first sergeant. He's like, "You look nervous." You know, one of those type of things. I was nervous, man. These guys are legends. These guys are, you know, that's a first sergeant. You don't talk to him.
When did you go to Ranger school?
2006. I graduated Ranger school in August 2006.
Was that after your second deployment?
After second deployment, yeah. So second deployment was Asad. Totally different, man. Marines had the base. This is where I started seeing the politics, if you will. You know, we get done with the mission and we didn't drive anywhere. We're around the middle of nowhere. Everything, and there was no little birds. I mean, I think maybe there were a couple, but we rode on Chinooks, the 47.
Big old bus.
The bus dropped the boys off. You know, that's what it was. We did offset infills. That thing is so big and so loud that we didn't want anybody to know we're coming. So we land, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8K out and walk into the target, and then hit the target. And then, you know, they come in for exfil, and I mean, we don't have to walk as far to get on the birds, but everything was 47s. So yeah, totally different deployment. The Marines were giving us a hard time. We were at a secure compound on the airfield, kind of over by the hangars. But we had to go on to the main base to go to the chow halls and whatever else. We didn't have our own. And, you know, they'd give us a hard time about dirty uniforms. So, yo, man. And that, you know, whomever that NCOIC was for the Marine Corps standing at the front door or whatever, you know, yo, hey, your uniforms are dirty. Yo, man, I just been off for 12 hours, you know, doing missions, doing whatever, you know, and you worried, I'm trying to get some food, dude, and you're worried about my uniform. But again, I'm a private. I'm thinking this. I'm not saying anything. But it was a big enough deal to where I don't know if it was the RCO, regimental commanding officer, or just maybe our battalion commander or something got involved, because we were also wearing, that was the first deployment I think that regiment authorized other than Army boots. So we were all wearing the Merrill sawtooths, I think, which are junk, by the way. No offense to the Merrill folks, but they fell apart, man. They weren't durable. Super comfortable, but they were like sneakers.
I never even heard of Merrill till we were with the unit, and I ended up getting those Moab ventilators, and those things were good for like 6 months. That's it.
Yeah. I mean,
comfy shoes,
dude.
But 6 months into them, they're toast, bro.
Yeah. They got beat down quick, and man, those weren't like, oh, I'll just wear them for lawn mowing when I get back. It's like, now you throw them away, man.
Yeah. Did they give you a hard time for wearing those?
Yeah, but they weren't letting us in because we had unauthorized boots and uniform. God. And it was just, that's where, you know, that was my initial look or understanding of like how stupid things get. The Army, you know, I don't know what else to say, but it's like they call them fuck games, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like that was one of those things. Man, we're out there to do a job. We're out there on a mission. We're out there to kill terrorists, capture people, whatever your job was in the military at the time overseas, that was your job. Man, why are we worrying about whether you got a PT belt on or whether you got a, proper eyewear or whatever? And it's because one knucklehead got, his eyeball poked.
Well, I think some of these other units weren't as busy, and so that's what happens, man.
Yeah,
when people aren't
they
busy,
got nothing else to do.
They make up all you officers. They make up dumb rules, bro.
Dumb, dude. But in a way, man, that it was a really fun deployment because I believe it was the Ugandans. Jumbo. Yeah. So like we started getting into, we'd ride in the bed. We didn't have vehicles, to go to the chow hall. It's not like you were taking whatever. I don't know. We had strikers no, we didn't have strikers yet. We had Humvees. And it's like, you're not taking your upper armor. So some guys, we had pickup trucks, the Hiluxes. We would just pile in the back. It's not like the driver was doing Mach Deuce down the road, dangerously driving us. We were just going in the back of the truck to the chow hall. And the Marines started messing with us. We didn't have no other way to get there, man. What were we supposed to do, walk? It was like a couple miles. So it was like, all right, Marines, all right, well, hey, to all you Marines out there, maybe you were in outside back then. It's like, gotcha. Like we started messing with them. Because they were the MPs on the post. Well, they flip on their sirens. All you got to do, jumbo. Them dudes open the gate. We drive through. They close the gate. Hey, Marines, no access.
Oh, you guys had your own fob on?
Yeah. We had our own compound. Yeah, so that's where it started. And then we got a bus because that became a problem. So we get this bus, and everybody had all the I guess it was privates, had to rotate on this bus. And my buddy V's knows what I'm talking about. But I'd be driving that bus, and it's one of them. It's the Jenga bus, the Hodge bus, And we're driving this bus, and there was bus stops. For some of these folks on deployments, they were doing their job, but their job didn't involve going outside the wire and doing whatever. They were logistics, they were support, whatever. So they were fobbits. That the one guy you interviewed, the Israeli dude, what did he call him? Do you remember?
No.
He had a specific word, man. I thought it was really funny. It was like the new fobbit, But yeah. So he he had that term. But yeah, fobbits. And so again, they're bored. They don't have nothing else going on. And now they don't have vehicles like we do. They don't have sat phones. It's different. And so what we started doing, we see a bunch of Marines, and we're told by our chain of command, hey, if you're driving the chow hall and you see anybody at a bus stop, pick them up and take them where they're going. Like, all right. Yeah. So here we go, man. I'm driving this bus. And like I said, my buddy V, man, he'll probably watch this, and he knows the deal. He was one of the drivers too. I start downshifting, I see these Marines, I open the door. As soon as I came to, where I wasn't going to stall out, and the door was open, and them folks thought they were getting on, them Marines, keep on riding and shut that door, and just, we started messing with them.
Yeah.
My buddy V, he was like, hey, if you was a Marine, we were in the gym, because we had to go to the gym and share the gym with these dudes, and we just started giving everybody a hard time. He's like, you gonna give us a hard time? We're gonna give you a hard time.
Yeah.
So it was a funny deployment, and that's where, now your second deployment, man, you're starting to understand things. You're still not in any of the briefings. You still really don't have any idea what's going on, but you're starting to understand kind of how this works and getting into a rhythm of, training with your team leader and why now some of this stuff we were doing when I first got there, now you're like, oh yeah, this is real important. Tying your equipment down, you learn that all through the Army. Everybody did it, but it's like, that's a big deal, man. You don't want to lose a radio or set of nods out on the objective. That's a problem.
Yeah. It's a real
especially
problem.
The radio or even the nods. I don't know which one would be worse. Probably the nods. So yeah. Deployment 2 done.
Did you guys get in any gunfights in that deployment?
Yeah. Deployment 2 was crazy, man. So it was, it wasn't crazy. It was relatively non-eventful, man. At that point, our platoon sergeant has switched out. We had a new guy who's still in the Army. Tactically, just genius. His tactical questioning, that's why he's still in the Army, amongst other reasons. But he wasn't the most personable guy. So things in the platoon changed, So we didn't get in a lot of gunfights, man. He was really good at managing what we were doing on the battlefield. But we got in a gunfight the last night. And so we downloaded ammo. We thought we were rolling out. Like, it was 24 hours. We were going to be back home. And, whomever that was in the targeting cell or whatever information came down was like, hey, Abu whomever, or whomever is, he's out, and we gotta go hit this target. And I think we were supporting one of the SEAL teams, and so we do an offset. And this is the first time I got in a gunfight. So we do an offset infill, and we're the tier 1 dudes are hitting the building, and we got the tent, some goat herders or whatever. And man, and then this is where some other stuff, when you look back and you're like, oh man, like that was messed up, man. Because all the dudes we smoked, or tier 1, or the army or the militaries, not everybody was bad, man. It's a different mentality. Everybody thinks that, like, you have somebody that is anti-military and they think of that as a war crime. It's like, nah, man, you don't know what it's like. If somebody has a gun, I don't have time to differentiate whether or not they may be a threat or not.
Not to mention the language barrier.
The language barrier. Yeah. It's not like, yo, what's up, man? You cool? It's like, no, I don't know what their intent is. So
and that target set too. You guys aren't just going after target. You guys are going after bomb makers.
We're going after the
worst
big
of the worst.
Yeah, we had the deck of cards. You remember the deck of cards? We had the deck of cards. Those are the dudes. Zakharwi, we're going after big time players. So yeah. Last mission, re-upload ammo. I think we were taking ready mags and going out, and we set up an L shape on this tent. I'm on the far left with my team leader at the time. And we got a Terp with us, and he starts doing a call out on the tent. Meanwhile, simultaneously, they're hitting this building over here. They take contact at the building, and I think it actually happened after we took contact, but we didn't. We initiated contact, or I did. That's what was wild. Is these dudes are in the tent. They start hearing. Imagine that, dude. You're passed out in a tent, man. You're a goat herder, man. You probably don't speak well. You're not well educated. You definitely don't read. Not to assume that all of them didn't, and you hear something in the middle of the night. Well, what are you going to do? So I'm going to grab my shit. I'm going to grab my gun. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if that's the neighbor that I don't like that's coming over to take my goats or whatever. So these dudes were probably unassuming. I don't ever know. Maybe they were really bad. I don't remember. But this dude comes out and he's like behind the Hilux, and he walks out, and I just see him with the AK, and he like pulls it up, man. Just like bam, bam, hit him twice. And then all hell breaks loose. And that was the first time, not to get into all the details of it.
No, I think the details are,
details
matter.
Was that impactful? No, man. He had a gun. He was, justifiable. It was not like there was any issues. Not like I got reprimanded by anybody. If anything, then the weapons squad that was on the other side of the L opened up, man. We were mowing down goats and shit. It was crazy. That was the first time I ever, like, rounds were like, the position that was set up worked, and it was effective, and all the things we were doing all came together in that time. We started taking fire from a building and down the way or whatever, and that's when you quickly realize, like, you need to go through every magazine you have, because you try to slap one of them cheap mags into your gun and it doesn't catch, and you end up just tossing that thing because it's junk, and that's where your PCIs, your PCIs, PCCs, come in.
Pre-combat checks, pre-combat inspections.
Yeah, that's where all that stuff comes into play. But yeah, so we do this whole thing. Grenade was thrown by us, and me and my buddy crawl up to the tent, under my team leader's discretion, and it looks like this dude's got a vest, and he's still alive, man. And whatever, we smoked this dude, and that's where I was like, whoa. Like this, and I grew up hunting, man. Like, mad credit to my dad, dude. I grew up hunting in a high school where there was no hunters. My dad hunted not growing up, but he hunted later, after he got out of Vietnam. So like, he had a bunch of guys. So I used to go down and hunt. I learned what it was like to harvest an animal. But now all of a sudden I'm overseas and this stuff happens. And I didn't know how impactful it would be down the road. Less than 24 hours, dude. I'm back in Washington. And I'm supposed to just be out doing my thing, out with the GP, the general population, no counseling. And not to say they should have had that, but there was nothing, man. It was literally just like, right on. I wrote my sworn statement. I still have it to this day, talking about what I saw, what my experiences was, what happened when I pulled the trigger, but whoever it was, the higher leadership came over, they do SSE, sensitive site exploitation.
Mm-hmm.
They do that, and they're like, yeah, we get on, we leave. That was the first time too that air support was called in. So as we're exfilling, and this was pretty cool. This is where I'm like, oh man, this is being at that upper echelon of the military with the tier 1 dudes. The assets you have is crazy. I still don't have a radio at this point, man. I'm still a private, but they're like, hey, we were in this like ditch. They're like, hey, we're gonna hunker down for a few minutes. Like, hey, we got some dudes approaching us from the east. We'll just say, I'm like, get my gun. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm waiting for them to tell me what to do next, because I don't know. All of a sudden you hear just do. It was the gunship, man.
Spooky.
It was spook, man, up there doing spooky things. And that's when I was like, oh man. And then once you read about, and that my dad was on a C-130. It's a C-130 platform.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, spooky is the term that we use for an AC-130 gunship. It's a big old C-130, a big old
Cargo
Air Force
ship.
plane. Yeah, it's a cargo plane.
Yeah.
But it's full of...
I think they're shooting a 105 and 30 Mike out of there.
Yep.
And it's the real deal.
Yeah, it flies low and you hear it, and it thunders from the sky. And
yeah. And I wonder now, after watching all these podcasts and stuff, which have, shout out to all those folks that are doing it. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate it. Like, whether this goes anywhere or not, it's not the point. The point is to reach out, and if it helps one person, it helps
Amen.
one person. It helps me.
Yeah.
But now that I've seen all these podcasts and I've seen some of these tier 1 dudes that I look up to that are out doing big things and still getting after it. And then the Angel of Death. I don't know if you know about her.
Mm-mm.
She was, SEER instructor, whatever. I think I watched it on a different podcast, but she became, I think, the OIC for one of those gunships, and she was the first female. And for those dudes over there, our enemy, if you will, if they found out a female was smoking them, that was a big deal, man. They called her the Angel of Death. So I don't know if she was in that aircraft at the time, but like that gunship and their mission and what they do and how they support us and how they're able to support is huge, man.
What was that looking up? Like, you're in this ditch, and then all of a sudden you hear it. Did you see the rounds impact?
Yeah, we saw the rounds. I don't actually know. I want to say yes, but if we did, it was far enough out to where it wasn't like, you could feel it, the booms, but then you looked up and you could just see their light flashing and they're in orbit. You're like, oh damn, like, because again, I'm just learning about it. I don't know what ISR platforms are or whatever. I'm just a private on the ground, man.
Hey, America, bro, fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's it, man. Anytime I close my eyes, I see the freedom bird fly by, And so and that was the second deployment. Relatively uneventful. We're getting better. The regiment's changing, tactics are changing.
Are you still kind of with the same group of people for the most part?
Yeah. This is back in the day where, you could be an E1 to first sergeant and be in 275 the whole time. It was rare for people to leave. You didn't have to leave necessarily, I think, is at least what I remember. It wasn't like go back out to the regular army, do 2 years charter time, come reapply like they got to do now rope or RASP and rope. I think is what it is. And it's like, now you have to go back and basically reapply to get your job back or get your new job in battalion. Like, cause they want the best.
Yeah. That's
where the evolution now, it used to be numbers. Now it's quality individuals. Not to say it wasn't before, but now it's like, oh, if we're bringing an officer in, like, and I worked with a lot of those, a lot of officers that were trying to get to battalion, and some of them didn't make it.
So you're coming back from your second deployment, and I think this is a great spot to take a break.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just coming back from the break. I know we were finishing up your last, so you just finished up your second deployment. You guys get ticked up like the last night before you rip out. And you're back in Washington. Again,
less than 24 hours.
What's that like?
Again, this is where we have to throw the shout out to our service members, men and women, man, because it's like, if you don't know what that's like, then you either done it or you haven't. It's intense, dude. Like, you wonder why so many people have problems, whether no matter what era of veterans or wars or conflicts you're coming from. It's like, that's something that makes you different than everybody else. It was crazy, man. You might die that night. And sure, I can die on the highway or, crash my car, get struck by lightning or whatever. but it's a little bit different, you know? So it was intense, and it transitions into the same type of thing, you know, where we get back to McCord, we get on the cattle trucks, we get all our crap, we do a quick accountability, sensitive items, get our guns in the arms room, and we're back. We're back in the ACO bar. Same thing, man. Same thing. Privates are, what do you do? Drink. First night back, man. You know, maybe you go, maybe you and a couple of the boys go out to the bar or something like that, man. But ain't nothing good's gonna come of that. You know, you shouldn't even be allowed, man. There should be for people like me. You know, I'm not about mass punishment. I don't like those shotgun blasts like the Army does. You know, but maybe there, you know, and this is maybe theoretical, but maybe there should have been something in place where it's like, hey, man, you guys need a transition time. You know, that first week back, we go to a cabin somewhere, a retreat, or you know what I mean, where somebody kind of has, you know, some sort of accountability or eyes on, because it was a free for all, man. Some dudes went here, some dudes went there. All the married guys went home to their spouses. Like guys went to the bar. Guys this is where guys get in trouble. This is where DV comes in. You know, guys are a little too. This is where you hear about it in briefings. I didn't know anybody that had any issues, but you know, where they're like, hey man, you know, your wife hasn't seen you in a while. Go easy on her, you know, whatever, you know, but you go from being a savage, you know, less than 24 hours ago, or savage mentality to now you're back, dude. And you got to just conform with the norm, man. You can't be out there, you know, you ain't punching people in the face and carrying your gun around and, you know, detaining people. And, you know, it's so much different, man. So that's where kind of some of this trauma comes from, you know, seeing that again for the second time now, where there's this love connection between these spouses. Now, whether or not their relationships ever lasted, a lot didn't or not, you know, I don't know, but I saw that like these guys had something to look forward to. But for a lot of us privates, and only speaking for myself, like I got back and man, I wanted something there. I wanted her, whomever that may be. I wanted her there, but I didn't know who that was. And I didn't really have time to meet that person. When are you gonna meet somebody? You know, there's a little talk with like a girl I dated in high school, you know, for a while. Cause you know, a lot of people in the military, you know, to get out of the barracks or to hook their friend up or whatever, they got married, you know, because then she gets the benefits. She can go to school. She can do all these things. She has health insurance. So there was a little talk about that with this girl I dated for a while on and off back in high school. But you know, that wasn't reality and I didn't ever follow through with that. But I wanted to get out of the barracks because I didn't want to, you know, participate in these games, you know, whether it be cleaning or buffing the floors or whatever. And I wanted to, you know, go to Ranger school, man. So I quit getting tab checked. Cause you know, 3rd Platoon was cool, man. 3rd Platoon, we were the Earth Pigs. We had some good leadership in there. The platoon sergeant, the new platoon sergeant, now it's his second deployment. He ran a tight ship. He was no BS guy. But we'd see down the hall where some of these other, you know, Black Rifle Coffee Company dude, you know,
Matt Best.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Vargas, you know, a lot of these other guys, Brem Barraza, you know, obviously, you know, shout out to them, rest in peace, brothers. But you know, they were scuffing dudes up down there. So you didn't want to mess with even other platoons. You know, you want to just stay in your little AO. And when I got off work, I wanted to leave. And the only way out of there was to get to Ranger school. So I knew when that chance came, whenever it was, you know, that failure was not an option. Because there were every now and again, there was a private that went there and failed, you know, and man, that's not a good look.
They get booted out of the regiment?
No, they don't get. Most of the time, they got a second chance. I mean, you got to think this is as we're ramping up. You know, we don't know what's to come, but you know, they need dudes. They need people like because, you know, once this new platoon sergeant came in, dudes were getting out, man, because they're like, this guy, like, nah, I don't like this guy. I don't like the way he's, you know, his tight ship was tight. That's where I became a runner. You know, that's when I started running on that second deployment, man. The only way you could escape the stupid stuff. What we perceived was stupid. Really, it was like things that were going to impact us and be beneficial to us. Like maybe not all of them, but yeah. You know, I started running. I'd run the airfield out there in Asad, and the only way I could get away and just be me or be by myself was running. You know, so yeah. Transitioned back to the second deployment. Hit Ranger school. My buddy Joe Crofton, he went in winter. Everybody that went winter phase, like shout out to those dudes because that sucked. I didn't have to participate in that. I'd rather go in the summer. I'd rather deal with the chiggers and the poison ivy and whatever else came because it's warm. And I'm one of those people. I don't want to be cold, dude. I don't like being cold. And so, yeah, he basically set me, lined me out. He's like, hey, man, just go down there with the mentality like you will not, under any circumstances, get recycled. Because, getting recycled is one thing. You have to wait until the next group comes through. So you're on detail. You're raking leaves. You're doing dumb stuff. And if you happen to hit a cycle break where best Ranger's coming through, now you got that whole best Ranger break as well, where you're on detail. So yeah, his guidance to me was, as a friend, was impactful, because it was like, go down there no matter what it takes. You're not down there to make friends, make buddies. It's a leadership school, and you're going down there to be evaluated on leadership qualities. So Ranger school was not easy. It was, again, do what you're told type of thing. Embrace the suck. It sucked. People talk about, years later, like, would you ever go back to Ranger school for like $1 million? It's like, nah, not 2 million. There's no money you could put on that, because it wasn't that it was hard. It just sucked. Uncomfortable, lack of sleep deprivation, lack of food, the way it screws up your body for years afterwards. I got back, man, I ballooned up to like 190 something, fat body. Just because, I was eating pre-breakfast, breakfast, brunch.
Because you went for like 72 days without eating.
Yeah, pre-lunch. I was eating lunch, and we were at the Gorge one year after Ranger school at a Tom Petty concert, I believe, and we go back to a town called Vantage and go cliff jumping. Kind of knock off the hangover or whatever, get in the Columbia River, the cold water, get some adrenaline going, on the cliffs and whatever. And this is back in the day, the roll-up cameras. There's no cell phones. There's no real cool guy photos. I have a couple of photos of missions and stuff, but this is back in the day where, like, you couldn't even have that stuff. So if you had a rollie, you weren't pulling it out when everybody was looking, but we got this film developed, and there were some deployment pictures, and then there was a picture of me, and I'm flying through the air like this, and I got this belly. And that's when I was like, oh, yo. I was like, that's not cool, man. Because like I work out, I work out avidly. I watch what I eat. I have been for years. I try to eat healthy, whole foods, whatnot. But there was, when I got back from Ranger school, man, it didn't matter. Pancakes, everything. Because it was like your mentality was like, I don't know when I'm going to eat again, So it happens to everybody.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand. Like at Ranger school, you get like one meal a day, right?
Yeah. That's where it's funny, because we got into mountains for me. So the second phase, we had a SEAL captain that was our platoon sergeant. Mountain phase was easy, man. This dude was so squared away. We were saying cadence, I think the cadre was a little frustrated that we were so squared away, because they really couldn't get us on anything. You still peer one or two dudes out, but I was never in that peer group. And then we transitioned to Florida, and things kind of changed a little bit, and you have new leadership and whatnot. And it's funny in Florida, man. You ain't the first dudes that have been through there, and you're not going to be the last. And you're not the first dudes that are digging a foxhole in this particular location, or fighting position. And you find old MREs. Man, this is where, people are like, oh, 10-second rule, something fell on the ground. I'm like, 10 seconds? I eat old food from old MRE bags of some trash somebody threw away who knows how long ago. Like that 10-second rule doesn't apply. It still doesn't apply to this day, really. The floor will never be as dirty as that area we were at, or stuff you saw in deployment,
Yeah, I think, a lot of people too don't understand, haven't been to a foreign country or haven't really been hungry.
Haven't been hungry.
And that's a game changer. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Ranger school, whatever. Like I said, Joe's guidance back in the day was, do what you got to do to make it through. And I didn't have any problems. I didn't fail patrol. I didn't have any problems with leadership. I had my own internal battle. I remember one night, whoever it was at the time, we set up a patrol base, and we're like on this damn hill. And so any guys on the downside of the hill are facing downhill, and you got to keep your heads up, and it's supposed to be looking at, pulling security, whatever you're doing. And, I remember losing my shit for a minute, and like throwing my rubber duck, but it's attached to you. So it's like, I was all mad. I threw my rubber, like I lean forward. I'm like, man, what am I doing? But, part of it's lack of sleep. You're frustrated. Somebody's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But it didn't matter, man. Whenever you were on patrol and you were being graded, it was time, when in charge, take charge.
Ranger school is notorious for testing soldiers mentally and physically. What was your darkest day and how did you push through it?
I think with any military school, if you had the understanding in the back of your mind that it's good, it does end. It's only a finite amount of time. It's a set amount of time. So knowing that it's going to end is one way to keep, the mentality, like I just got to go one more day, one day at a time, is the best way to take it. The darkest day was probably, we jumped into Florida and we're doing the boat patrol or whatever, which, looks really cool in the videos.
Yeah.
That shit ain't cool, man. It's not comfortable. The way you're sitting on the boat is not, you're patrolling, but we, there's a few gators and whatnot, it was pretty uneventful, but then you get off and now you've jumped in, you've walked however far, you get in these boats, you think it's cool because you're going to be in water and it's hot out and it's not cool. Now you're all wet and it's by design, or maybe it's not, but the cadre at the time, the RIs, Ranger instructors, gave us a break. And man, you're tired, man. At this point, man, you just want this thing to be over with. And they give us a break and they're like, hey, rucksack flop, whatever you want to do, sit down. Man, we sat down in sand. So what do you think happens with all that sand, man? I got sand between my butt cheeks and sand down I'm just laying on the ground like a fish out of water. I'm not even flopping, man. I gave up for temporarily, that mentality where like, they're just going to let me lay here. I'm just going to lay here. When you get back up and you got to throw all your gear on, man, now you got sand everywhere. Under your arms, between your legs. I mean, sand goes down your pants. And it's not like you can jump back in the water to rinse off. Now you're walking with, essentially 2 pieces of sand between them cheeks. That was when it was dark, man. That was when I was like, this is horrible, man. This is miserable. Like, why would anybody nobody wants to do it, I don't think. Yeah. You do, but you don't. So yeah, but otherwise, again, with the...
You just have this constant mentality, like, I will not quit.
Will not quit, man.
I had a guest, Jeremiah Wilbur, was talking about it. He went to Sapper School, Ranger School, burn the boats, man. There is no plan B.
That's it. There's no plan B, man. I mean, the only option is to make it through it. The only option is to pass your patrols. The only option is to do whatever it takes to get me out of there. Because you're leading a squad or you're the platoon sergeant, whatever position you're put in, but in reality, you're being graded on that position, but none of those dudes really matter. I mean, they do because, you develop relationships with some of those guys, but I'm getting my tab. I'm not screwing people. I'm not a buddy fucker, a blue falcon, but I'm going to make sure that when I'm in patrol, I'm doing my due diligence, and I'm not trying to, there's dirtbags everywhere. Not to say I didn't have dirtbag moments. I'm sure we all did, you don't remember those, oddly enough. It's funny how that works. But if somebody else was on patrol, I wasn't like, oh, I'm not on patrol, or I'm not in a leadership position. I'm just going to sleep in the foxhole. Or you try to support your peers when they're doing their thing as well. But it's a very individual, as much as it seems like it's a group thing, it's like the tab gets awarded to an individual, not a team. So at the end, my old man, he wasn't there for graduation of basic or airborne or RIP or any of that stuff, but he came to Ranger School graduation, and that was cool, man. That was cool to, walk that plank and go across the rope, drop into the water, and have my dad there, and have my, my PC with, all the countdown of days, what most guys did, and have him there, and, for him to say how proud he was and all that, like, that was sweet, man. That was almost like what you would want when you get back from a deployment, in a roundabout way. Somebody being like, congratulations, man. Like, good for you, son. Like, you did it. It was almost being like validated in a way. Like, knowing my dad cares and knowing my dad is impressed or proud, that's something I take, as being a parent now. I want my kids to know that I'm proud of them. I try to praise them, not too much, but enough to where it's like, hey, good job with that. Even though they're only 4 years old and 2 years old right now. We hit the knuckles, we do the little high fives. We have our own little handshake or whatever, and so, yeah, at the end of Ranger School, it was like, oh man, thank God that's over. Thank God. And I don't ever want to go back and do that again. And then you move on, man.
Did you have a sense of accomplishment though? Finally, like
yeah, oh yeah, man. Because now you're part of the tabs. You're part of that Spec 4 mafia, man.
Yeah.
You're not one of the privates anymore. Now you can hang out with the tab Spec 4s, and the the next deployment was Afghanistan, and that's where it's like, okay, my role has changed. Now you could be going to the E5 board at any time. Now you're looking to take the next team leader position. And for the most part, it was still at that time like organic. I was going to take a team. It was going to be in 3rd platoon. I wouldn't necessarily have to go somewhere in the company. They started switching things up a little bit when Delta company got stood up. They started taking dudes, scooping dudes from different platoons and to go establish this new company. But at that 3rd deployment, that hadn't happened yet. So yeah, it was saw gunner going into the 3rd deployment, Afghanistan. Not a lot going on, man. Incredible place. You get to Bagram and you're like, look around, you're like, wow, this is like Mount Rainier's all around this place. But Bagram was crazy because that's where you had NATO essentially, right? You had all these people a lot of officers. And what do they care about, man? It's going back to the same, stupid games. It's like they cared about PT belts and eye protection and PCs and all this stuff. And it wasn't, we were only there for a short stint before our leadership was like, yo, we can leave our stuff here. This is where our main hub is, if you will, but we're out, man. We're going to go to an outstation, where we can, I don't know how it all worked out. It was upper echelons above me, but we ended up working with the SEALs. That was my first deployment where as a TAB Spec 4, I'm actually sitting in the briefs now. Like, I'm not saying anything, but I'm absorbing now. Like, now I'm understanding, like, oh, there's a targeter. There's this person. There's this person. There's this person collecting intel.
You're starting to see like the larger picture.
Yeah, I start seeing the larger picture. This is how we're targeting this guy. This is where, he's from. This is the, the valley, this what organization he's part of, and Afghanistan, like, you have to give credit to those people, man. They all they know is war.
Hardened, dude.
Hardened, like unbelievable. Like, it's winter and these fools are wearing, not fools, but these folks are wearing rubber boots, like rubber boots that you get at the dollar store, not mucks, not, extra toughs or anything like that. They're wearing rubber boots and they're climbing these mountains like billy goats. And you're just like, what the fuck, and that's, and that was my first exposure to one of the really understanding who they were and what they did. And that was the first time I was with a SEAL team.
How was it one of the dev group teams or?
I don't know what squadron. I think it was Red Squadron. I don't remember exactly what squadron it was. Apparently, one of my buddies said, Jocko is very big in the veteran community, supplements, Origin. Mad props to those folks for bringing manufacturing back to the United States. Absolutely. Like, I'm huge on that. I love seeing that. But somebody said that he was the commander, but like I don't know if he was or not. It was one of those deployments where some of those dudes that are doing podcasts now and whatever, like they were there. I remember some of those guys, but I don't know exactly what they were.
What was it like working with the SEALs? Nah, bro, let it fly.
My first impression was I wasn't as impressed as I thought I should have been or would have been. You know what I mean? Some dudes were squared away. But this is kind of where, as you get to that TAB Spec 4 team leader, squad leader, you start looking like, oh man, I think there's Ranger squads that are just as squared away as some of the SIF teams or some of the SEALs, because it wasn't like SEAL Team 6 was rolling through on every single, they were around, but you have all kind of SEALs. I don't think they call them the white side SEALs or whatever, so they're not the premier, but they are a SEAL team. So yeah, it was a little, I saw dudes, rolling out on missions. Again, we're in support. So like one mission, I'm driving a Hilux, I'm one of the drivers, we're setting up blocking positions. We didn't hit a ton of targets there. It was winter. So, when it gets winter there, man, I mean, you're basically shutting it down, man. Nobody's fighting. There's snow. It's cold. One of the coldest times I've ever been in my life is the coldest I've ever been was on a mission in old Afghanistan after a long, to me, it seemed like 8K, but it was probably like 3. But
in snow.
Yeah. It was cold. Joking with one of my buddies, like if somebody came up this hill or wherever we were in this blocking position, like I don't even know that I could get my finger inside the trigger well to start pulling the trigger if like something happened. You know, it was, and it's not like when you're in a blocking position, you can get up and warm up or you're laying in the prone, man. You're pulling security. You know, there's all kind of possibilities and potential for enemy to come from wherever, you know, so yeah, but yeah, SEAL team. And this is the beginning for them as well. You know, when they're starting to come in country and they're starting to do raids and they're starting to do all these things. But I saw guys taking plates out of their body armor. I saw guys carrying guns they shouldn't have been carrying. You know, oh, we're going on this mission. We're doing this. Oh, this is what I'm going to wear. So it was a little bit of professionalism stuff where I'm looking at Ranger Battalion and like the standard is so like strict, and there's a reason for that. If the standard applies to everybody, then there's a standard, and they maintained that standard throughout deployments and all that. You know, I think with some of these teams, SEAL teams, whatever it is, like the standard was kind of loose, man. Dudes were kind of just doing what they wanted to do. You know, picking a gun in the arms room is cool. We didn't have that option or opportunity to do that. But like certain times you're like, oh, you're taking plates out or you're not bringing nods. Like, didn't we learn those mistakes in Black Hawk Down, man? You know, like, so yeah, there was one breach that we went to where I watched these two dudes kind of bicker back and forth about who was going to place the breach. And then I had to let them know, like, hey, yo, man, there's a woman and a child at the doors open, guys. You know, it was stuff like that. I mean, so yeah, initial impression of the SEAL teams, I'm like, not so much, man.
Yeah.
I mean, strong dudes, buff, jacked, hit the gym. You know, I'm sure they could shoot better than me, a lot of those type of things. But tactically, you know, we were always refining our stuff. And I don't think, you know, from at least my viewpoint at that point in time, that they were out doing those ready ups like we were. They were out doing those, you know, BD6, enter and clear a building, enter and clear a room. You know, I don't know that they were working on that. Like we were working on, it wasn't like we were chilling. Yeah, I mean, there was some time to play video games and whatnot, but man, we were at the range. We were doing things like constantly.
So even in deployment, man, when you guys weren't planning, targeting, like you guys were still training.
Yeah. Because especially that platoon sergeant, he was still there. You know, it was, what are you guys doing? Like, if you're at the gym, you're at the gym, man. Whatever. Some guys are getting after it. Some guys are, you know, not everybody was a, you know, premier athlete or in peak physical performance. Like some guys weren't really into the gym that much, and they had just enough to keep doing what they were doing. So it wasn't like there was really that kind of accountability there. But when it came down to like training, yeah, man, if he saw you sitting around, you were wrong. You know, you better be out doing something. You know, going over something, talking about something, looking at the Ranger handbook, whatever it is, principles of patrolling, you know, even though they didn't necessarily apply. But that Afghanistan trip was where I saw, you know, when you talk about principles of patrolling, you know, one of the things is like, you don't go out and come back the same way. Well, when you're a vehicle mobile unit and you only have one gate to go out of and you travel down the same road to go wherever it is you're going. I remember being at that base in Salerno, and that was a base at the time, and it was surrounded by mountains. Like if it was night, you couldn't have any lights on, because I mean, you're a target then. You know, that's how you can fix location, fix position right there. Fire for effect, you know what I mean? So it was red lights only. But I remember these, I don't even know who it was, infantry guys, whatever, and they roll out, and we saw their convoy. You know, it takes them days to get out the wire. They got to go through these big op orders and whatnot, and I guess it, you know, it makes sense, whatever. But they go out, and it was like, you know, 2-3 hours later, like we hear comms over over the loudspeaker, Wolf Red, like casualties. They're coming back already. You know, it was like, oh damn, man. Well, yeah, man, you go out the gate, and they don't have a lot of options. You know, it's not like they have air assets and everything, but they go out the gate and they drive out the same way. Well, yeah, man, somebody's gonna place a bomb out there at some point. You know, it's only a matter of time. You know, and that's where things started getting real with the IED stuff. You know, maybe not so much that Afghanistan trip, but when we got back to Iraq, the next deployment, it was like, oh man, like pressure plates, you know, was starting to be a big deal. The EFPs, or the, you know, shape charges, started, you know, and that's what dudes were scared of. Nobody's scared to get into a gunfight, because I mean, we assume because of our training, we're trained better and we can shoot better, and we have technology, night vision, but you can't control riding down the road when a bomb's going to go off. And that's when, you know, you just get back in the truck after a mission, man. And sometimes you go to sleep. Sometimes you close your eyes. Sometimes you pound a rip it, depending on what's going on. But once you get buttoned up in that striker, is what it is.
Yep.
You know, out of your control.
Anything memorable off that deployment? That's deployment number 3, I think.
Yeah, 3. Just how beautiful the country was, man, to be honest with you. And how I could, you know, in a roundabout way at the time, it's like, I respect these people, man. They're living so like they have no idea what's going on. You know, it's not like they were homies with bin Laden. Maybe some of them were, but, you know, by and large, they were just doing their thing. They're just people just like us that are out there just trying to survive. You know, so I look at Afghanistan now, it's like, man, I'd like to go back, man. If that country, Iraq, down by the Tigers, you know, the Euphrates, like there was some
up north, maybe
know,
Kurdistan.
Yeah, maybe, for sure up there. But yeah, I think Afghanistan, I'm like, man, like that is an amazing, amazing place.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to go to Afghanistan and be on a clandestine intelligence platform where we had total freedom of movement. Brad and I were out there, and Brad had a team all over Afghanistan. And so we would go to all these different places. And I was just like, you know, coming from Iraq, we'd been in Mosul. I was like, Mosul was like a bombed out Los Angeles in the 1960s. And then I get to Afghanistan, and it's like, you know, we went out to the Panjshir Valley, and it's just beautiful, man. I mean, it looks like Colorado. It looks like you're saying, it was like Colorado. There's some pretty places, man.
It's like, yo, man, you guys established a snowboard resort or ski resort up in Afghanistan. I'll be the first one in the lift line. You know, yeah. It's and who knows what it's going to now. I mean, you know, the pull out, all that stuff, that debacle, sad, whatnot. But, you know, you hear that like China's in there and they're, you know, jockeying for resources and all that. And it's like, man, we just left those folks, you know, and that's one of the sad, you know, so my takeaway from Afghanistan is, you know, especially now that I have a daughter, is you have somebody that was born or maybe had been born right before our occupation. And for 20 years, man, they were a female doing, you know, pretty much, they didn't have freedom of movement, but it was a lot different than how it was, you know, pre-US involvement. And that's all they knew. And when we pulled out and left, now all of a sudden it's back to Sharia law. Now the Taliban are in charge again. And I feel so bad for those, for especially the women, because they didn't know. A lot of them didn't know what that was like. And now all of a sudden, now you got to cover up. Now you have to do all these things that I don't really understand or whatever. And I look back, I'm like, man, you know, we can't stay in the war forever. But at the same time, it's like, man, could we have supported them differently? Or
20 years, man, of, you know, operations, money, American lives lost. I mean, Iraqi or Afghan lives, you know, commandos and Kandak dudes, and then we just pull out. We leave billions of dollars worth of equipment there. You know, you've been there, dude. Like I spent some time in Kabul, and Kaya was the airport they pulled to. Like I still to this day can't believe why they would try to withdraw from Kaya. I mean, we had Bagram. I mean, Bagram was massive. The Russians had burned everything between Kaya and Kabul, or between Kabul and Bagram during the invasion. So it was flat. We had, you know, terrain superiority. That Bagram was massive. And Kaya's like, I mean, that airport in Kabul was the worst location. It was in downtown Kabul in a heavily, you know, industrial area surrounded by apartment buildings. And, you know, it's just like it was, you know, the busiest part of probably Afghanistan. And it's like, that's where we tried to withdraw from. Yeah.
Probably not the best strategic.
And you can't just help but wonder, like, what did you morons in the Pentagon? Like, what happened? And I still think people should be held accountable for that.
Accountability, man. I mean, at the end of the day, I look at OPSEC and stuff, you know, the briefings I would receive as a private, you know, here's the things you can't talk about. You know, we'd use the sat phones. I'd call home. I call Ashley back in the day. You know, that was kind of my go-to. I didn't have a girl or anything, but I respected her, and it was good to hear her voice, whatever. But like, I couldn't talk about things. I couldn't disclose certain things. And if I did, I don't know, I'd have been up in Leavenworth, you know. But then you have senior leaders that are, you know, way, way, way Pentagon officials, whatever. And that's how we pull out. That's how we leave those folks. Not to mention the interpreters, the people that supported us. Like we couldn't have done what we did without them, and we just leave them behind, and nobody's held accountable. You know, maybe we'll talk about that later, but it's like, and I think I just saw it, but like the Epstein files and all that, you know, why we're not talking about that? We American people don't get to know who was involved in that type of stuff. That's crazy.
Rules for thee, not for me, man.
Yeah, man. Come on. Like,
I think this country's had enough of it. And I think we're seeing, you know, especially with Pete Hegseth coming in, taking the SecDef job, and Tulsi Gabbard at DNI. And man, I can't hope and pray that heads roll.
yeah.
And that people are held accountable. You know, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Milley, and you know, Austin, who was the SecDef. Like, man, there's whole areas of Pentagon called planning. Like, there was a plan. There was a withdrawal plan, you know, and they just ignored all of it. And then we left. God, I mean, we armed the Taliban. I mean,
when we're sending them, I don't know about right now, but during the other administration, we were sending them money.
That's nuts, man.
Like, what are we doing, man? I mean,
it's just a slap in the face to every GWAT veteran still serving, guys that serve. It's pissing on the graves of people that gave their life. It's ludicrous. But anyway, we could talk about that for another hour.
Yeah, it's, you know, to all those that served over there, you know, like, you know, there's a certain portion of the country that really appreciates it and understands what it means to serve your country. And what happened is, you know, obviously out of our control as individuals, but it was unacceptable, man.
Yeah, amen to that. So you come off that deployment, and you know, same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, man. So I mean, now it's like, okay, now it's the third deployment now, and again, it happens often enough to where, you know, you're fresh off a deployment, you get back for a training cycle, you know. I think this time, like on block leave, instead of going home, my brother came out. We took a trip down to the Redwoods, you know, in California, did a road trip. Like, now I'm getting to see the Pacific Northwest during these block leaves. And I'm like, wow, this place is like legit. You know, there's all kind of things. You could be surfing on the coast. Now, don't get me wrong, the surf's hot garbage most of the time, but it's not, you know, SoCal surf. But you could be surfing on the coast and snowboarding in the mountains, you know, on a Friday and Saturday. You know, so, and coming from Ohio, man, like, that's, you know, we got elk, there's national forest. You know, I live down here, you know, when you and I link back up, and I get to Texas, and I'm like, I quickly realize, like, man, there's no public land down here. You want to hunt? I'm a hunter. I love to hunt. You know, I love to put that meat in my freezer, something I harvest, you know, something I take pride in, something I can feed my friends and family that I know where it came from, is organic, whatever. But you get down to Texas, man, there's no public land anywhere. You know, and that, you know, that's why in I'll just say the West, no matter what happens in the rest of my life, like, I'll never leave the West, because it's my land too. You know, we got that public land from Canada to Oregon, you know, big old swath right in the middle. We got the Olympic National Park, Olympic National Forest, you know, the coastline. So yeah, after that deployment, I got to explore a little bit, you know, but it was, you know, very much the same. It was the same thing. You kind of show up and you get back, and that person that you would hope is there, you know, it's or you would want to be there, is they're not there, because you've never been able to establish that relationship with anybody. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, Afghanistan was pretty uneventful. So, you know, did almost get smoked by a Mark 19 round in Bagram. That was pretty interesting.
What happened with that?
So, the weapons squad downloads a Mark 19, or maybe it was the new one, the 48. I think it was, 48. And there's like a pull string in order to disassemble, you had to pull the pull string or whatever and pull the trigger.
For those of you who don't know, a Mark 19 is an automatic grenade launcher.
Yeah, 40 millimeter belt.
It's like a machine gun, but instead of shooting machine gun rounds, it's shooting
HE,
grenades.
high explosive, grenades, yeah. So they download this thing, whatever. I go into the ready room, like we're building demo or whatever, and I'm like, hey, I got to hit the bathroom, whatever. You know, at this point in time, you know, we're just building stuff. It's not like I have to report to anybody. So I walk out, I make a left, I walk right in front of their door, and I'm just walking, man. I'm not thinking about anything, whatever. And all of a sudden, boom, and it's a loud boom, and I'm like I freeze, and a platoon sergeant comes out. He's like, yo, like he thought I had a gun. He thought I AD'd or ND'd, whatever. I didn't have a gun. I was just standing there like, yeah. He was like, yo, what? You know, he thought I ND'd. So once he figured out that I didn't have anything to ND, he's like, what? Yo. And we start looking around, and we see a 40 mic round just spinning. right on the. So basically, it went behind me, skipped off the wall, and like the way the hooches or chews were built was like you had like a little roof covered area with two sides on it where the door was. So you could step into that where the two steps were to go up in there, and then you go in through the door. It had skipped off the chew across, so it came from the left. It hit the one on the right, skipped across the door, or through those two little sidewalls, hit the door, and then landed back on the left and was just spinning there. So in reality, it didn't have enough room to arm, thank God. But now I'm with the platoon sergeant. We open that squad or the weapons squad door, and it's all smoky in there. And everybody just like, Dad, that looked like. And my buddy Billy Dunstan, he's on the top bunk, and that round went right through the top bunk.
Oh shit.
So like, in all, nothing happened. We had to call EOD. Yeah, that squad leader, he's actually a really good dude. He lost his job for that, But that was one of people talk about 9 lives and whatever. Like after the 6th deployment, man, like there was enough legitimate things, not what I thought was a close call, actual close calls, where it's like, my 9 lives are gone, man. I don't have, that's not a such thing, unless you're a really superstitious person, but like close calls were a real thing. Me and that same platoon sergeant on whatever deployment it was, I was placed in a G-charge, 1200 grain explosive cutting tape, ECT, on like a backboard, looked like a G, and it was a wall breach. And
on a target or in training?
No, a target. Yeah. Overseas. And, we go up, place this wall breach, I pull back with the shock tube, clack this thing off. We go up to assess it. Well, whatever battle space owner, commander, whomever it was at the time, didn't brief. He knew we were coming. We landed. The boss, whoever was, squad leaders made contact with him. He didn't inform his guys, or however the dissemination of information didn't make it to the lowest level. Well, you had strikers out there. Now we have strikers, right? This is a new thing. So my 4th deployment was like strikers. Yes, whatever. But the fucking army dude starts shooting at us. We're in him and I he comes from one side of the building, I come from the other side of the building, and we're like, we're closer than you and I right now. And all of a sudden, pop, 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 you start hearing rounds. And a rounds impact right in between us. And at first we're like, yo, we're about to get into a fight. I'm like, all right, here we go. Nah, man, it was dudes from the strikers shooting at us. My buddy got shot in his embidder. He was one of the snipers attached to us. He got shot in his radio. So like, that was another one of those, like, what the fuck, man? But like that bullet was, close, and that was fratricide. So yeah. So, the deployments kind of blend together, but, long story short, in reality, it was like very much the same coming back, going. You start getting to that point, you're kind of like, what am I doing?
When did you start taking a leadership role?
So team leader came pretty much on that 3rd, but like after that 3rd deployment, team leader. And the thing was at that time, like once I became a team leader, like I wanted to go to Recce, which is Reconnaissance, and they're over in a different company, or part of headquarters, where it's like you have your snipers, your reconnaissance dudes,
dogs,
and dogs were just evolving. Our first couple of deployments, contractors were our dog guys, dog handlers. Regiment was just starting to get involved. Everybody in tier 1 was just starting to bring up these dog programs. So I think that's when the dogs started coming around, maybe on deployment, I think 4. But I wanted to go over there, and the first sergeant at the time was like, nah, you're not going over there. Well, in reality, man, he couldn't really. So my first time wanting to go to Recce selection, couldn't go, which wasn't right, but I understood why he wanted to keep me. I mean, nobody wants to lose a dude.
Yeah.
Especially not a dude that, is doing the thing. So after that 5th deployment, I had to utilize the open door policy to the CSM at the time. And that was interesting, man. I'm calling the sergeant major, and I'm like, hey, I want to do this. I'm being told I can't do it. Again, man, the career progression, like you can't tell a dude he can't go to selection, but I was being told that. So the CSM calls the first sergeant, and man, yeah, that kind of burnt my bridge in ACO a little bit,
How was the 4th deployment? Anything significant?
I mean,
did you guys go back to Iraq or Afghanistan?
No, I only did one tour in Afghanistan. So yeah, we were back in Iraq, and that's yeah, the Fallujah stuff. You know, we were involved in that. We got a couple little ticks out there. That's where I started to realize like who we were working with and how we supported them. And now I'm in these briefings and stuff, and I'm getting a clearer picture of like how all this works and like how much, how many people have to be involved in this process to actually make this thing happen.
So was that a kinetic deployment?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. So it was, we're back to, now we have strikers. So the first deployment we had strikers, it wasn't 114 Cav, but it was one of the Cav units actually drove for us because we didn't have strikers, or maybe we did, but they knew how to drive them or whatever. But then we get strikers, then we did striker qualified. So I actually drove a striker. I was never a striker driver, but I was qualified to strike. They took team leaders at the time. They took team leaders, and I drove from Baghdad to Mosul in strikers under nods.
Wow, that's a long drive.
It was a long ass drive, man. It was terrible. After a while, you're just like
that green haze too.
Yeah, the green haze. Yeah, close one eye, and we hit shit, and tires get blown out. We have to pull into some fob somewhere. Again, some people are really able to articulate like certain times or events that happen on these deployments, man. But there's just so much going on. I'm just not one of those people that can process or remember.
Not only that, I mean, you guys were averaging what, like 100 plus, maybe 150 like hits a deployment like in 120 days. That's nuts.
Every night, man. Like I said, in this new generation, I mean, they recognize that. They're like, oh, you guys, like, yeah, I think on one of my NCOERs, it was like 500 targets, I mean, it was literally like, hey, you go look for Abu, whoever, I would say Abu or Muhammad or whatever. That's pretty much, it's a safe bet if you say Muhammad or Abu or whatever. But we're looking for him. We go to one house, we hit that house, and then we go to another house, and then they give us some information because the platoon sergeant, like I said, was good at that tactical questioning that led us to another house. So, I mean, we'd be going black on it, not ammo, but black on demo, because primary means of entry was demo. Like we first, as we were evolving, it was shotguns. So we had that little shorty 870 with a pistol grip and a breaching shotgun. At first you were using buckshot. Well, buckshot on a steel door, man, you're just going to eat that back in the face. Yeah. So we started going to these Hatton rounds, whatever. But really the shotgun became a thing of the past. We started getting demo everything. And so in order to gain entry into anywhere, yeah, you're rolling up with demo. And that's where, I think the overpressure and the demo and the effects of the demo and how often and how much we used, and MSD, which is min safe distance, like, you had to go to a breaching course and you understood how to build the charges. You know how to do the calculations and stuff. But in reality on the ground, MSD meant nothing. Because if you couldn't move far enough away to where you thought you'd be out of the blast area because there was a wall or a courtyard or whatever, you just ate the charge. My buddy Joe has the ISR footage, and I think it was a wall breach. Yeah, it was a wall breach that I don't remember who built it, but it was kind of a running joke as to why I had to build the next one and employ it, because I was so anti-wall breaches. Because one, I didn't think it was a true effective means of entry, because it just caused there's so much rubble and dust, and
that's a big charge.
It is man, and it's not like they got the framing is 16 inches on center with some 2x4s, man. We talking about a thick mud hut or bricks or concrete or whatever. So yeah, that first one. So this is going back in time. That first one. We hit that wall breach, and let's just say MSD was 70 feet. I don't remember what it was. We were like 10 feet, and that's blackout, man. He's got the ISR footage where it's like that thing goes off, and there's just Rangers laying in the rubble, just the boom. And what happens, man? Like you don't go to the clinic after that. You don't get evaluated. I'm getting pulled up and I'm clearing that building. All foggy and stars everywhere, not even know.
Wow.
Yeah, ears ringing, and even the dude whatever air asset, I don't know if it was a 64 or whatever it was at the time that was flying overhead, but they're like, you can hear him in the ISR footage, and I don't know how Joe got that. to be honest with you. And the fact that he still has it is pretty impressive.
Hey, we'll see if we can't overlay it on this.
Yeah. And you hear the pilot like, oh, yo, big boom, big boom. And it's just like, yeah, man. All the other guys were behind a wall, and it knocked over the wall out in front of the courtyard, but yeah. So the demo stuff, man, the best way of gaining entry, you want to talk about like violence action, the surprise, and to the listener out there that doesn't know, it's like, imagine you're asleep. Maybe you've done bad things, maybe you haven't, who am I to say? But we're going after you. And that boom happens, and all of a sudden there's dudes rushing in with green eyes and guns and lasers and all that. Like, you might have time to grab something, but that element of surprise is, I mean, that's when it was. Now it's more methodical. I see the way the guys train now. It's smart. They're pieing things off. They use their technology. They're doing things that are a little safer in terms of how you go about doing things to prevent, just rushing into a room. But that's how it was for us, man. You rush in as hard, as fast as you can. Sometimes you're hitting dudes, punching them. We used to have them Oakley gloves with the little Kevlar knuckles. And yeah, it's what it was. Violence action. It was just, you just overwhelm them.
Yeah, and I think as the war evolved, I mean, tactics evolved to surround and callouts because of all the IEDs and explosives. They were rigging houses and
yeah.
So, man, deployment 4, and then you come back, and is this? Were you a team leader on your 4th deployment?
Yeah. At the end of the 4th deployment, I was a team leader, and then into the 5th deployment. And after that 5th deployment, I went to selection. And again, deployments are all, a little bit of this happens here and there, but it's, we have the support. We got that platoon sergeant, man. Like, mad props to him at the end of the day for having that tactical knowledge. However he gained that, or whatever, I don't know what trend, he just had that mindset where, I feel like whatever strategy he had, like, we weren't that company or we weren't that platoon, like getting in firefights every night. Like, we were in, we were out. If we were landing on the X, or if we did one mission where we fast roped off little birds onto this rooftop, went through the cupola, and we had our target within X amount of time. It was one of the fastest hits at the time that maybe 275, maybe regiment, I don't know. Somebody said that it was like one of the fastest times, but like, that's how, we were pretty good at what we were doing at that point in time.
And you accredit that to training,
man.
That mindset.
Repetition. Yeah. It's muscle memory. I mean, you used to spend, flagging weapon, but you can also flag lasers. There is a such thing as overusing a laser, and you have an IR laser that you can see under night vision goggles, and then you have a red laser. So there's a time to employ one, and there's a time to employ the other, and it's not necessarily beneficial to overemploy either one of them. So yeah, you spend a lot of time out the range. And sometimes it was just working on, sometimes it wasn't even shooting. It was just laser, ready, up. Now your laser hits the target. It's not.
Yeah.
Now so yeah, it was training, man. That's what Rangers do. I mean, even to this day, I see those guys train. I mean, they're again, nothing against the regular Army folks, but like, these dudes are way above that. Like, what I see now is incredible. These dudes are bigger, stronger, faster than we were. And we thought we were tough and all this. Like, there was a lieutenant that I was working with recently in the past 2 or 3 years. He just won Best Ranger. Dude was a stud, man. And like, going over there for the 50th, their facilities now versus what we have, like,
you have the Thor program and all the human
their
conditioning.
Gym is yeah. And it makes sense, man. I mean, these dudes have boot dryers. I was kind of talking shit about that. I was like, man, y'all have boot dryers, but they have overhead structure on their range, on the installation. They're out there all the time,
5th deployment back in Iraq.
Yeah. So we did, Tikrit, Ramadi.
What was it like being in a leadership role?
The team leader is the best position in the regiment, in my opinion. You have your couple of guys under you, but you haven't been removed yet from that direct action aspect. Once you get to squad leader, man, you're still hitting rooms, clearing rooms, doing whatever, but you got to manage your 2 team leaders. So you're paying attention to 2 guys doing two totally different things with 2 totally different teams, even though the capabilities may be the same, you know, now you're kind of like, and you're as a squad leader, you're reporting to the platoon sergeant, you know, so the team leader is the job. Like that's all I wanted to do. That's all pretty much most of the enlisted guys, that's all they want to do. But with the amount of turnover we had, you know, like I feel like my time as team leader got cut short because they needed people to step up to become squad leaders, you know, and that's where, you know, and it was just the nature of the GWAT era, you know, people were getting out, people were getting, you know, moved up, people were getting moved to different companies. There was so much change and so many things happening, man. They had roles to fill and they needed people to fill them. So like my E6, I was ghost boarded. I talked to the CSM, the battalion or sergeant major, and he was like, "Hey man, basically like throw on your 6." Like throw on my 6. I didn't do my packet for TSSCI. I didn't do, you know, I was trying to avoid all the things that they were starting to pressure me to do because I knew what came next, and I wasn't ready for that developmentally. I wasn't ready for that in a maturity level. I wasn't ready for that just from a general knowledge of the Army. You know, some people fast track and they can do that. I have a buddy that's CSM down in I think he's at Regiment now. He was there a little bit before me, but amazing dude, great, amazing leader, and he was ready. He was ready for every step that came his way. But in my speaking on me personally, I should have been a team leader for a little bit longer. You know. Yeah, I could lead people. Yeah, I was able to talk. I was able to whatever, you know, juck and jive with the boys, whatever. People respected me to some extent. But certain people like myself, like I need to stay down and continue to learn the fundamentals, continue to learn, you know, the not basic, but the more basic things of not only leadership, but just like being a soldier.
Yeah. What, so you picked up squad leader?
I picked up squad leader after on the 6th deployment. Yeah. So I was initially E5 and then became E6 on that 6th deployment. And that's when we met.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're running Indig dudes out of Mosul.
Before we get into that, how did, can you talk a little bit about Ranger Reconnaissance? There's a lot of people don't know a lot about.
Well, so there's two different things. So battalions have their own recce, and then regiment has Ranger Reconnaissance Detachment, RRD, or I think right now it's called Ranger Reconnaissance Company. Those dudes that's totally different. So recce, we, you go to a selection, you do ruck, you do land nav, you do, whatever, at that point in time, it's like, oh, I need to do land nav. Like, okay. This was, still pre-technology really to an extent to where it's like, oh, you mean I have to get out a map and use a compass in a protractor? All right, man, whatever. You either got your dead reckoning or your pace counter. You have whatever method you have at that point in time to figure out where to go and how to navigate, and you just use that. And most dudes are pretty good at it. This is before, people were pulling out TAC Nav and all these apps on their phone and trying to tell me that way is north when north's that way. You know what I mean? So yeah, you go through the selection process and then you go over there and everything's totally different over there.
What made you want to go to recce?
I mean, just another step up. I felt like I had done the things. I felt that was more catered to my personality. Like I'd rather be doing the snooping around and, smaller team, not necessarily hitting targets anymore. I mean, I think a lot of guys get burnt out. Some guys make it 20 years and mad props to them. Some guys make it 2 deployments, and they're like, man, it's the same thing over. Like all we do is detainee guard and go on missions. And in the missions, it's like what you would see from a PD standpoint. If you go get whomever in whatever town that's the notorious drug dealer or whatever he is, and you get him, well, the day you get him, somebody else just backfills that position. Yeah. So in reality, it's the same damn thing, deployment after deployment after deployment.
It's easy to feel like you're not making a difference.
Yeah, you're not making a difference. I mean, and are you? I don't know. That's when you start getting, a little bit older and start understanding things, and you're reading, and you start maturing as a person, and you start wondering, like, a lot of guys thought, man, it's only a matter of time before I get hit by IED. Never mind whatever I'm doing on these missions. Like at some point, that thing that I cannot control is going to affect me. And when you can't control something, that's when people start feeling uneasy. That's when anybody starts feeling uneasy.
Did you ever have to deal with any loss of anybody that you knew personally?
Yeah, there's a dude I went to RIP with, Kessler. I think it was his second deployment. He was in a different company. He basically took RPG. He was a TC, or back in the day, I guess it was like tank commander or whatever. But basically, he was in charge of that striker vehicle commander or whatever. And from my understanding, it was like second or third story of a building, and somebody fired off RPG, got him. The Bremen Braza thing was crazy. That was more on the Rocco Best, their platoon. I was on CSAR, Combat Search and Rescue. So everybody had to rotate out on that, where you had to go forward stage at wherever, and in the event that anybody in the task force needed help, obviously they call QRF, but if there's, a search and rescue situation or whatever, then we were to respond to that. And I just happened to be in Ramadi at the time, went to the Chow Hall, didn't necessarily have any type of relationship with Dale Brem, but Barraza was somebody that I was cool with. And even though I was a private and he was a squad leader when I got there, I didn't have the bond like, the guys in his platoon had with him, but he was cool with me. Maybe he saw my potential and whatever leadership, but for whatever reason, very intimidating guy, very squared away, very well-respected person. We were cool. And we had a conversation that night, right before, and it was somebody I looked up to, and everybody did. But we had a conversation that night. He was like, "Yeah, what are you doing here?" "Hey, Sergeant, I'm on CSAR, man. We're staying out on the airfield, and the Connexes, he makes a joke about, the Connexes, man. You can sleep outside where you're going to get a breeze and the bugs, or you can sleep inside where it's about 200 degrees. It's like, pick your poison, man, So he was, joking about that, whatever. And, you get to a point where it is just another mission. You're prepared, but you don't know what you're preparing for. You have to be ready to react in whatever it may be. But yeah, man, unfortunately, those two guys didn't make it off that trip. And there was some other injuries. It was a bad night for battalion. And yeah, those guys.
They take an ID or
no? They were clearing a room, man. Some dude was hiding up in the wardrobe locker or whatever the hell you call that thing. Over there they don't have like built-in closets or whatever. It was just like a big wooden thing where they hang their clothes in, and dude was hanging in there, and he had a vest on. And then there was, I think the initial person was, had an AK or something, and then there was another guy hiding the vest, and there were a couple people that got those two guys didn't make it out, and then there were a couple other dudes that got injured on that. Again, I was removed from that. I wasn't there specifically, but I was just listening to it on the radio.
Did you guys fly in CSAR?
No, we thought we were going to launch, man, but they didn't for whatever reason, they didn't launch us. So yeah, fortunately there was nobody in my platoon. There were some dudes that got injured, but I didn't go on that mission. So, if you go back to that first deployment, man, that's where the back issues started. I guess we didn't touch on that, but that's something of note is, you're training at such a high caliber all the time, always competing with the next dude, always trying to be better, trying to deadlift more, trying to do whatever, run faster. On that first deployment, man, I had my first bout with back problems. Didn't know what it was, but there was a week where now I know it's basically, your nerve, you basically it's like just tapping it, but it sends that shockwave down your whole body. So there was a portion in time on my first deployment, Mosul, Al-Assad, my second deployment to Crit, all those deployments where, whatever would happen. I mean, the first deployment, I was picking up a sock. I remember picking up a sock, and I'm just like, yo, like, oh, and I can't do anything, man. The dudes have to bring me food. I don't even walk to the chow hall. But once the inflammation goes away, oh man, I'm better. I go back to doing the gym. I go back to doing whatever. And after I got out is when I ended up having back surgery. But I think that was the beginning. Maybe some bulging discs was probably what it was initially.
Yeah, because you're jumping out of planes. Plus your regular work,
carrying stuff, man. I mean, you think about missions like, they tell you now, like, don't jump off vehicles or trying to reduce the impact to your knees and to your back and all that. But back then, man.
Meanwhile, you're jumping out of a helicopter at 1,200 feet wearing 80 pounds of shit.
Yeah.
Sack of potatoes.
You didn't think about it, man. I mean, what's the fastest way to get out of the back of a deuce, man? Jump out. It's not like you're climbing down somebody gets the ladder out. Man, nobody got the ladder out. You just jump off. Strikers are the same thing. We had those big bird cages. you know, to help protect from RPGs. And I mean, yeah, you climb over the first rung and then just jump down. But in reality, man, that's not, with all that equipment on and stuff. Like, and again, some dudes make it 20 years, never have any injuries. Some dudes make it 2, 3, and have all kind of problems.
Yeah.
You know.
So you try out for recce.
Yeah.
What's that selection like? Is it long or?
Nah, it was a battalion in-house type of deal, where, you know, the platoon sergeant and the PL would evaluate, you know, again, you did your road march, you did your land navigation, did an interview, you do a psych eval, not a poly, you know, do you like flowers? And you're like, I don't know how to answer this question, man. I mean, like, I do like flowers, but is that like a disqualifying factor? Is that a bad thing if I like flowers, man? Like, I do like flowers. To this day, I still like flowers, but does that make me like softy? You know, like,
is that a serial killer?
Yeah. And they ask you questions, the same question, but in different ways. So like, you're going through these 300 questions or whatever, and it's like, wait, didn't I just answer that? But how? I don't remember how I answered that, because they're asking it different now. You know, so yeah, you go through all that, and then you get over there to the specialty platoon. It's totally different, man. You're not doing CQB stuff anymore. Now you're doing reconnaissance stuff. Now you're building. So I got to infiltrate Hanford nuclear facility. That was probably the highlight of my training in reconnaissance, in terms of training. We got to infiltrate Hanford. Like, we didn't have Op 4. We had the actual DOE guys. Now they knew we were coming. So obviously, like, it's not like they were cleared hot, you know, and we had a OC, essentially a Hanford DOE employee with us. You know, we all had dosimeters, you know, but he knew the lay of the land, where not to go, where was affected by radiation or whatever. But our job was to infiltrate and, you know, take pictures and make comms checks, comm calls, pass information back.
So it was like red cell, and those guys were actually trying to find you?
Yeah, actively trying to find us. And it was my section was the only section that didn't get compromised. And so that was like a big, and the maturity level is way different when you go over to recce. That's E5 and above, you know, so you don't have privates over there. You have dudes that now they want to be in regiment or battalion, and they want to be in reconnaissance. So the specialty platoons, man, especially the snipers, like, you talk about the snipers in Ranger Battalion, them dudes can shoot because they want to be there, and they probably had some sort of, I mean, I guess there's a small chance that they weren't familiar with, you know, long guns, but most of them, like with my buddy Eric, man, like, that dude is a long gun shooting fool, man. Like, he knows like, that was his thing. That's where he needed to be, you know? And so that's what you got over there, is a bunch of guys that wanted to be there. Then you got into low vis stuff, short barrel rifles. We got my first Glock 19 over there. That's where I went to ARSLIC, Reconnaissance Surveillance Leaders Course.
How was that?
It sucked. It was like the fourth phase of Ranger School. Bigger land nav course. The land nav course was hard. Our leadership was crap at the time, you know, straight up. You know, no need to call out folks, but there's a lot of people I don't respect that were over there at the time. And so they sent us down to ARSLIC. Like, right off the bat, man, the platoon sergeant that we had initially was cool. He knew exactly what the mission set was. He knew exactly what type of training we were going to do. And he understood the importance of not using last names and using first names. Because, man, you're working with Indig folks. They don't need to know my last name. Technology's coming around. Facebook's out. Well, maybe it's MySpace, you know, back in the day. But if you know somebody's last name, man, that's an easy target, you know, or that's intel that they can gather on you. So we started using first names. And then so the first initial, you know, recce, you know, couple of months, year, or whatever, I was like, this is where it's at. We got to go to Bragg and go meet up with the boys, like the guys and the ones that stood up this program. And we got to train with them. We got to see their facility, you know, what they do through selection. That's where, you know, in some of the videos you see that big bin of brass of what the operators shoot in their selection process. And you're like, that's what one dude shoots and to become like, oh my God. Like, you know, the bins, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet tall, you know, this big circle bin, like thousands of rounds. And it was cool, man. Like, those dudes, like, their facility was unreal. Those guys, the professionalism down there, it was, yeah, man, it was like, oh, this is if you want to stay in the Army and you want to be the best of the best, this is where you go, hands down.
So you were training with their recce unit?
Yep. Training with the guys. They're recce guys, but also guys that just stood up the program. So one of the more senior dudes was part of the standing up the program. You know, it was probably like 6-7 years prior to when I got there. So the program had been stood up for a while. So they're basically training locals, Indig folks. They're doing a full vetting process. They're going through a full selection, weapons qual, all the stuff. I mean, they're fully vetted Iraqis or Kurds, whatever, to work with Americans. And, you know, they're the ones that they play a pivotal role later on in the deployments for launching assault forces. You know, as things started changing in, you know, 2009 to maybe end of 2008, rules of engagement changed. We're supposed to transition over everything to the Iraqis. We need to get whomever to approve this and that. You know, it was getting ridiculous is what it was. But sometimes the only way we could launch the assault force was with our dudes on the ground, PID on a target, positively identifying, you know, whoever we were looking for. So yeah, first beginning part of recce, it was like, oh, this is what's up. This is where it's at, you know. And we go on that my 6th deployment, and that's where you and I link up. And now I'm not, for the first time in my career, I'm in civilian clothes. I don't have rank. I don't have any standards of any kind. So this is where that, you know, not being able to grow facial hair, you know, thing, you know.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm trying to grow something out, a little something.
It was like a Team America, bro.
Man. Yeah, it's bad, you know. Certain people, I mean, so basically the sergeant major at the time, same dude I called to utilize open door policy. He comes on deployment. You know, he's just hitting out stations. He's just checking. He's just coming in to see what's happening. And he comes in, he looks around, and, you know, a couple dudes got beards like you, and he looks at me. He goes, "Hey, man." He said, "What are you doing? You know, what are you trying to do over there?" I was like, "What's up, Sergeant Major?" He's like, "Yeah, I mean, your facial hair." I'm like, "Well, I mean, I'm authorized to grow it." He's like, "Just because you're authorized doesn't mean you should." You know, but it was just, you know, he was just poking fun. You know, it's not like he told me to shave it, but if I was out on the streets either country, I ain't blending in with anybody. You know, like I'm not growing the beard.
I love it, dude. You're 43 years old. We're eating dinner last night, and my twin daughter is like, I think you walked outside to do something. She's like, how old is Jesse? I'm like, he's 43. What? He doesn't look like he's 43.
Yeah, man.
And then you come back and sit down. And I'm like, yeah, you know, he takes care of himself. You know, he eats right. And they look at me. What happened to you?
Yeah, what happened to you?
Damn, bro. That hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I mean, you know, and we've talked about it too. It's a blessing and a curse. You know, like the youthful look is great, man. I'm happy I whatever, have done the right, I don't know. I'm happy I'm where I'm at in life. I'm content. But it also, you know, people do look at me often, especially at work now where I'm sitting amongst, you know, lieutenant colonels and above or directors or whatever. And people are like, "Who's this dude over here? Like, how'd this guy get in here?"
Here's my ID.
Yeah. You know, and I had, you know, when I was doing the live fire thing in range operations, which was a sweet job, I had lieutenants, man. You know, I had more time in a porta-john overseas than these dudes had in the Army. But I had multiple dudes be like, "Hey, man, were you ever in the Army?" Like, "Man, how the hell you think I got this job, man?" "Yeah, I was in the Army, dude." But yeah, so, you know, blessing and a curse with the looks, you know, it is what it is.
So that Mosul deployment, man, how was that for you?
It was best deployment, man. It was, I was respected for being in the position that I was in. Me and another dude were running we were the primaries, running the Indig folks out of Mosul. We were in charge of targeting. We had 2 meetings to go to where we were briefing. So we worked for the JSOC for the CAG dudes, Delta, whatever. I didn't work for the Rangers anymore. Like, there was a Ranger platoon there. I didn't work for them. It was crazy. Like, they couldn't tell. The thing was, and it was, you know, it was such a shift in the mentality that it took a couple weeks to get used to it, because you didn't work for it. So there was if one of the platoon sergeants or anybody from Rangers wanted to come on your compound, you could say no.
Yeah, so you had a compound on the compound on the compound.
So we had a compound inside the compound inside the compound. Yeah, and so no, that was incredible, man. We had a meeting in the morning, meeting in the evening. We'd have to brief the boss, you know, at the time, Colonel Braga. A lot of respect for him. You know, he gave me a hard time right off the bat. He's like, it's John. I believe that's his name, right?
Yeah.
John.
Oh,
yeah. And but the professionalism there was just unbelievable, and that made me, you know, want to be the best and get. And now, you know, I'm not necessarily. I'm almost like a peer now. Like I'm briefing something in these briefings. So like all those the best dudes in the world, the best of the best of the best.
Yeah, because at that point we had, I mean, there was an assault force from Fort Bragg.
There was an assault force from Fort
There was
Bragg.
a platoon from Rangers.
Yep,
and we
platoon
had the
from Rangers, and we had a SIF team there
from the Green Berets, which is like the best direct action assault force.
And they and like
in the Green Berets.
We had worked with some. So on that first or second deployment, Al Asad, we had a, you know, I remember them being like, oh, you got to consolidate barracks and whatever, or not barracks, but choose rooms, whatever. And we're like, what's going on here? And they're like, oh, there's a SIF team coming in. This is like right when the SIF got stood up. Like I didn't know what a SIF was. And these dudes, my first impression of a SIF was these dudes are hot garbage. We had dudes, I mean, they look cool, you know, but we had one dude carrying an M60, and it was kind of like, what are these guys doing? You know, like they were trying to find their own identity is what it was. And I don't know what group they came. I don't know anything about them, but I just remember them thinking they were the shit, and they weren't. You know, that's one thing about the, you know, the SF dudes, you know, props, credit where credit is due, but your mission set is different than what our mission set is. But they always, not all, man, you know how it is, but it's like, they always act like they're better than everybody. Like just cause you wear a Green Beret, man, hey, I wouldn't compare a Green Beret to a Ranger any day of the week, ever. Y'all do something different. You know, it's like
they're good at what they do.
They're real good. You know, the ODAs doing different things where they go on J sets and all that. Like that's what they do.
And
you know,
VSO, Village Stability Ops.
Village Stability Ops. Yeah. Like and having worked with those dudes now, they are the best at what they do. But, you know, it was, you know, again, it was like being from Ohio and anybody talking about Michigan. Well, I don't talk about them folks up north. You know, there's competition. You know what I mean? That's how it was with group. You know, and we all, you know, used to.
But by the time I think 08, 09, that the SIF, I think
they had been
fifth
around.
group was there when I initially got there. And I think 10th group SIF ripped in. Those guys are pretty solid. Dude.
They were solid. Like in that task force at that time, like that was, and maybe it was because I was naive, but like all those dudes, everybody there, even the platoon of Rangers, like there's a dude last name Peterson, man, squared away. Like that whole platoon, the whole assault force was squared away. Were you there when that platoon got hit on it was a red platoon that got hit on VDO? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Was that right before you got there?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had only been there a week, and I'm like, I think I'd been up in Mosul for like 3 days, and they're banging on the door, and I'm cleaning the blood out of a striker. It was,
it was crazy.
In 08, 09, I think Al-Qaeda leadership, and a lot of Al-Qaeda had been chased out of Baghdad and down in the south. There was still some going on in Tikrit, but Mosul was like the last holdout. Foreign fighters. Oh,
yeah,
God, it was on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah, and it was crazy because it was, you know, I'm watching ISR feeds in the evening of all the assault forces going out, but I'm not going out anymore. It was so different and contrary to what I had been doing for so long that it was kind of like, oh, in a way, it was like I get to take a break. Like I can sit back and watch knowing that those dudes are just better than what I was, and they're going out maybe potentially off information that we're providing. Not me specific, but like our little cell that we have within this compound within a compound. You know, and that was, yeah, I mean, to the point where at the end of that deployment, you know, the troop sergeant major, the commander, you know, I asked him, and I'm like, how can I stay? You know, like that was the first deployment. I was like, no, I like this. I like what I'm doing. I think I'm starting to understand it. I'm starting to understand different platforms, different people working within the organization.
Because now you're part of the actual targeting center.
Now, yeah. Now we are like, we're in control of an air asset.
And you're developing a target, and then you're watching that come to fruition. So
you
get to see the whole find, fix, finish, exploit.
Yeah. Yeah. It was crazy because I mean, there was times where it was like, hey, conditions met, check, launched the assault force. And that was coming off us, you know, just some E5s. You know, our squad leader our section leader at the time was an E6, but I think he was in Balad or Baghdad or something. So it was just us, man. but that was what was so incredible about that. And that's where I saw the other side, you know, and you always think about hindsight, you know, and going back. Would I have necessarily gone to West Virginia and done the thing? I don't know, man.
I was there when the ops sergeant major was like, we better see you in
Yeah.
West Virginia,
Which I
Jesse.
take that as an honor. You know, I told you, man, I printed out those emails. I saved those emails to this day, even from the commander at the time, you know, being like, hey, you know, for me, it was an honor to work with them and to be a part of what was way bigger than what I ever could have had imagined being a part of.
But it was also crazy for me, man, because I would sit in those same briefings with you. I mean, we had a seat at the table too, and it's like, you know, here you are, you were you were an E5, and I mean, when you talked, like the whole room, I mean, you had a SIF assault force, you had the squadron commander from one of the most elite units that we have in the military, you have the Ranger leadership, and everybody, like you're briefing, and like the world stops. And that was the one cool thing that I saw from my vantage point, is just how USASOC works. And you know, at that level too, there is no petty bullshit. It's the varsity. And I had an outside seat, man, but you're just like, you get to look behind the curtain and you're like, good God.
And they trusted you. That was what was so crazy. So,
well, and to your point too, I mean, they did, like, you briefed and they made moves off what you guys were doing. And I saw it firsthand in the briefings, like, hey, what do you got? We're not going to do this. You know, Jesse, you're going to have to tell it. So it was crazy. And kudos. That's why that unit's so successful. You know, they value everybody's opinions. And I mean, even
the nice thing is too, is like, if you're not cutting it, don't get me wrong. Like, oh yeah, they'll send you to somewhere else. Hey, they may not call it getting fired, you know, but they'll move you down somewhere else.
We were talking last night. Greg, he was two guests ago by the time this aired. You know, Greg was my boss when we were all there, and that dude fired so many people, bro. And you know, because there was a lot of augments, and you know, JSOC has a lot of support elements. There was interrogators and you know, collectors, but that dude fired so many people, but he was so eloquent. He could fire somebody, and then you know, bro, you just got fired, and that dude's thanking him for, you know, he's getting ready to go guard a chow hall somewhere in Baghdad. You know, I always laughed at Greg. You know, I'm like, man, I made it through. I never got fired.
Well, I mean, but I think it was a part of the same thing. Is like, you took pride in what you were doing, and you wanted to do everything you could, not to ensure you didn't get fired, because if you were doing all the right things and working as hard as you can, and you were a good fit, there was no chance of getting fired. They value you.
And everybody was value added that did their job. And
like I said, that deployment was crazy. They'd be like, hey man, you want to go out tonight? You know, like on an assault or a raid, you know, whatever. And I did a couple of times, but for the most part, it was like, I'm just providing the information, facilitating, getting the briefs, briefing people up. I mean, again, the trust factor was insane because, you know, essentially they size you up a little bit and see what the capabilities are. I mean, we rotate out so often that, you know, the last group from 375 or 175, whoever it was, they could have been amazing. And then you get a new group from whatever other battalion, and maybe they're not so good. Maybe they haven't been trained. Maybe, you know, so I guess, you know, in a way, I just got lucky and fell into the right place at the right time. But they trusted me enough to go to a brigade op order and brief a part there, you know, because again, when the regular army's doing something like, you know, for the tier 1 and support, you know, Ranger Battalion, Ranger Regiment, you know, you get a page, man, you're on a helicopter, in a truck, or walking like immediately. You don't go to, you know, there's nothing. You know, the targeting cells provided information. You're getting that GRG we were talking about, and you're launching the assault force immediately. Like, you know, there's no pre-checks in the helicopters. You just get on the bird and leaving, you know, like, so being able to go to that brigade op order and, like, I mean, having to sit through it was brutal. You know, it was bad.
That's when you realize too, the big army has to jump through a lot of
and I felt bad for those guys. They're talking about ROE, and this goes back on leaders, man. If things aren't good, say they're not good. Stop telling people what they want to hear. That goes in life too, right? Yeah. A lot of people don't like what you have to say because they're not saying what they want you to say. You know, if it's not good, it's not good. We saw that in Afghanistan, you know, from upper echelons of leadership. How are things going over there? Oh, hey, you know, Pentagon, it's going great. We're doing this, we're doing that. No, it's not. It's not going great. We've established a foothold in this particular valley. Well, the fighting, we didn't conquer the valley or take over they just moved to a different valley. Like, come on now. You know, like, being realistic.
And that last deployment, 0809, I mean, we've hit on a couple. I talked about it with Greg too, man. I mean, dump truck bombs, dude. 10,000 pounds of explosives going off, leveling city blocks, man.
And it was the same thing. We were taking a lot of indirect rounds as well. My first deployment in Mosul, We lost a couple guys on the other side, not Rangers, but some other dudes walking to the chow hall. That's where one of those 9 lives went away. I went right with a couple dudes, and they went left, and the dudes that went left got hit. You know, it's like, and that was what was crazy is, I mean, Ramadi was bad too. I mean, that was Uday and Kusei's house. And, you know, the JSOC SOCOM community had taken over those houses. So that those palaces were where we stayed. And I mean, you get mortar rounds all the time because they're just shooting them from the other side of the river.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think when we were in Mosul too, they were getting those F-350s wiring 107 Iranian rockets on like an MLRS system. They'd hit the phone, and I'd been there for like 2 days, and you're literally, I mean, you can see the rockets coming over. You're
you
like,
can see them,
oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah, it was crazy because I remember one time we were walking or doing, you know, we were shooting doves or pigeons for a while with BB guns out there. We didn't eat them, although you probably could have. Dove is good to eat. Yeah. But I remember one of them, whatever it is, I think it was just rocket at the time, but it literally impacts right on the other side of the HESCO wall. You know, it's just like, you know, and that's where you see, you know, it's just like you see in war movies, right? Like your first day there, my first day on my first deployment, you know, doing the lasers all over the place, doing all the thing. And after you've been there a while, you're just kind of sitting in the back waiting to react or waiting to get dropped off or whatever it is. It was the same thing with like anytime the sirens would go off or they'd tell you to get in those bunkers. The folks that got in the bunkers probably hadn't been there that long.
Yeah, that was me, bro. I think it was like day 4. I hear the sirens go off, and I'm trying to like be cool, and you know I see the rockets coming over, so I jump in, and then I remember towards the end, I got injured on that deployment and ended up going home. But I mean, towards the end, I don't even think you got out of bed, dude, unless it was like, you know,
if the damn thing lands in my chew, like it is what it is.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're just like, dude, I don't care.
It is what it is. Yeah. Whatever.
And plus, you didn't get, you know, we were kind of similar to you. Our section on that deployment, man, we didn't really get sleep. We didn't have like, hey man, you know, you're off from like 12 to 4. It's like, no, we worked during the day. We had to work during the night. Guys coming off the assault force, we had a job to do with that. And you know, we had our gangster Christmas missions at night. One of these days we'll talk about those. But yeah, so it was like you had to sneak sleep. So like, if you happen to be getting like your 3-4 hours of sleep, bro, it is. You have to kill me to get me out of this chew.
Yeah. But again, that's where you see that, you know, that's where I think, you know, that mentality was just reinforced of, you know, strive, whatever it is you're doing in life, like whether it's your job or whether it's your fitness or whatever, you know, you can't be the best at everything. You can try, but a lot of people focus on, you know, certain things. And I think that's where the physical training, the working out, the eating healthy, like I'd been doing it in the deployments before that. But again, when I see those dudes and I'm sitting in the room with them, and I'm like, oh man, like these dudes they're always getting after it. They don't just go to the gym once a day. They go to the gym, then they got some weights over here. When there's a little bit of downtime, dudes are just doing some curls or some whatever they're doing. That's when CrossFit got big. You know, it was probably 2005 maybe. You know, Greg Glassman, the CrossFit founder, like started this thing, and CrossFit started, you know, so we were doing the CrossFit workouts, and that was like, initially it seemed like that was just catered to tier 1.
What's your Fran time? You know, I remember that.
Yeah. What's your Fran time? Yeah. You know, and it evolved into Murph and all these different workouts and whatnot, which I still respect. And, you know, but it was like, that's where you saw like, that was the evolution of the Army, really, of training in general for everybody, where it wasn't now, it used to just be like, hey, push up. Like what happened when I got to battalion? Squad would be like, hey, we're going for a run today. I'm like, damn, dude, we just ran yesterday. Like all we did was run and push-ups and sit-ups. All of a sudden that CrossFit stuff started coming in, functional fitness, high intensity interval training, all those things where to get good at a 2-mile run, you didn't have to run 2 miles every day. No. You could do 800s.
And it's hard to move through a house real quick on a direct action mission at 260 pounds.
Like
a meathead, bro.
Yeah. So and so, you know, that's where, you know, that's another part of the Army in general where we were changing. You know, now dudes could be bigger, stronger, faster with
like a functional aspect.
Yeah, with a functional aspect. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything else from that last deployment where we start transitioning?
No, man, that was the last good thing I have to say about battalion, to be honest with you. You know, I love it. I respect it. That'll always be where I grew up in the military. I'd never bash it or trash it, but and this applies to anywhere in the military, any jobs, corporation, whatever. Bad leadership can be the most toxic cancer in an organization anywhere. And after that deployment, man, that was it.
One last thing I wanted to ask you about leadership. You know, what unique leadership challenges arise when you're leading a small recce team behind enemy lines? I mean, you were running an Indig team in like the bobble top market in Mosul. For you guys don't know, like Mosul was a tough place to. It was, you know, it was a city, concrete jungle, and it was full of bad guys. Full of bad
Well,
guys.
and the thing about it as well is, you know, you had no tactical advantage there. There was no asset that could fly above that could see anything that's going on because it was a market. So people go there during the day. Well, they had the cloths or the shade, sunshades or whatever. So like once you walk into there, people disappear. So you know, again, we didn't go on a lot of missions. It wasn't like we were the reconnaissance folks. We were running the folks that were doing the reconnaissance. But you know, in leadership roles, you know, what I've learned and taken away from some of those great leaders that I've had is the importance of knowing your people. You know, everybody has a unique personality. Everybody has a, you know, particular thing that makes them happy, makes them mad, makes them sad. You know, it's understanding your people and being personal, I think is the most important thing for just leadership in general. You know, if you're a leader, you know your people. I mean, I remember a team leader telling me, you know, not long after I got to battalion, he's like, when you're walking in the back of a formation, going to hit a target or in training or whatever, you eventually will or should know every single person by the way they walk under night vision goggles, you know? And that wasn't just so you know, like, hey, if that dude goes down, well, you know who it is based off where he was in the formation, how he was walking, you know? And it does, it goes down to, for leaders, it's like, man, you got to know your people, man. And you got to treat them with respect, and you have to provide all the information that you have, not what you think the information is, not what you perceive it to be. If the boss says this, you tell him that. You know, and who knows? I wasn't the best leader. I'm sure there's dudes that would say I was great, and there's dudes that would say I was terrible. You know, but I tried to do the best I could.
When you were working alongside Tier 1 units, I know you worked with Dev Group. I know you worked with Delta. What was one of the biggest mental shifts that you had to make?
Probably the maturity. You know, the being prepared. You know, when you were in an infantry squad, you know, you could just go through the motions, and you're not going through the motions, but you could just do the training, you know, the ready ups, the whatever you're doing at the time. But you were still a team. You know, when I got over there with those guys, when I go over there to brief, well, dude, I better be squared away. I'm briefing these folks. These guys are all better than me. They're all bigger than me. They're all faster. They're all better shooters. They're all way out. Everybody outranks me. So like, you know, I would prepare for those briefings, you know, make sure everything, you know, you have a little note card, you have a little cheat card, cheat sheet, whatever. But that's kind of what I honestly, in that deployment probably helps me now when I speak with like senior leadership on the installation currently, is you got to know what you're talking about, man. And you know, obviously nobody has the answer to all the questions, but you have to be informed. There ain't no fake it till you make it over there.
You had 6 combat tours, dude. Again, working with Tier 1 units, working with a DA, you know, unit in and of itself. Can you recall a mission working in that capacity that pushed the bounds of what you thought possible?
I mean, I guess there's a lot of them, man. Multiple missions over a short amount of time, whether it's like, you know, the assault force leaves and we don't come back for hours and hours and hours, going on, follow on. Dudes being dehydrated. I mean, it's hot. I mean, you know, it's Iraq, man. There's trash bags melting to trash cans over there. It's so damn hot. But you know, adequate hydration was key. So yeah, some of the most adverse or toughest conditions were just the day-to-day keeping it going, man. Going out on that next mission, being prepared, having the mental fortitude or intestinal fortitude to get back after one of those missions and go rebuild demo, go clean out your mags, go clean your gun. When in reality, man, I mean, to an extent, man, you probably could have just thrown a shit in your ready room and went to sleep, but dudes just didn't do that, you know. And so I think for all the dudes, you know, or most of them, it was you keep going, the no quit mentality, the, you know, persevere.
Looking back on all those combat tours, man, what's one moment in battle that changed your view of war for forever?
It was probably that second deployment, man. That dude we shot, the second dude, you know, not only was his head canoed all over the place, and it was an ugly scene. He was young, man. He was a younger dude. I mean, who knows how old he is? It's hard to tell, over there with age and with what happened and adrenaline and all that. I don't know. He could have been 12 or 20. I don't know. But those deployments and, hitting a target, especially later on, 07, 08, and you're hitting a target and like some of the women are pulling out chem lights, glow sticks, whatever. Like we'd already, somebody, maybe not us, but somebody's already been there. Somebody's already blown the hinges off their doors. Somebody's already captured or taken away the men in the building. I think all that stuff really didn't hit me until I had my own kids. Again, 4 and 2, I'll be 43 this year. Like I didn't have kids. I didn't know what type of impact that would have on me, but now I look at it so much different. Like how would that impact my kids if somebody just did what we did overseas? Now, if it was a bad dude, that's one thing, man. Those type of things happen with, PDs and, 3-letter agencies all around the country currently. But back then, the most impactful thing was like how it actually impacted the people or affected the people that were actually living there.
Do you still think about that today?
Yeah, man. It's I don't want to say it's something that haunts me, but I think about it all the time. And I think that's why I find it really important to treat everyone with dignity and respect, because it's like, man, you don't know where they came from.
Amen.
You don't know what background they've had or how hard or easy or whatever it is, like these, I look at I think, you were talking about the Puerto Rico trip, and I was like, Puerto Rico, man, I think I'm good on Puerto Rico. I had a few bad experiences, with those folks in general, but man, that was a blanket statement that applied to a population or a demographic. I was wrong. And what happened? You went there, you're like, man, those people were awesome. It was this, that. And it's like, that's the same thing I try to remind myself about deployments. Like, not everybody was a terrorist. Not every person was bad. Actually, there were some good people over there.
I got to see that firsthand. The unit would go out and roll up 26 dudes, and you'd find out like 24 of those were just normal dudes. They just happened to be in the wrong place at the right time.
Yeah, or even I remember one night we were doing the platoon sergeant was doing tactical questioning, and I was in there, and we had the dog in there, and we needed some information, whatever the platoon sergeant did. I just happened to be in there, and this dude was making IEDs, and he said that the reason he was doing it was literally because he would get paid. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just turn up.
Not bad. So yeah, no. So the reason he was doing it was just to provide for his family. He didn't necessarily want to kill Americans or kill any forces he didn't want to do any of that. He was just, they have no options. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? I
saw that a lot working on the border. Dude, we would roll up dudes, man, running dope, running guns, and you find out like their family's being held hostage in Juarez, or their kids, bro, and the cartel's making them do it, and they don't have a choice, and it's like,
can't blame them, because you couldn't say you wouldn't do the same thing.
Yeah, it's hard to, it's hard when you have a job, whether you're hitting houses in a foreign country or working in the States. Like we're still humans, and there's still a human aspect sometimes that, I don't want to say you almost have to lose it to do certain jobs. You have to become numb to be effective, but it's hard when you slow down later on in life and you have time to reflect. Because when you're in Iraq, Afghanistan, you ain't got no time to reflect, bro. You're trying to get 4 hours of sleep for that pager goes off again, or whatever.
Yeah, you don't have. I think things are a lot different now. I mean, there's folks get out. There's TBI screening. There's all these different things. There's counselors. There's whatever. When we got back from deployments, you had to do that post-deployment health assessment or whatever. You fill out whatever you got to fill out to turn that shit in as fast as possible and keep it moving. Yep. And not to say if all the things they had now that I would have taken them up on that opportunity, but I didn't know, man. And I think that's,
none of us did.
Yeah, nobody did. I didn't know how that would impact me down the road.
There wasn't mental health units, and, we worked in different communities, but same mindset. It's like, bro, I'm trying to go on the next trip. I'm not trying to tell these people anything that's going to keep me from going on the next trip or school or whatever you got going on. So you stuff that shit way down.
But what are we doing there? Essentially, we're suppressing people's feelings.
Yeah.
And we're talking about integrity, but that's you're not telling the truth. So like, in a way, like if we would just teach like honesty right off the integrity, honesty, hand in hand, like if we were just teaching that right off the, maybe you could get somebody that the help they needed. Everybody's an individual and it's case by case basis.
Well, I think it's definitely coming around. I mean, it's definitely changed since, I think they've kind of figured it out. I don't know what the balance is, right? Like, but I mean, I definitely think there's a move in the country, in the military. I mean, I think we actually swing too far, maybe. Maybe special operations not as much, but it's trying to find that balance between, helping people, but also, man, war is a dirty business.
You still need hardened, grunts to do the dirty work. And at the end of the day, when we got away from, everybody wants to call it hazing and whatnot, but like they don't even treat privates the same way they did at Ranger Battalion. And there is a certain thing is excessive, but anytime I got smoked, it's because I did something stupid.
Yeah.
And it was, muscle memory. It was pain. You learn through pain.
And since we're on the kind of talking a little bit about mental health, what's the biggest myth about mental health and special operations that you want to crush right now?
Probably that, I don't know, man. It's like everybody has problems. Not everybody's problems are different.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Some people just move on with life and they go out to do things and they go do what they do, but it impacts people, man. I guess a myth would be that like the support is out there. Again, different now. I don't know. We're not there anymore. But when I got out, man, it was literally like, see ya. Make sure you turn your ID card in. You drive off that installation, man. That's it. There ain't nobody out there to help you out.
I tell people a lot, man. It's like being on a party bus, dude, with all your friends, and you guys are partying and you're having a good time, and all of a sudden that bus stops and you get off, and that bus just keeps going, dude, and you're just there.
Oh yeah, I mean, you get out, you drive off the installation. The first couple of days, you're like, oh, this is awesome, man. I'm gonna collect some unemployment, blah blah blah, and then everything sets in, like you said. For 7 years, I'm with the boys every day. Whether I go on block leave or not, I come back and there's all the dudes working out. You got time to eat, time to work out in the morning. Man, what job you go to in the civilian side that you get paid to work out in the morning? None. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a myth. It has nothing to, it's not a myth at all, but like it's acknowledging that after experiencing that, getting out is not easy.
Yeah. And we're going to talk about your transition here in a little bit. Last question I have kind of on this same line is, some assume special ops soldiers thrive in chaos, or on chaos. How do you personally find balance and calm given a background in high stake environments?
I mean, it's kind of hard, from your early 20s into your 30s, like you do thrive in chaos. I mean, you have to be calm under pressure. You're making those radio calls. That radio call is extremely important while somebody's shooting, or while this is happening, or while that's happening. You're jumping out of planes, like the adrenaline's through the roof. It's hard, man. It's life gets kind of boring. You know what I mean? I think that's why a lot of people have problems. There's not anything, just going into the mundane day-to-day 9 to 5 sucks, especially when you've come from something like that, because you go from everything to nothing.
Yeah.
And that was hard for me. I know a couple dudes it wasn't hard for. They just was like, Army, whatever. And they just go on. But like, since I was little, man, I knew at some point I'd be in the military. And once I got into it, through a series of bad decisions and bad leadership, essentially, everything's my fault at the end of the day. Like I found myself in a position where I didn't like the Army anymore. And I never thought I'd get to that point. I mean, when I enlisted, they're like, whatever old Good said, he's like, yeah, you can do like 3 years or 4 years. And I was like, what's the max? He was like 5 years plus basic training. I was like, sign me up for that. And he's like, whoa, son, like you don't necessarily need to go for the, I was like, no, let me do that right off the bat, because I know I'm going to stay in forever, but, and we'll talk about things, but, when you're on those deployments, you're stone cold sober. You're performing at the peak physical and mental performance that you're physically capable of. Then you come back and you get back into the sauce, hanging out with the boys, partying with the boys. Well, that alters your mentality and your thought process. Not to say you're not still a go-getter, but that fog changes things.
And how many times have you and I talked about alcohol? It's just it's
fucking poison, man.
It's the root of all evil, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
not all evil,
And I'm one, and one of the big reasons I wanted to do this, not only to support you and have this conversation and whatnot, but it's, and I know there's a lot of people out there doing it, but it's raise awareness, man. For anybody out there, like, you ain't the first person that's had a problem, man. I'm sitting here right now as a witness. And it's not like I'm sitting here saying, I've been sober for 4 years, blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, I've been sober currently for a month and 2 days. That's it. And prior to that, I'd only gone 2 other times in my adult life where I hadn't drank every day. Now I'm not, again, like functioning alcoholic, we were talking about that. There's a difference between getting wasted every day and not being able to perform, and drinking just enough to suppress the pain. The alcohol, to a certain extent, especially after deployments and whatnot, was a medication. So whenever down the line, the VA is like, well, taking these meds or whatever, I'm like, what the hell is the difference between taking these meds and drinking some alcohol? It's the same thing. Maybe I don't, some of the meds you don't get hung over, but some of the SSRI stuff has adverse effects too.
Numbing, dude.
Yeah, it's numbing. Now you're a different person.
I remember when you first got out and we were talking and they had put you on a couple things and you're like, dude, I feel like a zombie. I remember you telling me that.
What was that stuff? Paxil?
Yeah, you were taking a couple. It's like
one
during the day and one
Wellbutrin.
Wellbutrin.
Yeah, for the old PTSDs, and again, man, the whole problem with that whole thing is it's not to say the intent of the counselor or maybe the medication isn't good, because the VA's trying, man. Anybody that's bashing the VA, I hear a lot of folks out there bash. Who am I to bash the VA? They don't know.
There's good people there.
There's good people. By and large, most of them are good people. You think those doctors would work there if they didn't care? They ain't getting paid what they can get paid in the outside world. Either that or there's really crappy doctors that can't get a job anywhere else. But, and it's like, so I don't blame it on that particular prescriber, back in the day. But those SSRIs were, I mean, you want to talk about suicidal, dude?
That's one of the main side effects. We've talked about it on a couple of my podcasts. I've heard it mentioned on other podcasts. It's like, when you look at one of the main side effects of SSRIs listed, as a side effect for the drug by the manufacturer, it's suicidal ideations. It's nuts. Like, we're giving people the medication that's almost contributing to the problem. You know what I mean?
And it's not to say that those type of medications or medications generally won't help out specific individuals for specific reasons. But a blanket approach to PTSD, and we're just going to prescribe these things is a horrible approach.
My last couple podcasts, we've talked about psychedelics, and it's like, it's crazy to me how it's okay to drink alcohol and we'll give you these SSRIs, but psychedelics are the devil, something that's grown naturally in the wild. And, you and I have talked a lot about of that, but it's just, but I do see a shift.
The shift is reemerging, especially the mushroom thing. We'll talk about that, but that was something that was, I don't know, what was it, 40s, 50s, was like, oh, this might be a potential treatment, and then all of a sudden it became taboo. It's like pot, weed, whatever you want to call it. It's like I watched your interview with Jeremiah, and I watch War Party Ranch stuff, and big shout out to that dude and what he's doing for that movement. But the dude smokes, man. Any day of the week, I'd rather anybody I know smoke a joint, take a gummy, whatever it is, because you ain't out there making bad decisions. You might eat too damn much when you get the munchies. You might be tearing up everything in the fridge, but you're not making bad decisions, man. I'd rather.
Well, it's not just poisoning your body. I mean, the moment you start drinking alcohol, and look, I'm not here to bash alcohol. People drink. There's tons of people that out there that can drink socially and don't, and don't abuse it. But
mad props to those folks.
Yeah,
I'm not one of those guys. If I drink one, I drink 10.
Yeah, and as soon as you drink, I mean, your liver literally, your body starts shutting down everything it's doing to get rid of the poison out of your body. I use a Whoop strap. I've used it for a couple years now, and it's like, I still drink from time to time. I just came back from Puerto Rico. I mean, we drank out there, Josh and I did, and you can see it like in real time. I wake up the next morning, I'm able to see my stats from the previous night, and it's like recovery 17%. Heart rate variability drops to like the lowest. Oxygen movement, sleep depth, you're not getting quality sleep. And so it's, eventually it's like, hopefully we'll wake up. But, you know, I know we're about to transition into, you know, your transition period, which this is an important conversation. So I know we got a couple things we're going to do beforehand. So we'll take a break here and then pick this back up.
Sounds good.
Just coming back from the break, man. I know we took a couple hours to grab our thoughts, grab something to eat.
Get some sunshine.
Yeah, we got up early and
Something
worked out pretty hard
up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I think we were coming off your last deployment. I know that was a highlight trip for you. And then what happened after that, man?
Yeah, man. So like I said, that was kind of the downfall of my time in battalion. I went home on block leave to Ohio. I was hanging out with my brother. Long story short, man, we got in trouble with the police, and neither one of us were really talking to him or giving him any information. So they slapped me with the DUI charge and charge, key effing word here, charge. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, right? Well, that's not how the leadership of battalion saw it. You know, so I called chain of command, let them know, got back, and they were like, "Hey, man, you know, this is unacceptable." Like treating me like I was convicted of something. But
yeah, you had just come back, I think, from doing like some training.
Yeah.
You guys were pumped up for you were.
Well, I was just about to go on the 7th deployment, and yeah, man. So you know, and I had seen how they treated a couple of guys in battalion when they had little mishaps or whatever. But I mean, in my eyes, a lot of that stuff, especially now, you know, hindsight type of thing, but a lot of that stuff was preventable, man. You know, if team leaders were being team leaders, if there was some mechanism in place to monitor people, to kind of maybe not keep track of their behavior, but maybe identify, you know, you think about the Army ASAP program, Army Substance Abuse. I mean, I'm not saying send folks there because that doesn't look good on your career either. But, you know, in reality, man, there was a lot of us, and just, I guess, speaking for myself, like, man, I need help, man. My coping mechanism for those problems and the trauma and PTSD or whatever you want to call it was alcohol. You know, we come back, like I said, man, there's nobody to greet you when you get back. You get back to that ACO bar. What do, man? You drink, you know, and then that cycle continues. And obviously you don't drink if you go to schools or whatever, but that's what you do. So yeah, I got treated like I was a private again. And again, going back on that, you know, stuff in Recce, and after that extremely successful deployment, you know, we have a new platoon sergeant. We go down to, that was when we actually went to RSLC, Reconnaissance Surveillance Leaders course. Mind you, neither one of these platoon sergeant or PL had been through that course, but they were coming down to monitor us. They were changing things. They thought we were, you know, kind of doing the bro thing, you know, when we were using first names and all that, but they didn't understand like the whole reason behind that. And they just started changing things. So yeah, man, they didn't try to fry me, but they kind of left me at a point where like, hey, we're going to RFS you, release for standards, or you can go find another job. It's like, well, at that point in time, it was like, well, this is how you're going to treat an E6 with 6 deployments. You know, just got off my most successful deployment, you know, especially speaking on like side of like being an individual. Like I was doing the things over there, not a whole, it was a team collective, but like I was going to the briefings. I was doing this, you know, it was, you would think that that's somebody they would want to keep around. So yeah, man, I looked at all the options and opportunities that were out there that I had no knowledge about at all. Cause again, in battalion or regiment, we're behind a fence, you know, literally, you know, with the blackout screens and whatnot, or brown screens. And I started looking around and I found the NCO Academy, and there was basically a bunch of Rangers that had similar issues that went over there. And so I went over there, talked to the first sergeant. He's like, yeah, man, we'll take you like right now. Like we'll find a job for you. Like, you know, done. So I, you know, notified battalion, and that was that. But the thing is like, I was never convicted of anything. I was never convicted. So in reality, the grounds for release for standard weren't justifiable because I hadn't actually gotten in trouble for anything. That's just like he said I did this, but the other side of the story hasn't come out, you know? But at that time I was like, man, this is how you're going to treat me.
And that ultimately got dropped to court.
It all got dropped in court. I think I got obstruction of official business. What does that mean? Well, it's not a felony. whatever. I mean, my record got expunged, whatever. But, you know, that was one of those times where it was like, you know, maybe I am done with this. You know, maybe I should have gone and done the long walk. Maybe I could have, should have, would have done all these different things. But really, my heart was in Recce and in battalion, and I wanted to stay there. You know, that's where the boys were at. That's where we were still getting after it. And there was, you know, potential for another reenlistment and many more things to come. But that leadership that had taken over, man, they gave me a horrible NCOER. You know, to the point where the command sergeant major of the NCO Academy, like, reached back out to battalion, was like, one thing like this, and y'all, this is the NCO, like, could be a career-ending NCOER, you know, to where, like, it's going to be hard to be promoted in the regular army with this type of NCOER, because it was based on just accusations, essentially, you know. And yeah, so I ended up having a great time at the NCO Academy. It was amazing having that experience on all those deployments and training younger soldiers and talking about rules of engagement and, I mean, everything that you were teaching them at the course. And I actually got time to be like a normal person. You know, I got time to go to the gym, you know, switch out with the instructors and, you know, get off early. And it was like a regular 9 to 5, you know, after a little while. You know, we still had soldiers at the barracks for a while. So it was like 5:30 to, you know, 2000 every night. It was pretty horrible initially, but the new command sergeant major came in, and a great dude, and he changed things around, and it was like, this is it. This is awesome. You know, so I got my teaching or instructional certification, Army Basic Instructor Course, Small Group Instructor Course certification, and it was sweet. You know, that was awesome. It wasn't until, you know, at the time, I guess it was your branch manager, and I had met my now ex-wife, but I met her, and they were talking about I needed to come up. You know, I was coming up on having to change, you know, duty locations, and they were talking about Korea. And I was like, Korea? I was like, I've been stationed, quote unquote, at JBLM my whole career so far, but I was never there. So as soon as they started saying Korea, and I just met her, and I hadn't had any of those relationships, I hadn't had that one thing that I was looking for, that I wanted, you know, I was like, I guess I'm getting out of the Army. I guess that's that, you know? So, I mean, that was pretty much a done deal, man. That sealed it for me. So I was like, all right, you know, I got an option to reenlist and probably pick up 7 eventually. You know, I probably would have had some hurdles to overcome from that crappy NCOER, but I don't believe that one thing defines you, even if it's a piece of paper. You know, it's a paper. Let your actions speak for themselves. I mean, I got the PT award. I was doing things at the NCO Academy. I mean, they put me in a position to finally start instructing. I was a senior instructor for a little while. Like, you know, I think I could have overcome that. But at that point in time, with all the games and just the way I was treated and the way I saw other people treated, I was like, man, we're just a number here. Like, they don't care. Like, they're not going to invest time and money and effort into me if they don't want to do it anymore. You know, it's all good until it's not, you know? So yeah, man, I rolled out and just got out of the Army again. And there was no transition, no thank you for your service. Not that I expected that, but there was no, like, you know, this is what to expect. These are the type of transition opportunities you have. There's this, there's that. And maybe there were, and I just didn't know about it. So if there were, and I was the one that missed out on it, then that's my own fault. But I just got out and drive out the gate one day. And
what was that like, dude?
It was great in one aspect, because I'm like, I'm out, I'm free, I can do whatever I want. And, you know, you have that false sense of reality where, like, man, I'm just going to collect unemployment and go travel and do all these things. And some people were able to do that, but for me, I'm one of those people. I need to be doing something. There's got to be purpose or meaning behind what I'm doing. And we traveled for a little bit. We, you know, traveled through the West, went to Glacier, went to, you know, all over the place. You know, we saw some things that was really cool, that I wouldn't have otherwise seen in our road trip back to Ohio first to visit family, and then Maryland. But reality set in quick when I got back. I'm like, yeah, unemployment is cool, but it's not. It doesn't pay that much. And now I have a place, and I got a car payment, and I think I got to start working. You know, so, and that was probably the toughest thing. That was when the VA hits you with those SSRIs that we were talking about earlier. And, you know, I'm like, I don't know any better. You know, maybe it will help me at this point. You know, I'll try whatever.
Did you feel the struggle?
Oh my God, the struggle. The struggle was terrible. Not real. It was real terrible. Like it was those SR. That was not something for me because it changed kind of like who I was. I didn't feel normal. I felt numb. I was telling you earlier, um, I was a surveyor for a steel erection company, and we traveled all around Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, um, DC, and I was up in this boom lift, and I'd taken those meds in the morning, and I was up on that boom lift, and I'm not afraid of heights, but whatever those SSRIs or that particular medication was doing to me, man, I felt like I was gonna fly off that thing. It was the weirdest feeling, man. I felt like uneasy on my feet. I would get kind of like almost like hungover from the meds. Like it changes the chemistry in your brain. And I didn't know any better. There weren't the podcasts out there. Like, that's why I think this podcast thing is so powerful because, again, if it affects one person, then it's succeeding.
No.
And there's podcasts out there that I've watched and there's people that talk about the same exact thing.
Podcast saved my life, and it's the reason I started a podcast.
Exactly, man. I mean, and we're talking about, things that may have been deemed like taboo, if you will, like illicit, microdosing, all those things that really didn't come, to be a part of what I was doing until later. But smoking weed was a thing. Hey man, I'll stand on that till the day I die. Like I'd rather somebody take a couple puffs and go on about their business than drink some alcohol. The dude that takes a couple puffs or person is probably less likely to get behind the car because they just got lazy and they decide, man, I'm just going to chill at the house.
Oh.
And not that any substance is the answer, but for people with an addictive personality, even to this day, like I can not do all those things, but I still got the Zen in. Yeah. I'm not hitting the Copenhagen like I used to back in the day, but I still have that, like, man, I gotta have something. I gotta be doing something. There's, it's just always the next thing. So yeah, it led me to Maryland and some great things came out of Maryland. Awesome place, awesome people. I was just south of Annapolis, kind of starting from scratch, which I like. You don't have time to like think or complain about things. That's one thing as Americans, right? We complain about a lot. It's because there ain't nothing hard.
Yeah. We just talked about that, a little while ago. It's like we were always supposed to struggle. The moment you're not struggling in some way, shape, or form, and life becomes too easy, that's when bad stuff happens.
Yeah. You get content, you get complacent, you think about all the things that don't really matter, but you make them a big deal. You harp upon the negative, even though it's maybe probably something small. So it was cool. That transition was tough and rough and all the things you want to call it, but in a way, it wasn't as bad as it could have been if I would have went back home or if I would have went somewhere I was already familiar with. Like I'm trying to navigate, they call it the DMV, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. Like I'm trying to navigate that area, still without really, you had smartphones, but still I'm looking at a map. I'm doing map recons in the morning before I have to go to this job site because I don't know where it's at. And I know traffic is going to be bad on 50 or the Beltway or whatever. So I'm like, okay, if traffic's bad here, then I can get off here and go do this, So like, and it was a new job and, I'm trying to perform. But one of the biggest takeaways from that job and that transition was being on a job site one day. We were doing Maryland Live, which was a casino and owned by the Chinese, I think. And, I got in a little altercation with one of the project managers and, my boss pulled me aside and he said, hey man, you like, I see the way you do things. Like, I respect it, man. Like you're passionate about what you do. He's like, but dude, you got to lower your expectations. I'll never forget when he said that. His name was Rich and, same name as my dad. So I'll always remember this dude. And he was good at what he did, man. Well respected in the industry. And he came and go, man. Nobody said anything to him, but there was a dude messing with me on the job site. I'm like, what's up with this guy, man? And that's where in reality, like now I'd be like, whatever. But back then I'm like, hey bro, I'm trying to do something, man. You gonna get out of the way? He's like, what are you gonna do about it? You want to do something about it? Like, what are we doing here? But that's where, the boss pulled me aside. We got thrown off the job site that day. The little altercation. And obviously we went back, even though they said we weren't going to be able to come back because we were the survey crew. But that lower your expectation, it still bothers me to this day. Why do I have to lower my expectation of what people should be doing? not saying everybody's standard has to be as high as the next guy's, but why do we settle as just people in general for mediocrity? Oh, it's okay. They're trying. Are they trying? Are they really trying? They ain't trying like their life or job depends on it. We've talked about a lot of the government stuff. There's certain people that that they're riding the wave. They're in the system. They're chilling. And it gets to a point where it's like that. I don't think that's all right. Not saying everybody's a high achiever or highly motivated or whatever, but lower your expectation. I don't think my expectation was that high. I was just trying to do my job, but yeah. So Maryland, it was interesting and probably would have still been there, but that charge hadn't been expunged yet. So I tried to get a job at the nuclear facility there as their security, and went through the PT test. Everything was stellar. Good. Took the written test, whatever, good to go. I couldn't get that job because of those charges. So little did I know is, even though, unfortunately, even though you get charged and not convicted, when they run background checks, they can still see those charges and they hold that against you, which is, to me, that's a imperfection or something in the justice system that's not just. Why can you hold something against me if I wasn't convicted of it? How can you hold me as somebody that did something when it says I didn't do it? Hey, if you plead to a lesser charge, you pled to a lesser charge. They didn't convict you of the charge you were charged with. So didn't get that job. And then I'm kind of thinking, man, what the heck am I doing? My buddy Josh got out of the military. And I was like, I tell you what, man, I'll buy a travel trailer, and park it in my driveway if you want to move here. And then I'll quit and we'll go to school. So that dude, got me back into school. He held me accountable for school, because I was still kind of like, I got to write this paper or whatever, So yeah, it was a good thing that he was there, and the ex-wife was super supportive, good person, man. Got no ill feelings towards her. But yeah, that transition was it was rough, man. Not as necessarily as rough as or worse than anybody else's, but it was that personal journey of kind of struggle and trying to find your, like, who am I?
Yeah, as you've kind of struggled with addiction, especially just from alcohol, like, through the years, on and off. I know we've talked about it a lot through the years. You and I both together, on and off, battled alcohol and really trying to adjusting in one way or another. I mean, I remember when you moved near me after Maryland, there was a couple times, we kind of got into it, and I think it was merely because we were both battling with all these different things, and we didn't know how to deal with it.
Didn't know how to deal with it. Yeah. And the alcohol thing, it's weird because it became so normal, like, hey, you're going to have a nightcap. I'm going to have 2 nightcaps, and that's what that was my sleep medication. That was my pain medication. I wasn't taking any other pills. I mean, it didn't take me long to realize those SSRIs were not for me, so it just became another form of medication.
Yeah, I remember you and I talking one night, and you're like, man, this stuff has turned me into a zombie. I can't really function.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I could hear it in your voice.
Yeah, again, it works for some people. I'm not saying it. I mean, I'm not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but I think by and large, you could probably do something else or take a different approach, a holistic approach to, whatever it is, recovery or whatever, and without having to take those.
Well, and I talked about it, I think, in our last podcast episode, which will have been released by this one gets released. But it's one of those things too, where you take this pill, right? But you're not really treating the actual problem.
It's the same thing as alcohol, right?
Yeah, you're putting a Band-Aid on something, and you get this Band-Aid, but you're not fixing the wound. You're not healing.
Yeah.
And it works for a while, right? Like, I took them for a while too, and it helped initially, and then you're just like, yo, I'm not.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
I would be motivated mentally to go to the gym or to exercise or whatever, but I wouldn't do it. I would just be like, oh, I'm chilling. I'm good.
Yeah, there's this stigma that asking for help equals weakness, especially in the soft communities and the community that I came from as well. If you could change that overnight, how would you do it, man?
Erase the stigma, it was the same thing in battalion with, like, going to the medics. Like, if you didn't feel well, man, it better be life, limb, or eyesight if you go into the medic for any type of thing. Like sick call, we didn't have. I see soldiers now, like in droves, going to sick call. Man, we didn't do that. I mean, you better have a problem, if you're going to sick call. And I think it's bigger than just the sick call or going to the medics or asking for help. It's knowing that there's help out there and that you're supported, whatever that may be. Because I don't know who at that point in time in the military, generally, I don't know, who do you go ask for help? Like, you go to the chaplain? I don't know. What's the chaplain good? I don't, maybe he could have helped. I'm sure he would do everything he could, but like, who do you go talk to these things about? I have no idea, man.
Yeah. For anyone listening who feels trapped by addiction, what's one thing you would want them to understand about the road to recovery?
Yeah, man, you're not the only one. The road to recovery is one, it's on you, but there's a team behind you. If you have the right friends in place, you should be able to phone a friend. If that friend that you're reaching out to isn't answering, well, maybe you need to reevaluate your friendship, because at the end of the day, in our relationship and other relationships I have now versus some of the ones I had previously, I had to weed out some people, man. They weren't there like I needed them to be. And not everybody has that capacity to be there, but also some people are just doing their own thing. And
yeah, one of the things I think you and I have talked about a lot too is like, especially when you stop drinking or you make that change. There's a lot of people, man, they're miserable. And, sometimes those relationships are like defined by hanging out and drinking.
I mean, what do? You go to a barbecue, you drink. You go to a concert, you drink. You go to a sporting event, you drink. I mean, it's culturally acceptable. And that's kind of like what people do. So finding that group, organization, whomever that's not going to be doing those things or is accepting when you're not doing it, it's hard. I mean,
yeah, because I think a lot. Sometimes I notice when I stopped drinking, I would show up to these events and you wouldn't be drinking, and people would start feeling bad about themselves. And like, I wouldn't say nothing. I don't care if you drink or not, but you can tell they've been struggling with their own mind, and they see you doing it, and you're making them feel bad about what they're doing, and then like suddenly, the ones that aren't real friends, also they're like they don't want to be around you, or you're just like, and you see real quick like, oh man, you weren't really a real friend. You were just a drinking buddy.
Drinking buddy.
Yeah. You got your own problems and you ain't really trying to get better.
And I think that's the thing that I've it took me a long time to understand it, but kind of where I'm at now is like, I'm honest with people. I tell people like, I used to drink every day, man, every day. Like no joke. And people are like, every day. Like, oh, cause there's a lot of people who think, well, I drink a lot. Do you really drink a lot? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I'm not the judge, but it's like, I tell them like, I used to drink every day. I was doing it. I was coming to work. I was going to the gym. I was doing all the things. But that first little stint, 3 months where I didn't drink, man, I felt amazing. And that was the first time. And all these podcasts come out and all these things are happening. And I'm like, it's poison. Like I'm trying to maintain the highest level of performance, physical performance by going to the gym and running and doing all these things. But I'm poisoning myself, even though I wasn't doing anything else bad and I eat super healthy and all that, like I'm drinking, man. And that it got to a point where it's like, this doesn't make sense. Really having kids really changed the whole situation because I didn't want to ever be like my mom in front of them. And I didn't want that to become a normal thing that they saw on the daily, even though they're young and they don't probably know any better right now. It was like, hey, I don't want to be handling or hanging out with my kids with a hangover. I don't want to be drinking in front of them. If it's a barbecue or something, I mean, I'll make exceptions. I mean, I'm not the guy that's sitting here saying I'm never going to drink again, but I realize the benefits of not drinking. I'm just a better person.
Yep. No, I mean, we talked about it last night too. I think a lot of my poor decision making and arguments with, people, my significant other, whoever, man, my kids, like I found a lot of the times, like I noticed the common denominator is you drinking, and I didn't, I didn't get super drunk all the time, but you start drinking and then you say the things that you wouldn't have said when you were sober, and it's just enough.
Yeah.
And you wake up the next day and you're like, damn.
And I'm already pretty blunt about things, I kind of just say it how it is. And some people don't like that, some people can't handle the truth, but yeah, for sure, man, the alcohol thing is, I was never like, maybe a little time. Sometimes, you get a little aggressive or, whatever, maybe different battalion, when we were like fighting the football team and stuff at bars and whatnot. But getting out is like, I was more or less just like, I wanted to drink and I just go to sleep, and that was the end of the day. It wasn't necessarily getting out raging. but it was just another coping mechanism that was, it was affecting everybody around me, whether I liked it or not, or whether I knew or not.
You've always been like a huge into exercise. I mean, for as long as I've known you, you're probably still one of the fittest dudes I know. You eat healthy. You have a tattoo on your arm that says "Keep it moving." That's something when you and I travel.
Yeah.
There's never a dull moment. We traveled a bunch last year, and
Yeah.
we kept it moving, and it's good. How do you attribute your exercise, and your healthy living in coordination with your mental health?
Yeah. So I the keep it moving phrase actually came from my grandma. She was about 90, I think. And we were talking to her about like, how are you doing so well or whatever, like, how are you still up doing all the things, still mentally sharp and all that. And she's like, you got to keep it moving. You got to eat right. And I was already kind of doing those things, but, that's my, that's what gets me to the next day is the exercise, feeling good. Everybody wants to stand in the mirror and look good in their own eyes, and I felt that's how I am. It's like, but the only way you can look good and feel good is if you're putting in the work. And that's what a lot of people, I mean, by and large, I think most people would, nod the head to like Americans don't want to put in the hard work. And not to single out just Americans, but maybe Western culture or people in general, it's hard work. My kids go to sleep. I'm doing something, at the end of the night, running in the dark, out, we got a place called Capitol Forest, just outside of town. And it's nothing to go out there and run for a couple hours. No, obviously not when the kids are there at the house, but on the nights I have off, it's like, man, I'm out there getting after it, because it makes me feel good. And it's also another reason to not drink. Like I go to yoga a lot now. I had to choose kind of with my time. What am I going to do? Go to like CrossFit type of gym or go to yoga? Well, what's one thing you see in elderly? They're stiff as a board. They don't move. We don't move generally as a society as much as we used to. Nobody's out farming and working hard. I mean, praise the dudes that they're still out there, swinging hammers and banging nails and doing the thing, man. But that's not, they're having hard time finding people to work, So yeah, it's hit the yoga and you get done with the yoga session, man. No, I don't want to drink after that. I feel good. I sleep good. I've had a problem sleeping forever, and probably part of the problem with sleeping was drinking.
Yeah.
You think, I go to sleep, but it's not well-rested sleep. All the evidence and things that are coming out in peer-reviewed journals, all the way to what doctors are saying on podcasts is, hey man, 8 hours. The recovery is just as important as the exercise itself. So yeah,
I know you've been plagued with injuries, dude. I know your back's trashed. I know we met out in Spokane. I had a kid that had a volleyball tournament, and I know your back like it's trashed, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna go for a run, and me and my daughter had to do something, and you came back. I'm like, yeah, how was your run? You're like, I ran 14 miles. I'm like, how do you do that? Like, I know.
I mean, it's one, push through the pain. One, it just is what it is. I mean, I have the numbness and tingling. I had that micro discectomy a couple years after I got out, but it was, I mean, a minor surgery. I didn't get fusion or anything, but it's pushing through the pain, and then it's also taking care of your body. I think it's big on what foods you eat. What foods cause inflammation? Well, if inflammation is a problem and that's what leads to pain and inflammation, then you gotta start narrowing down in your food category, like what causes that inflammation, and keeping it moving, mantra or mentality is what helps with the pain. When you don't do anything is when the pain is the worst. When you do something, the pain is not as bad. So exercising, stretching, mobility training, I don't necessarily do hardly nearly as much weights as I used to, but still lifting little weights, still just trying to stay mobile, stay active.
When you're facing the physical pain of old injuries or the mental pain of past traumas, which is harder to push through, and how do you do it?
The past traumas is way harder because it's not something you can control, right? Like I can't change what happened in the past. I can look back and reflect, but that's the hardest thing, man, because I made mistakes along the way. I burned some bridges. I got let go of Ranger Battalion. You know, I can't do anything about that now. The exercise part is easy because I know how it makes me feel. You know, so yeah, the past traumas and all that, man, there's a lot of times from, you know, when my mom was sick to, you know, a couple months ago, where I'm like, man, I wish I could go back and do this, or if I could go back, I would have reapproached things or do things a little bit differently. But it's definitely the trauma side of things, man. I mean, getting back from those deployments, man. I mean, I think I'm getting past the point of like where it affects me, per se, but I'll never forget that, man. Just wanting somebody there and seeing that connection people had with their spouse and how happy they were to see him, and I didn't have anybody there. Like, that was really impactful, man, because it was almost like, why am I doing this? Like, I want my wife or my girlfriend to be proud of me, you know. I want my kids to be proud of me, and I didn't have kids at the time. So yeah, that was really impactful, man.
What advice do you think that you would give to transitioning veterans?
Phone a friend. When in doubt, phone a friend, man, and surround yourself with people that are trying to do better things. You know, it's easy to get caught in the trap of going back to the bars or going to do, you know, things that aren't productive. And with where society's going now, it's like you have to be productive. Otherwise, you're going to fall by the wayside. And at the end of the day, man, you got to kind of keep it at the back of your mind, like, nobody cares. There are people out there that care, but if they don't know what you're going through, then how can they care? So it's being honest, you know, being truthful with people, and, you know, calling a couple other buddies like, hey man, I had a bad day. I had a rough day. You know, I'm not on the edge. I've never, you know, the VA asks the question all the time, like, have you ever thought about suicide? I have not, man. That's not who I am. But have I sat in a deep, dark hole before? Yeah. Yeah. Multiple times, many a times. But if nobody knows what you're going through or what you're struggling with, how can anybody help you? You know, if you're not, and really what that comes down to is the honesty factor. If I'm not being honest with myself and others, what kind of expectations can I have of what's going to happen moving forward? You know, because you're just doing your thing. You know, you're never getting anybody involved. You know, it might, a phone call. You know, I've made phone calls to you, and it'll snap me right out of something. And it was just a simple, like, what's up, bro? How's it going? Yeah, we're doing this. Yeah, the kids are good, blah, blah, blah. Hey, you doing good? Yeah, you know, hey, you good? Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm just happy to talk, catch up real quick. You know, yeah, we're going to do this, you know, Mexico trip. We're going to do this, you know, and that'll pull you right out of it. So it's honesty and conversation and friends. And,
yeah. How many times have I called you? I'm like, bro, I almost lost it yesterday. You
Yeah.
know, it's just, you know, and sometimes you're busy, I'm busy. We don't have, you know, sometimes we talk for an hour. Sometimes we only got 15 minutes, man. But yeah, that I think probably more than anybody, you and I check in on each other pretty often.
Checking in, man. There's a lot of the boys, and shout out to those guys that they check in with me and I check in with them. I don't know what they got going on the daily. You know, some of them have kids, some of them don't. But I'll call and ask, hey man, how's the kids doing? How are you doing? How's your wife doing? You guys doing well? You know, and some days they're great and some days they're not. You know, it's a common theme in the veteran community where, I mean, we have good days and we have bad days. You know, there's days where I'm ready to conquer the world. I'm the man for the job, whatever job that may be. And there's other days I'm like, man, I'm not that guy. You know, maybe I'm not capable. You know, you get some of that negativity going. That's another big thing. Kill that negativity.
Yeah,
it's hard. I fight it all the time.
We talked about that last night.
Yeah, yeah. The negativity is a cancer in itself.
Yeah, I think we were talking last week before last, man. I mean, they say that your network is your net worth, and I think you and I have totally come to an agreement on that. You know, I've had to change a lot of friendships and, you know, find out what's important, what's not. But, you know, you surround yourself with a couple good people. You don't need 100 friends. If you got 100 friends, good for you. But
I'm not that guy.
I know 100 people. I ain't got 100 good friends.
No.
But I mean, you know, you surround yourself with the right people that are interested in doing positive things and moving forward, and, you know, supporting your friends too, man. I mean, how many times are we always brainstorming ideas for life, whether it's celebrating your success, my success, our other friends' success, you know, and just really lifting each other up and always trying to figure out how we can help each other, and, you know, not necessarily trying to solve each other's problems all the time, but just really listen. I mean, there's times you've called me and there's times I've called you where we're just venting. It's not like, you know, we're trying to kill ourselves every day, but man, sometimes you just had a bad day. You just need a vent. Sometimes people just need to listen, and that's it. We don't.
Well, that's the thing is a lot of times people don't understand what you're going through. Like, I can't go, there's certain people that I'm friends with. I can't go talk to them about what I'm going through because they don't understand.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem I had with the VA initially, and some of the mental health therapists, counselors, prescribers, whatever. You know, they're like, oh, so you were in the Army. I'm like, you know, initially, yeah, I was in the Army. So what'd you do in the Army? Oh, I was in Ranger Battalion. Well, they don't know what that is. They have no idea. You're just another soldier to them. So they speak to you the same they speak to a cook, to a mechanic, to a truck driver. And nothing against those people, but we didn't have the same job. We weren't doing the same things. We didn't experience the same type of training related trauma or you know, stuff on deployments that, you know, so it got a lot different. I used to, you know, for a long time, I was like, yeah, I was in the Army. And then finally I was like, no, I wasn't in the Army. And I, what? You know, look, it says right here, you're in the Army. I was like, no, I was in special operations. It's a little bit different, you know, just to kind of paint that picture in hopes that the next person they talk to would have a better experience than what I had. Cause oftentimes I felt like I was just wasting my time.
I can definitely relate. How did you feel the gap left by camaraderie and adrenaline of combat once you stepped into the civilian world?
There's still a big gap, man. Still a big gap. You know, I mountain bike, you know, I snowboard, you know, you also have to be realistic and like, you're not going to have that the rest of your life. You know, I wasn't going to be a police officer, nor did I want to be. So yeah, there's still a void, but coming to terms with reality and becoming accepting of what your life is now is probably the most important thing. Like, I'm not jumping out of planes ever again. I mean, sure, I can go skydiving. Maybe I will, but like, I'll never do the thing that I used to do. And at this point in my life, I'm good with that.
You're raising 2 kids, man. I mean, you transitioned from a leadership position in the military, training NCOs. You know, do you feel like some of that's helping you raise your kids?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing that I've noticed is yeah, that training helped, and you know, it's important to have boundaries and to have standards and to have things you don't bend on. But the biggest thing, honestly, that, you know, maybe you probably had the same thing. Like, you had that private that was just not getting it, you know, and it was a little bit different in the military. But at the end of the day, what you had to apply to that person was patience. They weren't necessarily a bad dude, but you had to approach them differently and maybe mentor them a little bit differently than you would some other guy. So patience, man. Like, I struggle with that. I still struggle with that. I'm not a very patient person. I'm fairly impatient, you know. I'm impulsive. Like, I'm going to go run 12 miles right now, you know, or I'm going to go do this. But with kids, it's different, man. Like, they don't know any better, you know, and I can't expect them to, you know, I'm not running. It's not some dictatorship at the house. You know what I mean? So it's patience, man. You gotta be patient.
And you're still learning, you know, about being a dad. I mean, you got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. I mean, I got kids that are older, and I'm still learning, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
How many times have we talked about, like, the 2 things I don't give advice on are parenting and marriage, because I was never really great at either. But I'll tell everybody my failures, because I've made plenty as, you know, both a husband and a father, right? But if I can, you know, I think some of the things we talk about, you know, if I can prevent you, and I had friends that helped me, if I can tell you a mistake that I made in raising my kids that I could have done better, you know, it's hopefully something you can avoid. And that's a trust that we've given to each other, both you to me and me to you, you know, especially when we talk about, you know, our kids, which is super important to both of us, man. Yeah, I think it's, you know, and it's tough, man. I think it's, especially when you come from a high adrenaline, high impact job, and, you know, you got little kids, dude. They don't understand what dad did, what dad went through, dad's childhood. Like, they don't care, man. They, you know, they want something to eat, or they want to, you know, they want to play with the toys. They don't, you know, they don't care you had a long day, bro. Like,
no.
And so sometimes, man, I know we've talked to you. It's like, you know, you just gotta.
Well, and you know,
and being a dad's tough. Like, being a good parent, I think it's tough.
Yeah.
Because you could easily give your kid the TV, the iPad, the cell phone, whatever, man, and just check out if you wanted to. And there's plenty that do. And we're seeing full bore in society what happens, because good parenting's tough. And shout out to all the good parents and the good dads. I mean, you're a phenomenal dad. You know, I know you know, you don't have a lot of help right now, and you know, but I'm constantly talking to you, man. You're taking your 2-year-old and your 4-year-old out to shuck clams or hike. I mean, you don't let the fact that you're a single dad
Yeah,
impede anything.
Yeah, I don't want there to be any excuses or barriers when it comes to those things. Is it challenging? Yeah. We have some problems with sleep sometimes because I kept them up too late because we were out clamming or something? For sure, man. But that's what it is. You know, but it is listening to what other people have to say, and you know, going back on the tablets and the screen time and all that. You know, I was just telling you last night, like when I get home, not that my kids watch a lot of TV because they don't, but I have used it as like a crutch or a tool. I'm going to put this on real quick so I can make dinner. It's like, no. It's okay for them to be bored. I was bored when I was a kid. So, you know, you got to make stuff up. You got to create. You got to imagine. You know, so I was telling you, like, that TV's gone, man. You know, because that's going to hold me more accountable because I'm not going to have that as a tool anymore. And that's not a tool that I want to use anyways.
Yeah. Good for you.
You know,
I mean,
and 2 and 4, you're right, man. I mean, 2 and 4, it's hard. You know, my daughter, she can do her thing, man. She's coloring, she's doing things. She looks at her books. You know, I read to her. The little man, he's only 2, so he needs a little bit more attention. You know, so it is hard sometimes to cook dinner and hang out with him at the same time. But I let him help out. I'm you know, it comes down to like I'm trying to do whatever I can to get him involved, get both of them involved, and not use something as a, you know, we always used to have training aids.
yeah.
You know, I'm trying not to turn on that screen, man, because once you do that, those aren't even your kids, man. You could be yelling at them.
They're zombies.
They're just staring.
Yeah. You've led men in combat, but what lesson in compassion have you learned from having kids that no battle ever taught you?
Yeah, well, it goes back on the patience thing, and everybody has their own unique set of needs, and everybody has their own little personality, you know. So it's being patient and understanding and supportive and reflecting on, you know, how important it is just to be thankful of what you have, you know.
Yeah. One of the things that you and I talk, I feel like it's a theme of our friendship, is just get better, do better, be better. What kind of things do you find help you, you know, achieve some of those goals?
Set a goal. How I want to do this, or I'd like my, you know, I want my kids to start doing the alphabet, or I want them to start whatever it may be. Setting goals is important for anything you're doing in life. Like if you don't have goals, what are you working towards? If you don't have the benchmark at this, then how do you get to where you want to go if you don't have any of that outlined? Yeah. So yeah, goal setting and trying to, you know, accountability. Accountability is a big thing. You know, a lot of people say they're going to do something, but do you really do it? You know, I can sit back and say I don't follow through sometimes, but being accountable is huge.
Yeah. Accountable to yourself, accountable to your friends.
Yeah.
If you had to choose one non-negotiable habit that brings you joy every day, what would it be and why?
It'd be exercise, man. I mean, if I can do that every day, I can do anything. As soon as I get that taken care of, and some nights it happens at 10 and sometimes it happens at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. As long as, and I've learned over time now, if I take care of myself, I'm a better person to everybody around me. And that's what I've learned and read about and heard in a lot of these podcasts. It's like taking care of yourself is the most important thing. That's not selfish. You know, if I'm taking care of myself, then I'm a better parent. I'm a better friend. I'm a better person in general. So yeah, you got to take care of yourself.
To anyone out there who feels hopeless, what would you tell them?
Yeah, reach out. There's no reason, you know, nothing is as bad as it is now. It can always be better. You know, it might be bad right now. It might be terrible right now, but tomorrow it could be better. And again, you can't have, it's like expectation management, right? Like you can't expect to reach this goal without putting in the work, and you can't expect for things to be great tomorrow, but they can be better tomorrow. So it's again, one day at a time. You know, it's like going back to those Ranger school or RSLIC or SEER school or whatever. It's like, take a breath, think about what you have to do, think about what's going on, think about where you want to go, and take one day at a time. I mean, that's all you can do. You know, baby steps, you know, we've all heard that a million times, but like, just try to think positive. Try to have that goal set, try to reach for that goal and just try to do better. You know, that mentality or that saying, like, I'll be better tomorrow than I was today. If you can just say that, now you're only talking about 2 days. You're not talking about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 4 or 5 days ago. You're talking about today and tomorrow. If you can simplify things and just focus on a small, short amount of time, it makes things way easier. Goals are way easier to obtain when they're actually achievable,
Yeah, I love that, man. I mean, that whole, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
One bite at a time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
Man, we've covered a lot of topics, dude. We covered a pretty crazy career. We've covered, you transitioning out of the military, and kind of some of the stuff you've gone through, fighting through mental traumas, physical pain, raising kids and everything in between. I personally just want to thank you for being vulnerable, right? To come out on the internet and be able to tell your story. It takes guts, dude. And we talked
about it, man. I was a little nervous about this, not because I'm afraid to talk in front of people or a camera, even though this is my first time doing a, TV or podcast thing. It was just being honest, man. For so long I wasn't honest with myself, period. And nobody knew what I was going through, or, I was hiding behind the alcohol or doing whatever. But I'm at a point in my life where I can say, yeah, man, it's a problem. And like I said, I'm not going to say I'll never drink again, but I understand the benefits of not drinking and how good I feel.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember when we were talking, I don't know if it was last week. And you're like, hey man, I'm coming out there, I'm like, cool, man. What do you eat? What do you drink? You're like, I'm not trying to drink alcohol at all. And I'm like, cool. Cause I don't need to drink either.
Yeah. Time and a place, it's the next time I go camping somewhere, and probably when the kids aren't around, cause they just don't need to be around that. Not that it was ever, I wasn't running around like a wild man, but it's just, it doesn't even need to be a thing right now.
Your son's 2, your daughter's 4. The coolest thing about the internet is this interview is going to be around a lot later in life. What would you tell your kids, for their future? Let's say in 10 years they go back and they listen to this. What'd you tell them?
Well, hopefully they know everything before they watch it. I don't want there to be anything that they don't know about, or that catches them out off guard, whether it's bad or good. I didn't know about Dad. It's like, well, then I didn't do my job as a dad. I got to be honest with them. They're going to get to a point at some, years down the road where they're going to have the same temptations I did. Folks are out partying, folks are doing all this, and they're going to do what they're going to do. But having them understand like what I went through, and that I'm always going to be there for them regardless, is probably the most important thing, But I think it's, right now it's like, not like Dad used to drink and blah, blah, blah. Like, man, they're too young for that. 2 and 4. Yeah. There will be a time where it's like, oh, you want to drink? People were starting to drink in high school or whatever, whatever. It's like, oh, all right, we're going to drink. Yeah. Dad's going to do it with you, and we're going to experience this together, and I want my kids at the end of the day to be open and honest and feel like they can come to me for whatever reason.
Amen.
Anything, man. Hey, Dad, I did this thing, or hey, somebody brought this up to me, and it's crazy when you think about like drugs, not the alcohol piece, but and not necessarily pot or weed, but pills or coke or any of those things. Like back when I was growing up, man, okay, some coke was cut with some baby powder. Okay, that's a laxative, or not baby powder, but a laxative, right? Like, okay, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom, like it wasn't cut with fentanyl that'll kill you, and that's, and we see the fentanyl folks around where I live, especially, and it's terrible. And there's things that happen in high school where certain parents were not necessarily as supportive or really hard on their kids, and didn't let them go out and experience, and they didn't let them do anything. Well, some of those guys aren't around anymore, because when they got to college, they wowed out, So I think back to the guy that came to Maryland, Josh, that I went and visited. He said, hey man, he went to ROTC at Colorado State, he became a logistics officer, and his first duty assignment was the 173rd out in Vincenza. And he said, hey brother, like when I graduate and I get there, he's like, my first block leave, I'm paying for you to come out there. And I looked at how the Italians did things in their culture. And I saw younger kids drinking wine at dinner. And I was like, whoa, if it becomes a little more normal and not this thing where you're like, don't drink, don't do this, don't do that. As soon as you tell me not to do something, probably to this day, I'm probably going to go do it. You know, maybe not drugs and stuff, but like, you know, don't raft down that river. You can't stand up paddleboard that river. All right, watch. I'll do it. You know?
Yeah, I think, you know, you and I have talked about parenting, and I've struggled in certain aspects. And I think, you know, you and I grew up in this generation of, you know, do as I tell you and don't ask questions. And the problem is, if, you know, we can't raise our kids for the world that we grew up in, because that world doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist anymore, man. It's gone.
You know, so I would tell parents as well, and you and I have talked about this at extreme length, is, you know, try to get to know your kids, be your kids' friends. I grew up, you know, and especially when my kids were younger, like, you know, this is a dictatorship. We can be friends when you can pay your own bills. I said all those things, and I regret it to this day. And I don't say those things anymore, because I am trying to be. I'm still a disciplinarian. It's still my job to keep them safe and to
For sure. Yeah.
push their limits and push them out of their comfort zones. But man, I try to love the daylights out of them. I try to, you know, let them experience new things, try to be there with them, you know, push them, but really, you know, love them. Man, the world sucks, you know, especially social media. It's horrible for kids. It's horrible. And so, you know, you're competing. And again, we didn't have the internet growing up. Our kids have everything at their fingerprints as far as information. So if you try to not talk to your kids about something and you think my kids won't do it, I'm telling you right now, they probably know more than you do.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to drugs, sex, you know, all these situations, because they find them on the internet. And
the information is readily available
and kids need their dad. I mean, we fulfill an important role. I didn't realize that, especially at a young age. I didn't realize how important our role is when they're younger, right? Because we think, oh, they can't talk, they don't understand, you know, they're sponging everything, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
And they feel everything going on at the home. And, you know, so I've heard people, especially dads, you know, guys from our former careers, struggling, right? And, you know, they'll talk about how they're struggling. And, you know, I hear them make the statement all the time, I do anything for my kids, I kill for my kids. Yeah, would you change for your kids? Would you do something challenging? Whether it's, you know, take a trip to South America or do whatever, you know, would you change for your kids? And, you know, I get deer in the headlight look sometimes. It's like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. And to your point, right? It's like, you gotta, especially if you know you're struggling, if you want to get better and do better, you gotta reach out, man. To your point, talk to somebody. Because I've said this on multiple podcasts as I started. Nobody's coming to save you, dude.
No.
Save yourself, man.
Yeah,
People will help you. We'll talk to you. You know, we'll point you in the right direction. If you don't have somebody else, there's tons of resources out there. I mean, we live in the day of Google and artificial intelligence. I mean, there's a million organizations out there, maybe not a million, but there's a ton that cater especially to the veteran and LE community.
Right. And the first one might not be the perfect fit.
100%.
But there's something out there for you.
And there's all kinds of different things. I mean, psychedelics are working. That may not be for everybody. I mean, you might benefit from yoga, outdoor therapy, you know, group hunts, whatever. You know, that's one thing that we've talked about, you and I, as well as some of my other friends too. You know, these guys get out and they become recluses. You know, they don't talk to nobody. They go live in the woods by themselves, or, you know what I mean? And, you know, we were never meant to be by ourselves.
They just get weird, bro.
Yeah, dude. And then they just, you know, then of course, you know, when you isolate yourself, you don't talk to nobody, and you've just decided you're going to be a hermit. Well, yeah, man. No wonder why you feel alone. You've put yourself on an island.
What happens to those folks? They become negative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
and then the darkness sets in, and then, you know, they've got nobody to hold them accountable. Then, you know, drinking, drugs, suicide, all those things follow. So I've said it again. You've said it multiple times during this podcast. You're not alone. Reach out. I just want to thank you for your friendship. I can't wait to see. We've both watched each other, but I've definitely watched you just grown so much in the last 16 years and evolve as a person, as a dad, as a human. You know, there's a lot of times I've called you for things in my own life and vice versa. And I'm thankful for our friendship. I tell you all the time.
And I think it's important to understand that it's okay to look back and say, I was a dirtbag, man.
Yeah.
I was a dirtbag. I didn't necessarily treat people poorly, but I didn't care. I was just like, whatever, man. You know, on to the next thing. You know, maybe I didn't give the respect or the credit that was due to that person. You know, I never got in trouble in high school for like disrespecting teachers or anything. I was always very respectful, and I was honest with them. Like, hey, you know, I used to see the school resource officer. Be like, hey man, so you gonna be here all day? I'm like, nah, probably not. You know, I'm probably not gonna be here all day, man. Being honest with you, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, I was a dirtbag, man. But that's not what you always have to be, and not who you always are, and not who
you can change today.
You can change, yeah, man. Like, and I have a lot.
We are living proof.
I have a lot of growth ahead of me, and you know, this is. I look at it like this is a new beginning. That's what it is, and it feels good because it's kind of back to that unknown. I don't know what tomorrow's going to hold. I mean, yeah, sure, we'll go for a hike or whatever, but you know, as you know, cost of living gets more expensive, but the technology's coming around, and you know, I have kids that are getting older and all those things. I don't know, man. There's sky's the limit, you know, and I didn't feel that way a couple of years ago. I was stuck in the trenches, man. You know, the trench was deep enough to where I couldn't see the horizon. The only thing I saw was a dirt wall, you know, and you don't know that you're in it at that point in time, but once you climb out of that trench, you're like, oh shit, man. Like, oh,
yeah.
You know, there's a lot going on out here.
Yeah.
You know, and keep the smile on the face, and yeah, reach out, man.
To everybody out there listening, I just want to thank you guys for your support. The growth on this channel and on this podcast has just been evolutionary. It's been amazing. I didn't see it coming, to be honest with you. We've had nothing but just a ton of support from all kinds of people. I'm constantly getting messages and social media messages, text messages, you know, whatever. So if this episode helped you at all, man, send it to one or two people, especially if some folks are struggling. I think this is a perfect time to, you know, tell people, hey, they're not alone. Listen to this. If you think you're alone, listen to this podcast. You're not alone. So I just want to thank everybody for the support. We've got some awesome projects coming up. We're working on a documentary that we're not sure when it's going to be released. It's going to be an awesome story. We have a Gold Star spouse coming on. We're actually going to be talking to here pretty soon about, you know, the life of her husband, who was an amazing individual, 3rd Special Forces Group guy. We're actually going to be talking to his team in April. We're traveling to USASOC headquarters to talk with our old boss, Lieutenant General Braga, if that all works out, which that'll be a cool project, and just a ton of other episodes that we have lined up. The support for the show and the growing community is going to be dope. We've started a clothing line. Jesse and I, we got our shirts on today.
Rocking the Vanguard Wall podcast.
You can go to www.thevanguardwall.com. We got some dope hats, t-shirts. Alex Bailey and the team over at American Trigger Pullers have definitely helped us out. So that's another good brand that you guys can like, subscribe, follow those guys over at American Trigger Pullers to make some dope gear, especially for all you guys that are in the regiment. But yeah, we got some new sun shirts, t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers. We got some coins coming out too. So yeah, like us, subscribe us, follow us on Spotify, iTunes, wherever you're getting your podcast from. If you guys are watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. All that stuff really matters, especially so we can grow the channel. In the meantime,
I think there's one last thing we got to say out there is, I was thinking about it, and my bad for cutting you off, but for anybody out there that's thinking about, you know, how hard it is, or they're going through struggles or whatever, phoning a friend doesn't mean you necessarily have to phone somebody you know. There's people on social media, which we've both learned in different situations and scenarios, where you can phone somebody you don't even know. Yep. Maybe you've seen them on the podcast. Maybe you've seen this person. I'm available, you know, like you're available. It might not be, maybe you don't want to tell somebody that you know what you're going through. And that's understandable, man. I get that. You know, so phoning a friend doesn't mean it has to be somebody that's in your close friend network. It can be somebody you've never even met before. You know, it's just taking that first step.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. We'll put your social media links in the video. And yeah, all you guys, man, stay safe out there. And you guys know the deal, man. If you can't be safe, be violent out here.